Am I back? Am I back? No, it's weird. The last stream came back. The one that ended on me came back and like took over my StreamYard or Streamlabs. Jesus, that was weird. Let me know if I'm back. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Is this a new stream? Fucking A, man. I'm having one fuck of a morning. Is this a new stream or is this the old stream? Can you guys share the link with the other people? My power didn't go out. It's my computer, y'all. I'm sorry. God almighty. Gemini, thank you for becoming a member, even though I'm a clusterfuck. Can you guys go over there and share? Or no, I guess you can't. Hang on. I swear to God, it was my stream freaking yard. Here. Jesus. I got overly excited, I guess. Hold on. Damn it. That's what I get for showing the dogs. All right, let's see. I'm not going to fuck with nothing no more. I'm so sorry, guys. All right, we should be good now. Jeez, oh, Pete's. Just piece them together, I guess. So what happened was the first stream that ended, it all of a sudden came back. And then it took over, like I clicked a button and it took over my StreamYard or Streamlabs. So I think we're good now. All right, Huffy, be careful driving. Oh my God, Lolly, that's a total sign. Welcome back, everybody. I'm so sorry. It was weird. It like tripped out. Now I got to get everything reset up because it closed down all my windows in the current stream. So just give me a second. Granny's using holy water and the live stopped. Damn it, Granny. I love you too, Desiree. Thank you for your patience, guys. Let me get your comments pinned back up here. Hey, Melmo. Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. Okay. Do over. It was wild, Squish. I don't know. I'm so sorry. I hate when that happens. Hi, Green-Eyed PI. She said the Pope did it. Okay, let's get back into it. I apologize. This is the reason we're watching this is because Tony and Steph are in chat. So I'm sorry for the effed up delay this morning. Here we go. Now we have no sound on the bitch? Are you kidding me? What in the action?
Hold on a second. Are they
there we
still
go.
in chat? Oh, there you are. Happy birthday, sweetheart. Happy birthday. I'm glad that you can hang out with us tonight and enjoy your birthday. I hope you had a very, very special day. I don't know if where you live is cold, but I know it's freezing here. So if you are experiencing these frigid temperatures as the rest of us, I hope that you still had a wonderful birthday and things still went
dropping my mouth.
Amazing for you. And I hope that you're gathered around with people that love you and that, want the world for you because you deserve that. And I hope that Your day is as special as you are, Cad Mom. So let me get a sip of my drink and I'm going to serenade you. Hold on one second.
Diarrhea of the mouth.
Here you go, guys.
Right. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Cad Mom. Happy birthday to you. We love you, we do. We love you, we do. We love you, God bless you. Happy birthday to you and many more. Happy birthday. I'm glad that you got to make it to hang out with us tonight. Y'all throw some love in the chat for Cad Mom on her special day. Navy Mom, thank you for becoming a member, beautiful lady. You're so sweet. I appreciate your support. Hey, Shady X mother-in-law. All right, let me go ahead and drop my link. We got to go through some stuff tonight. I have an announcement to make.
Trixie.
Let me wrap this. So it looks like Seth has a Seth and Tony. They have found a vigil, a venue.
They found a vigil. Listen, there's a vigil. It's planned for in March. We are thinking way ahead. This kid is not going to be found. We have a vigil planned in March.
For the vigil, and it's going to be, the vigil is set for March the 1st. And hold on one second. I'll share. Whoo, it's cold. Hang on a second.
March.
I'm going to get the mods to share this. I'll drop it.
Birthday.
Oh,
Lord.
Bear with me one second. You let Mischief on panel. Hi, Mischief. Let me see. Let me see you.
Oh, my God.
Bear with me, guys. I apologize.
Sorry,
So
She did, Kurt.
Hi.
Hello.
It wouldn't be a BJ live without a
My
nap.
reality,
So-
Amanda.
All right, there's reality. Hey, reality.
Hey everybody, hope y'all staying warm.
I am freezing, girl.
I
You're
know.
freezing.
Good Lord.
Woo.
All right, so
Her
here
biggest
is
fan.
the link. And the vigil is set for March the 1st. At the Celebration of Life Church. So if the mods, I just dropped it in our mod
Thank you,
chat. If you want to drop
Sophia.
that link in chat, guys.
At
wow,
the what?
that's going to be
Celebration
a
of
tough
life?
one. That's
Yeah, it
one that I would, if it's possible, I'd like to try to make, because
Oh, fuck.
let's
She
pray
gonna
that
go?
Sebastian's home before then. But if he's not, that's going to be a very, very, very tough time for Seth and family, because that's going to be the year mark that Sebastian's been missing. So let's pray that it doesn't happen because he's home. But if it does happen, let's pray that
Did she say celebration of life?
God comforts Seth and all who are there. It's possible. I'd like that church. At the Celebration of Life Church.
Celebration of life
So
church.
if the mods, I just dropped it in our mod chat. If you want to drop that link in chat, guys.
Yeah. Celebration of
Wow,
life church.
that's going to be a tough one. That's
That
one that I would, if it's possible, I'd like to try to make, because let's pray that Sebastian's home before then. But if he's not, that's going to be a very, very, very tough time for Seth and family, because that's going to be the year mark that Sebastian's been missing. So let's pray that it doesn't happen because he's home. But if it does happen, let's pray that
No, she
God
doesn't,
comforts
Okie.
Seth and all who are there.
Yeah, she
Okay,
wants
Janai-
to go, so we better start the fund now, right?
Dude.
Her audience keeps the lights on, but she's gonna fucking travel? Really? How the fuck do you say, oh, I'm gonna go there, when your audience is keeping your lights on? In other words, your audience is gonna have to pay for it.
You too. Hi. Hey, Gypsy. Good to see you, beautiful lady. Hey, Pink Warrior. Good to see you.
Pink
Okay, guys.
Warrior.
To the mods that are saying they're not in my chat, I do apologize. Give me tonight. Actually, what I'm trying to do is I'm going to make a mod chat on the Discord. I'm setting my Discord. I'm getting my Discord back on my Discord. I'm getting it going, and we're gonna have mod chat on Discord. And so in the next couple of days, just bear with me. I will be getting in touch with all of you mods to figure out if you are already a member of Discord, or if you're not, how to get you on there. Where we can have one spot where everybody can contact each other and keep in touch. Whispering Wind says, hi, Marlena. Get Lockered, Opal. Okay. Hi, Kimberly KB. Hey, everybody. Okay. So the link is too long, so working. Okay. I think it was just trying to show the actual location. So could you, Muscles, is there a way that you can, I don't even know, like shorten it? I didn't even realize. Thank you, Muscles. Thank you so much. You are amazing. Hey, Mountain Mama. Hey, God's girl. Good to see you. Listen, hey, Sarah, I do want to say, if I missed anybody, please know I'm not
Jesus
ignoring
Christ,
you.
Brittney.
StreamYard is absolutely a hot mess when it comes to comments. My chat skipped. So if I didn't miss anybody, please know I'm not ignoring you. Please don't take it personal. If you did say hey to me and I didn't acknowledge you, just say it a couple times and one of the mods will see it or I'll eventually see it. Chat skips. Wait, hold on, guys. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get situated. It is cold. I got a blanket.
Nana says she's backstage.
All right, I'm seeing it. Hold on. Bear with me.
Jesus.
Trying to get my blanket. My blanket wants to get wrapped around my chair. All right. All righty. So
Roll yourself
Hello,
up like a damn
I'm just-
burrito.
I'm sitting outside in the snow. It's still snowing, and we got at least 3 inches right now.
Muscle.
Man, I'm in the office about to die.
That name.
Well, I have 2 sets of clothes on.
There's heat in here, and I got a blanket, and I
I
am
got
about to.
I love it.
Hell
It's
no.
beautiful. It's beautiful.
It is. I was pretty watching it coming down.
Is it still coming down out there for you?
No, it's not. But it's cold. If I didn't put any makeup on, I was afraid my face would crack.
It's coming down so strong here. We're supposed to get at least 6 inches.
Oh my Lord.
Lord, and I have to be at work at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, no.
Wait.
Well, my husband said I'm not going, so we'll see.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah,
I
you
know.
get that.
My husband said I'm not going, and Brittney says, that's sweet.
It's only across the street. It's a half a mile across the street.
What?
Well, he wants to make sure you're going to be okay.
Yeah.
You guys don't normally get that kind of snow.
I know. But I'm used to it. I'm from Missouri.
Right.
Yeah, my husband doesn't tell me like where I'm going. Like we discuss it, you know, if it's like too bad out, we'll discuss it together. But my husband doesn't say you're not going. I think she's in North Carolina, if I'm not mistaken.
So we'll see. If my car starts, we're okay. It's all good. It's beautiful out here, though. I feel like I'm in the winter wonderland. Woohoo. But it is cold. I agree. Ooh.
1 second. I'm trying to.
Right, Kels?
We're going to have to listen to him again tonight.
I know. Lord help us, on.
Oh yes, we have.
Oh,
I-
God.
Like, little mouse up there is my avatar because I'm not.
What? I'm going to be honest
Listen.
with you guys. I don't understand anything he says.
Okay, so this is where the rubber meets the road, okay? This is where the rubber meets the road. When you don't have enough brains to comprehend what SF says, okay? Now, these women say that SF, he doesn't know what he's talking about and he's getting stumbled over his words and blah, blah, blah. That's not what it is. The dude is keeping some information compartmentalized in his head, and he's thinking as he's talking. If you've ever watched Elon Musk speak, he reminds me of how Elon Musk speaks. His brain is working faster than his mouth, so he's careful about what comes out of his mouth. But these women can't seem to pick up. Yeah, cheesy. It's awful. But these women can't seem to grasp that concept, right? So they just chalk it up to, I don't understand a thing he says. I'm sorry. I just don't understand it. It's awful.
Totally don't. I'm glad Brittney interprets it for us because I don't understand anything he's
Brittney
saying.
interprets it.
Right.
It's like, that's all I get.
Changes the subject on you.
All right.
It's kind of the
Y'all
same
are too
subject,
stupid to
but
follow.
he veers off, and I get lost on his trail.
Are you
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about?
That's because you're too fucking worried about drama and chats and everything else. If you sat down and you listened, you'd learn a lot. Curvy Barbie, welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and close your legs. The same goes for my beautiful Danielle Marie. Welcome to Cooterville, Danielle. Come on in and close your legs.
About SF?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's very hard to follow. You have to
Well-
listen closely.
Brace yourself. Brace yourself because I got a little kind of what I got planned for tonight. I
Are you playing
decided.
that
Fuck,
video?
they listen to Brittney
Huh?
every night.
You
They
gonna
should have
play
no
that
problem
video?
with SF.
What video?
That War Eagle put up.
What video?
Oh my, it's hilarious.
Oh,
It
it's
is good.
hilarious.
What?
Did you see it? Oh my god, I laughed so hard.
Oh my
I'm
God.
so confused. What video?
Oh, War Eagle with a new video out. It's pretty
She
good.
does her shorts.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Cad Mom says, thank goodness Britt speaks SF&Es. I don't know about all that, Cad Mom, but I'm going to try my best to
It's
dissect
not
it, if you
funny.
will,
It's
I
the
guess.
dumbest video
All
I've
right, I'm
ever
gonna show you.
seen
I'm
in
gonna
my
show you the smell.
life.
Okay, you ready? There you go.
Look at there.
But that's like about the only pretty thing about snow is it makes it look like it's daytime at night.
Very beautiful. I know.
With
How,
palm
how light it
trees
is outside, it doesn't look like nighttime.
I know. It's
and her
beautiful.
palm sitting in her front yard. Did you see
I
that?
know. I have a huge palm out front. It doesn't have any snow on it though. I'm good. We have no ice. We're good.
Well, that's still to come. Watch. Mischief, they can hardly hear you, honey.
I know it's gonna last until about 3 in the morning. I can't see my husband's tire. It's like up in. I can't see him. Like part of it. It's crazy. Oh well. I'm going inside. It's cold.
I was wondering how long you was going to sit out there. It's,
I was having a ciggy.
well, there you go.
Let
me see.
I want to say.
Did I say Navy Mom? Thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Green Team.
Shut
All right, let's go ahead
up,
and
Brittney.
this is a shout out to War Eagle. Guys, if you have not subbed up to War Eagle's channel, she does an
Dumbest
amazing
video
job.
I've ever seen in my
Skin
life.
Flasher investigates again.
Thank
for
you,
mom.
Green
Oh
Eyed.
boy.
Yes, it is.
Right, here we go.
Oh,
Lord.
guys, one time. Deal. Oh, dear Lord.
Oh my Lord. There goes Clue with the weird.
We are back. We are now. He's in denial. Not to mention everything that you're saying. Hey, guys. Dogs out. Hey, congrats.
I tend to think of myself as a one-man wolf pack. Two of us in the wolf pack. I was alone first in the pack, and now I know for sure.
Yeah, listen.
There's a chicken.
Dad.
Guys, my dad loves this car more than he loves me, so yeah. Go back. Why'd you stay in Vegas? You know? Oh, really? That's why you're three best
Right.
friends that anyone can have. And we'll... I hate you. Yeah, you're good. Oh my God.
That was really good.
Oh,
It's funny.
I laughed so hard.
They did a really good job on that. That was funny. I think that's pretty much it on that. That was funny. Hong did that.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Hi, Horseman. Hi, Star. Hi, Sally. Michelle.
Gypsy. Okay. Bravo. Bravo. We all need a little palate cleanser and a laugh from time to time. And it wasn't too, it's funny, but it wasn't like, it didn't body shame or anything like that. It wasn't personal. That was funny. Okay. So back to what I want to kind of talk about tonight. So we got quite a bit out of that interview last night in regards to the Lower Lodge. And I have to say, I'm going to 2-second what I said, listening to just, everything back today, and with my mind kind of cleared. I have to say that this dude absolutely has admitted last night was not SF's finest hour. I'll just say that, right? He
No.
absolutely admitted that he lied to us
Yes.
throughout this entire
I
investigation.
had to go back and listen to it and not have the chat there because that's what distracted me last night. I'm going to admit it. So I
Yeah.
really didn't catch things that I caught today that he said.
Right. Same. Yeah, exactly. And I'm pretty sure it was that way for a lot of you guys, including myself. But as I went through it, what you can get through it because he is terribly long-winded, and he absolutely. I mean,
Shut the fuck
I'm just gonna
up.
call it for what it is, and I'm not even trying to be cruel at all. And he stutters. He stutters and fumbles over his words, and it's not what I think is a nervous stumble. I think that's the way he talks when he's trying to push a narrative.
I have to agree.
He talks.
He's been on
he's long,
TV. He's been on Long Crying Network. He knows how to talk.
Yeah, he's long-winded and he talks in circles.
Yes. And he squirrels.
He never gives a direct answer.
Nope. No. And so what I want to do tonight is I kind of want to let's revisit some of the things that SF has, said or done
Mhm.
throughout
Did
the
you
course of
read
this
the opinion?
investigation.
Did you read
Mhm.
Marlena's comment?
No, hold on.
It's a good one.
The Lower Lodge already called him out for lying on X. Oh, let's go there. Let's go there. So I did not see this, but I did hear about it. I heard about it. I also heard that the Lower Lodge is getting some backlash from the other side from that. But here's the thing: you can some of the other side are saying that the Lower Lodge is two-faced or they're scared. No. What Aiden did last night was professional, and that was how they handled it last night was the way that someone should handle in an interview. They weren't there to argue and say things to SF to make him feel uncomfortable. I commend them, and it doesn't surprise me that you don't see that that's the professional thing to do. But I would like to see where they're calling SF out, because that's
I didn't see it.
just a second. Do you know if it's under Lower Lodge account or? I don't know. Here-
Marlena, she says 100%. Is it under
Marlene.
Lower Lodge? Marlena?
Yeah, where was it? Where was it that they talk about him?
Marlena said it was on X. The
Yeah,
Lower
here
Lodge.
it is.
Under
Here
the
we go.
Lower.
All right. All right, let's see. Here they said, I said precisely the opposite. I said that I couldn't comprehend how Chris could be such a horrible parent because of how great a father figure my stepdad was. Gonna be honest, literal paid shield for genocide. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Yeah, they're political. I'm not gonna read the political stuff. Oh, wow. Jules with true crime reaction.
I was muted, Cooter. Listen. Go, Jules. Go, Jules. Go, Jules. Do you guys watch Jules? Jules covers Idaho 4. She says, Seth hires convicts on fucking house arrest, and the Proudfoots hire a real PI, and they are the bad ones? Humanity is beyond fucking cooked. It's burnt. Lower Lodge has no views or ad rev if they follow the facts, so of course they are playing the drama. Sad fucks. I love it. Go, Jules.
They went off on her. They said that, I don't know, the Jules True Crime reaction says Seth hires convicts on fucking house arrest and the Proudfoots hire a real PI and they are the bad ones. Ooh. Okay, I would not. Humanity, if beyond effing cooked, it's burnt. Lower Lodge has no views or ad revenue if they follow the facts. So of course they're playing the drama. Sad fucks. Wow. So Lower Lodge says, hey, if you're gonna mention us, how about you don't fucking lie? Ooh.
Aiden said, hey, if you're going to mention us, how about you don't fucking lie? I wonder what the Mason Lodge would think about this language on X. Mr. Aiden.
Lower Lodge was able to elicit a lot of information by being calm and rational and affable and asking a ton of questions. SF admitted that he has no relationship with TBI. He hasn't seen what they have. He has no evidence over what they have.
Affordable?
When SF bragged, hold on a second.
The night before, she's like, I'm broke.
Sorry,
I'm broke, son.
Is this why when SF bragged around Sebastian's birthday that LE was going to be given a presser? And y'all remember this? I completely forgot about this part. Remember around Sebastian's birthday, he said that LE was going to be given a presser and that law enforcement not only did not give a presser, but law enforcement instead, went and talked to Sebastian's. I'm sorry, hold on. When given a presser and LE not only did not give a presser, law enforcement instead went and talked to Seth Rogers. And Chris tried one more time for some reconciliation.
Thank you, Alabama.
Bullshit. Moonlighted walked back those P-word allegations twice. Oh, yeah, I remember that. He admitted that he was told certain things by his clients.
Heather?
And admits that his own clients could be guilty. What?
Huh. Interesting.
Yes, he did. I caught that. Everything she's talking about, after I went back through and listened, I caught all this.
I thought you said you missed it all,
The day he came in on
dumbass.
the case and everything. He didn't start
Right.
working this case until November.
Right. That's what he said. Marlena says she sent you some text screenshot for this.
Then they get.
Okay. It says,
No, she didn't. She did not get premium YouTube potato police. Nope.
Moonlighting walk back those P allegations. She's calling him moonlighting twice. He admitted that he was told certain things by his
That's
clients
funny.
and admits his own clients could be guilty, but he won't tell you the truth about when he was hired. Now, he did finally say last night, I think, November, which I wanted to kind of look into.
Now,
It does
mind
matter
you,
when
she thinks that she's debunking something, okay? SF said he signed a contract with the Proudfoots to work on behalf of Sebastian in November. But she's hung up on the fact, oh, they talked before that. Well, no shit, Sherlock. You don't just hire a PI out of the blue. You talk to them for a while. You see if they're going to match up with what your needs are. You see if you guys connect, if you mesh, and then you make a decision. She's so stupid. It baffles the brain.
when Moonlighting was hired and he began speaking on behalf of his clients, Katie and Chris. It matters. It matters when he started.
He even went as far as to say he needed to look on in his computer or on his books and pulled up and said November. And that's when he talked about the retainer fee and how much he would be paid.
He was looking to see when he signed the contract.
Now he's saying October.
Oh my
Yeah, because
God.
this is that's kind of what I wanted to talk to you guys about, the timeline.
No,
it says it does matter
Lisa.
when Moonlighting was hired and he began speaking on behalf of his clients, Chris and Katie. It matters. It matters when he started getting paid to trash Seth Rogers. It effing matters. The search and rescue guy who moonlights as a PI
Paid to trash.
a wrecking ball to his
Paid to trash Seth Rogers. When has SF ever trashed Seth Rogers? He told what he knew about Seth Rogers and probably not even all that he knows about Seth Rogers.
his credibility last night. Anyone watching could see that. Yes, he did, you guys. I mean, and I'm going to tell you, that's why today, let's just call it for what it is. That's why today, what we are witnessing are not people talking about what SF spoke about.
Oh my God.
The only people that are talking about what was actually stated on that stream were people like, us.
What you
people
are
that
witnessing
actually
is real. The participants are not
think,
actors.
The people that actually have been seeing through his crap for a while, right? But
Seeing
anybody who
through
has
his
supported him
crap?
or that continues to treat this man like he is the end all be all of the court filings and the end all be all of everything that is this case,
Everything.
they won't even discuss the what and where that was said on that channel last night.
You didn't even
They
hear
just
the
want to talk
what
about
and
the
where.
chat and how horrible everybody was.
Oh my God, you stupid bitch. You just admitted in the very beginning of your stream that you didn't catch anything because the chat. Now you're saying you know exactly what was said and how you caught up on this like secondary notion from the live stream.
Well, 90% of them were the ones being vile. So I don't.
Right.
I don't.
Yeah, but they're blaming us. They're blaming this side. Most of this side was calling him out for his BS.
Oh, reality.
Right there,
Such
we
a
were-
I didn't watch any of the hate channels today. I don't know what they talked about.
I don't watch them. Period. I won't give them a view. But right here in his next post, he tells us about the date he started working for him.
Right here. So it says, here's Lore Lodge. It says, all right, SF investigates. I was being nice by not asking this on the live stream. But why did you tell me that you only began being paid in November the 14th, 2024?
So this
When you
little
yourself
bitch.
said
Thank you. Thank you, Allison. So this little bitch is like Lore Lodge. He did the same thing he did when he went on Queen's panel. Remember he went on Queen's panel and he, everybody treated him with respect. I would have never allowed him up, but they treated him with respect. And then he went to X and he started bashing all of them, right? And then he made that live stream and bashed them. So SF comes on his channel and then he goes to X to bash him. Who could have predicted this? I don't know. I would have never let that little turd up on my channel, on my panel. Just saying.
you were being paid as early as October 21st.
He is. He's a little bitch. That's what he is. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
So let's see. I see Gypsy. Gypsy made a post. Gypsy, our friend Gypsy in chat. Is this how you are helping to find Sebastian? Do your quote unquote clients know this is how you are investigating? Are they paying you to do this instead of looking for Sebastian? And then SF says, yes, they do know. Yes, they are paying me. So there's where he admits it. That's October the 24th. So, Laura Lodge is kind of doing their due diligence to show.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
Due
then
diligence?
SF says, I'm physically ill that I actually participated in an interview with a group that is defending this predatory behavior. She was 12 when they met. She was 12 when they met. Poor Sebastian. There he goes again.
He has no business talking about it. It's not his place.
Oh, really, reality? Really, reality? It's not your place to talk about Chris Proudfoot's ex-wives either, bitch. He needs to stop talking about it. It's not his place. Listen how this woman freaks out as if it's about her.
Interview
Listen.
with a group that is defending this predatory behavior. She was
Listen.
12 when they met. She was 12 when they met. Poor Sebastian. There he goes again.
He has no business talking about it. It's not his place.
Yep.
That's what ticked me off last
There he
night.
goes. Doubling down.
I know you guys are karma.
You know what should tick you off, bitch, as a woman, as a female, if you are one, is the fact that Seth Rogers was grooming a 12-year-old. That you just heard it and ignored it. She was 12 when he said he was going to marry her, and he was 22. And you go, oh my God, he's got to stop talking about that. Y'all are fucking pedo sympathizers. Pedo sympathizers is what you are, and shame on you.
Karma's coming. Let him keep talking. Karma's coming.
Yeah, because he's just showing us. I mean,
he is.
that's defamatory as F.
Mm-hmm. Karma's coming.
Defamatory?
You can't say things.
No, it's not defamatory. It's true, dumb fuck. I'm sorry, guys. You're going to have to excuse my language today because this pissed me off. As I see 4 women sit on a panel and defend grooming and a 22-year-old telling a 12-year-old, I'm going to marry you, and then he does. What is going on? This is what's wrong with people. 4 women.
What?
We need to protect our children from people like this, apparently.
Things like that about people. I mean, that could put him in some real danger.
That could put a kid in real danger, motherfucker. That could put him in real danger. Can they not do math? Can they not do math and figure out for themselves that it's true? Why do they choose to not believe it's true? Sick, isn't it? Sick.
All right, let's see.
And the liar lodge is the one that asked him. You're right. He was asked the question and answered, and this is what he gets for it. Assholes. Total assholes.
All right. Laura Lodge says, well, this is disappointing. I thought tonight's conversation was very productive.
And then he
cordial.
gaslights him. Well, this is disappointing. Fuck you, Laura Lodge. Go put a stick up your ass. You'd probably be more comfortable.
I find it very disingenuous that Steve is now painting our request for evidence of the accusation that Seth groomed Katie as a defending predatory behavior. Wow.
Defending?
Because I guess they just asked for the proof. That's
She didn't even read it right. It says, this is what SF said. I'm physically ill that I actually participated in an interview with a group that is defending this predatory behavior. She was 12 when they met. Poor Sebastian. That is what SF said.
Decent, honest people do. They want to see the evidence so they can make a decision on their own.
The evidence?
Wow.
Molly sent you a
It's simple math. It is simple math. You don't need evidence. All you have to do is do simple math and listen to Seth's own words.
text too. She said of something that you wanted.
All right, give me just a second.
Oh, it makes me so angry.
He infuriates me.
Oh, you
Always
infuriate
sit there
me.
and hone in on.
All right, let's see. All right, let me scroll down to see. And then I'll look in just a second, y'all, at my messages.
Molly says it's right now.
What?
Molly says it's what you're reading right now.
Lolly? Lollipop?
Oh, Chronicles of the Shady. The only positive thing about SF Investigates Lying Like a Rug is that NCMEC had a fundraiser. Give me just a second, guys.
Here she goes. Hold.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it. It'll burn you, okay?
I
It'll
beg your
burn
pardon,
you?
2 years, whatever your handle is. What are you trying to get at?
Don't touch it. It'll burn you.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it. It'll burn you, okay?
I beg your pardon, 2 years, whatever your handle is. What are you trying to get at with that comment?
They're
Agreed.
gone. The mods have warned them enough tonight.
Agreed.
All night. They
Yeah.
took care of them. They gave them 3 warnings.
Yeah.
This is Brittany's channel.
Okay, well, let's take a look at this comment, shall we? From Seth Rogers in a YouTube chat. Sebastian was the only child that Katie didn't abort of mine. There you go. There's your Seth Rogers right there.
Here's one thing too, though. I want to tell you. I'm not sure what even they said, but a lot of the times when we see the trolls on StreamYard, the mods have already blocked them. I don't know why that happens that way, but like the mods will block and get rid of the trolls or whatever, and we can still see their comments, but they're already deleted. So Muscles and all of them, they got it. He does nothing pro bono. Oh no, that was another thing I wanted to mention, you guys. Think about this. I said I was
She does
screaming
have
at
a
my screen
daughter,
today.
yeah.
I was yelling at my phone because he said that the retainer was $15,000.
Hi, Ludwig.
Right.
And I'm sitting here thinking, 15,000.
Mm-hmm.
15,000.
Where could that
And-
$15,000 have gone?
Right. $15,000 retainer. And this man, you guys, is only just now finding out about the boy that was hiding under the neighbor's car. That's not even Sebastian. This man comes out like 2 weeks ago and he says that he's got new intel that Sebastian was running.
No, he wasn't, because both his parents said he wasn't a runner.
Right.
$15,000 could have went towards what? So they were trying to get him in to begin with, apparently, or towards a reward.
If I was the Proudfoots, I would be asking for my money back. What are you doing? $15,000 and this man.
To run interference. He's not hired to.
Shut the fuck up, lady. Who are you whispering in the background with your fake picture? To run interference. He's being paid to run interference.
To help.
Right.
He's
I agree.
hired to run an interference. The same thing that went on with what's her name a couple summers ago.
What's her name?
Kylie Rodney.
What's her name? The same thing that went on with Kylie Rodney a few series ago. No, he wasn't. He was hired by the grandfather, I believe, or the father of Kylie Rodney. It's none of your fucking business, reality. What's her name? Mischief all around me. Weird.
That's what he's paid to do.
Oh, Mom.
Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm sorry. And for the record, my kids don't have school tomorrow for all of you hate mongers in the back.
And for the record, her kids come first. So if they come into the room, she deals with them.
Shut the fuck
Amen.
up. And he still has a wonderful relationship
I agree
with
with you. I
Kylie's
think he was
family.
hired for an
Yes.
interference
Shut up,
Oh, then what
Nana.
else could it be?
because
Shut
he has
up,
no
Nana.
knowledge to try to investigate anything. So that's the only thing I can think of that they hired him for, because I wouldn't hire him.
Well, Seth spends what, $12,000 on of somebody's mortgage. Thank you, TNS, for becoming a member. Puff puff pass, baby. He spends $12,000 allegedly on Michaela's mortgage, and then the Proudfoot spend 15 grand to help find their son. And what happened to their son?
To find
No.
a bug under my bed.
No.
You know?
I agree. Let me see real quick.
Oh, look at there's Alistair War.
So, and there's the Lore Lodge just saying things about, I don't know. They were
Oh,
explaining that
politics.
their mods were their mods were timing both sides out.
You're not even looking at the right shit. He's talking about China and the Holocaust and Chinese propaganda.
All right, let me see.
Mom? Emily Pickles, I'm telling you, this one pissed me off. Set me right off.
Let me see. Wow, they've got some hate coming towards them from these people. This person says, F yourself, liar lodge. You're a little boy playing in a man's world. Get over yourself. You have no idea what channels I listen to. I don't listen to your channel because facts don't matter to you. I don't listen to drama channels. Lord. What do you do? Hang on, guys. Give me a second. Here, I'll talk for a minute.
She tells them to keep talking. Look what they do. Look what they do. Keep talking, guys.
I'm kind of over him. Sorry, guys. I'm gonna try to be quiet during this. Anybody here?
Yes.
Here. No, okay.
I just have birds in the back, so I keep muting.
She
I'm
does,
getting ready to go
Emily?
out to the heater.
I missed that
I gotta
part.
check the backyard out. I haven't even looked at it.
We have absolutely no snow. We're sitting at 32 degrees and clear as a bell. But it'll drop to 28 tonight. We've had no storms, no nothing.
No one cares, lady. Speak up. Speak
About
up or shut
27.
up.
I heard there's 3 more fires in San Diego today, and the winds are due to pick back up again.
Yeah, I watched part of it today. I'm praying. We're all in the area.
Mama Cedar, I don't think he actually answered one full question. He's nuts. But maybe he thinks he did by the way he explained things, but I don't know. He let a lot slip out of his mouth that he shouldn't have. That I will say.
She does, Flo? She falls out of her fucking chair? Whoa. And this is on 1.5, guys. So the dead air is real. And then she comes back and says, I got some emails. I got some constructive criticism. I'm going to try to do better. They are, Ludwig.
All right, sorry guys. I don't know what's wrong with this little game. All right, let me see. Let me check. I know people said I've got emails. All right, so Marlena sent me.
Wait
one
for
second.
it.
Whoa. Hold on one second. Let me read this. Bear with me, guys.
Laughing heart, I'm glad you're
So
here.
it says. So I think I just read this. They said, well, this is disappointing. I thought tonight's conversation was very productive and cordial. I find it disingenuous that Steve is now painting our request as evidence of an accusation. Wait a minute. I thought tonight's conversation was very productive and cordial. I find it very disingenuous that Steve is now painting our request for evidence of the accusations that Seth groomed Katie as, quote, defending predatory behavior. Claiming someone groomed his ex-wife as a child is a very serious allegation. If you're going to say that this happened, you need to be able to provide hard
Good morning,
evidence.
Spitfire.
And then that's when SF so disrespectfully said, I'm physically ill. Wow. And I'm
physically ill.
I actually participated in an interview with a group that is defending the predatory behavior. She was 12 when they met poor Sebastian. So didn't this man just say last night, was his words not, I don't know why people won't stop going.
Amy C., thank you so much for donating 10 cooterships. 10 new people. Welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and make sure you close them legs. Thank you so much, Miss Flo. Or Miss Amy, sorry. I looked at Flo's name. Thank you, Miss Amy.
Going after the parents and just focus on Sebastian.
Yes, he did.
So what are you doing, SF?
As he says that other right out of his mouth behind what he said. Please stop talking about them. And then he proceeds to slam Seth. I don't know. I can't with him. I'm like Nana. I can't with this guy.
I love that. That's the best way to describe him. Verbal diarrhea.
Unbelievable is what it is. Unbelievable is what it is. All right, here. Okay, so. Oh, now that it is so cold. Hey, Patsy Crime. Good to see you. Hey, Misinformation Erica. She said he called Seth a child, you know what, in all caps after the interview and deleted it, but we caught it. What? I didn't even see that. What a POS.
Yeah, he called him that. Called him a PEDO as well.
Wow.
But I wish people would quit coming for the parents. I can't with him. I hope he. Oh, karma's coming.
I'm with you, Mischief.
Brittney, Cassie says check your email.
Yep.
Who?
Cassie.
All right, give me just a second because I got it. I got something. Hold on a second. So, this interview was done. Bear with me. I will, Cassie. I promise. Okay. I promise. This interview was done September the 16th, 2024, guys. He told the Lure Lodge that he started working for Chris and Katie in November. This interview was done on September the 16th, well before November. Yeah, September the 16th. Sebastian Rogers, a conversation with SF Investigates on missing case and questions. He claims to work for Chris and Katie in this interview. So, why did you lie, SF, about the time that they hired you? This was in September.
That interview right here?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. All right. So we're gonna kind of let me play a little bit of time, and we're not gonna go through this whole interview, obviously, because it's long, but I'm gonna skip through it. Let's hear some of what he had to say, because he sings a whole nother tune than to what he sung last night.
No, he doesn't.
All right. So for those of you that don't know, this is Down the Rabbit Hole News. Well, shoot.
Okay, so
The hell?
sorry,
Disappeared.
I got up to make another cup of coffee, guys. Was that her? Like, did she fall asleep like that and then like suddenly like wake up? Figures I get up at that time when that happens. This is when she falls off, Casey. All right. So I have to give Rabbit some credit here. This was amazing. And they're like, you know, Brittney just can't believe that Rabbit is saying the things that she is. By the way, shout out to Rabbit. I love Rabbit. Love her live streams when I can make them. If you are not subscribed to Down the Rabbit Hole, I suggest you do. She's a very beautiful person. She really is a nice girl. I like her.
Sorry, guys. Hold on. I have technical difficulties, but it's okay. We'll pull it right back up. Isn't that interesting, though, that he said that he didn't get hired for them until November, and here he is in September talking about his job with them? I mean, there's so many things. He said that he's been, you know, he said that he doesn't have any contact with law enforcement.
You want me to replay the sound? Okay. Gladly. She's like, Brittney, Cassie says check your email.
She said he called Seth a child, you know what, in all caps after this. After
We've been
the
on
interview and
1.75,
deleted
guys.
it, but we called it. What? I didn't even see that. What a POS.
I didn't
Yeah, he
see
called him
that.
that.
Did
Called
y'all
him
see
a
that?
PEDO.
Did you see? Are they talking about SF type child molester in all caps after the interview and deleted it? I don't even believe he did that.
As well.
Wow.
But I wish people would quit coming for the parents. I can't with them. I hope he. Oh, karma's coming.
It is her
I'm
bubble.
with you, Mischief.
Did you just hear her go, huh? Listen.
Brittney, Cassie
Check
says to check your email.
Yeah.
Who?
Cassie.
All right, give me just a second because I got it. I got something. Hold on a second. So this interview was done. Bear with me. I will, Cassie. I promise. Okay. I promise.
Cheesy, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and close them up.
This interview was done
Thank you, One-Eyed Flo.
September the 16th, 2024, guys. He told
I'm
the
going to
Lure
speed it up.
Lodge that he started working for Chris and Katie in November. This interview was done on September 16th.
We're going to fast forward.
Let's hear some of what he had to say because he sings a whole nother tune
Yeah,
than
let's
the
hear
way
it.
he sung last night.
Hazel Eyes. Welcome to Cooterville. Come on in. Close your legs.
All right. So for those of you that don't know, this is Down the Rabbit Hole News. Well, shoot. The hell?
Yeah, please hit
Just
that like
disappeared.
button if you haven't
Sorry,
already.
guys. Hold on. I have to... Technical difficulties, but it's okay. We'll pull it right back up. Isn't that
What's up,
interesting, though,
Steven?
that he said that he didn't get hired for them until November, and here he is in September
Canvas.
talking about his job with them?
Welcome to
I mean, there's so many
Cooters.
things. He said that he's been, he said that he doesn't have any contact with law enforcement.
Come on in and close your legs. Thank you so much, Canvas and Crime. That's so generous of you.
Bear with me. Having to go back to finding the video.
No,
Sorry,
I did.
guys.
I heard that, Cheesy. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you for your super chat.
Darn it. There we go. All right.
Yeah, I heard that too, Sassy. I'll get
This is the
Rabbit's
one?
link.
Yep, here it is. Okay. Back to where we were. Let me turn the music down. Sorry, guys. All right. Cassie, I will get your email, love. Just bear with me. All right, let me turn this down a little bit. All right, we are using fair use. Hey, Kimmy. All right, here we go. Kimmy,
Thank you,
no, I
Kels.
am not wheezing. Not tonight. I don't know. I don't know. It's not. You might hear me breathing through my nose. My nose is stopped up.
What?
My lungs are pretty clear, though.
What? No,
All
they're
right,
not.
here we go.
It seems like in this specific case with
Someone
Sebastian, you
asked.
have, I personally don't feel like at least the Proudfoots have put this narrative of accusing one parent or anything like
Oh
that.
boy.
They haven't, other than the interviews that they've done.
Hold on a second.
Um,
That's
I mean, it's hard for, those parents to have to listen to that over and over and over.
It seems like in this specific case with Sebastian, you have, I personally don't feel like at least the Proudfoots have put this narrative of accusing one parent or anything like that. They haven't, other than the interviews that they've done, but I haven't really seen that agenda being pushed as much
That's
as.
true.
No, they were asking. I did start talking to Chris.
She's right.
A couple months, several months ago. So I've been talking to him.
Oh,
you hear that? Listen to what he's saying, guys.
Listen to what she's saying, Brittany. This is a neutral party who isn't covering Sebastian unless there's new news, she said. She's not touching it unless there's something new. And then Brittany totally ignores the fact that Down the Rabbit Hole says, I've never really seen that agenda from the Proudfoots. Because, I mean, let's be honest. They've always been kind towards Seth from the beginning. If he was in extracurricular activities, his dad would be in the front row.
Listen to what this is in September. Listen to what he's about to say.
But I haven't really seen that agenda being pushed as much as.
They were asking. I did start talking to Chris a couple months, several months ago. So I've been talking to him for a while.
Right.
I did start talking to Chris a couple months ago.
No shit.
Several months ago.
So I've been talking to him for a while.
Right. Usually you do that before you
This
hire
was
someone.
in September. I did start talking to him a couple months ago. Several months ago. I've been talking to him for a while.
He's never hidden that. You didn't catch him in anything. He said the same thing on Snore Lodge.
That doesn't necessarily mean he was hired. He was trying to get his foot in the door. Is what I'm
Thank
saying.
you. Thank you,
Just my
Nana.
opinion.
Thank you, Nana. Did you hear Nana?
That doesn't necessarily mean he was hired. He was trying to get his foot in the door. Is what I'm saying. Just my opinion.
Say that again, Nana.
I said that doesn't necessarily mean he was hired at that time. I think he was trying to get his foot in the door.
But the fact that he had been talking to him for several months.
And when did he separate from Seth?
Well, I don't know, but I can also tell you at this time, he's already claiming that he works for them in this interview.
God almighty.
This bitch is
thick. Didn't he say last night that he met them, like he become their PI by accident? Like, I'm not saying that he's necessarily paid at this point.
Casual.
What I am saying is whatever's been going on with him and CP has been going on a while, according to his own words.
Mm-hmm.
And he downplayed it last night and told them that he wasn't hired until November.
Thank you, Casual.
What I think is funny is he's normally on X. He doesn't understand people on YouTube. When you put a video on YouTube and it's about a true crime case, we're going to watch that and we're going to remember. You better.
Oh my God, what's your name? I keep wanting to call you Reality because you're about as dumb as that girl. Mischief all around. What he doesn't realize, he doesn't know how YouTube works. Right.
Remember what you say and when you say it, because we're going to find it.
Oh my God,
he has.
so
I don't know. He's been probably talking to him.
Good
Since
morning, UA.
July.
Yeah, I
when
would
did
say
Riley's strain case end? Because he hopped from that right to this case. It was in the same state.
I hear it again.
So probably the same time. Because it's weird that Chris brings up that case too.
I hear it again.
That's true.
All right, y'all ready?
Mm-hmm. Ready.
And there was a group that was interested in possibly retaining me on their behalf. I didn't want to do that because Chloe was still an investigator on the case at the time, and so I have had conversations, with them. So I kind of know what's going on, but they've never accused anybody. However, what they've done is they've done exactly what TBI and Sullivan County asked them to do, which was don't talk to the media more than than you have to, and just keep it to certain facts and lay low. Don't get involved in drama. And so what they have to do is they take these shots, from the other side, and
I don't understand
because they don't
this.
retaliate. People say, well, that's the sign of guilt, and then when it finally does bubble up and Chris retaliates like on web sleuths where he doesn't retaliate, he just gave his side of the story. Then he gets accused of, oh, look, he must be guilty because he's fighting
There,
back.
he can
just
see your
can't
bubble
win,
now.
But he's a guy defending himself, his wife.
Right.
He's a guy that has people driving by his house constantly. Their whole life has changed with this, and there's nothing
Thanks,
that suggests that
Sassy.
they have anything to do with it. Anybody has anything to do with it. I think 7+ months later, we would know from law enforcement. I think they would start handing out a person of interest. If there was something there, they would start.
That's not true. That's not true. Coming from a private investigator, that's shameful too. That he keeps saying that. He should know better. He should know that law enforcement can take as long as they want to build a case. Number 368, Sinner, thank you so much. I appreciate that very much. Thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you for being like number 368 and for the super chat, my friend. I hope you're doing good. I hope you're staying. Well, I don't think it's cold where you are, but all of us are freezing our ass off. So I hope you're enjoying your warmth over there on the West Coast. But it's good to see you, buddy. I appreciate you. What's going on, Mr. Seth Rogers? Good to see you. Like number 369. I appreciate that very much. Thinking about you, praying for you. Always will.
Did you guys
I hope
see
you're
my
doing
video
all right.
this morning?
Right.
Put a 1 in chat if you saw my video I put out this morning. Let me know. Dude, Steven, I can't either. Trust me. This live pissed me off. You guys did see it? You have not? All right, let's play it really quick because I put a nice little compilation together. We'll watch. It's just a minute or two, if that. I took a clip from this part exactly. Whoops. I took a clip from this part. Ooh, I hate hearing my own voice. Hate it. Okay, Brittney J praying for Seth Rogers and then does this.
What's going on, Mr. Seth Rogers? Good to see you. Like number 369. I appreciate that very much. Thinking about you, praying for you, always will. I hope you're doing all right. Robin 407 says Mark Redwine. Exactly. I'd like to remind each and every one of you of that.
Me too. I said, so would I, considering she knows that Sebastian's father, Seth, is listening.
Mark Redwine was responsible for taking his 13-year-old son, Dylan Redwine's life.
What happened to Dylan?
With the recovery of his body, that makes it, from our perspective, a homicide.
Investigators believe Dylan Redwine was possibly kidnapped and killed. We asked Mark Redwine how he felt about Dylan's death now becoming a homicide investigation. Mark Redwine said this.
They can have a homicide all they want to, but if they feel like I've had any involvement with it, then why am I standing on my front porch having this conversation with you?
Is there any reason to believe that Mark Redwine could be a suspect in this case?
We haven't identified anyone as a suspect at this point.
What's going on, Mr. Seth Rogers? Dylan's mom had to suffer, I want to say it was 5 agonizing years.
Percent of his remains. That means 98% of them is still scattered out there in them trees somewhere.
Mark Redwine and his estranged wife, Elaine Redwine, were called into sheriff's headquarters earlier today.
They found, I think they said 2 femurs, a shoulder blade bone or something to do with the shoulder.
Thinking about you, praying for you, always will.
Dylan Redwine disappeared in November of 2012. His remains were found much later in a wooded area not far from his father's home. 4 years later, in 2017, Mark Redwine was charged with his murder.
With no arrest, and the entire time, they was watching Mark. And ultimately, they ended up finding
Who?
Dylan's little body, and
who was charged?
His father was arrested and charged
Brittney.
for the crimes.
Oh,
and
fuck, Brittney.
That was one of the cases where they didn't think that law enforcement was doing anything
Oh,
because
Lord, Brittney.
They were stone cold quiet.
Yeah, a hiker found Dylan's skull. It was heartbreaking.
They were stone cold quiet.
Yeah, a hiker found Dylan's skull. It was heartbreaking. Ugh. What's going on, Mr. Seth Rogers? Good to see you. Thinking about you, praying for you, always will.
She cannot read a room, y'all. Seth was in there. Oh, I'm praying for you always. And then the next comment, Mark Redwine. Oh, Mark Redwine's father. Oh, he's the father. He killed him and da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, no, those were my clips. I made a video clipping it in because I didn't know who Dylan Redwine or Mark Redwine was when I heard this. No, she was on regular mode.
Robin 407 says Mark Redwine. Exactly. I'd like to remind each and every one of you of that. Mark Redwine was responsible for taking his 13-year-old son, Dylan Redwine's life. Dylan's mom had to suffer, I want to say it was 5 agonizing years with no arrest. And the entire time, they was watching Mark.
And he was found in his dad's yard, in the woods by his dad's.
And ultimately, they ended up finding Dylan's little body, and his father was arrested and charged for the crimes. And that was one of the cases where they didn't think that law enforcement was doing anything because they were stone cold quiet. As a matter of fact, me and Spirit Seeker, we got to do part 2 to that. We already did part 1 on that case over on her channel. So check it out. Okay, let's see.
Thank you, Emily. And I agree with you.
Yeah, a hiker found Dylan's skull. It was heartbreaking. Ugh, it's horrible. So we're going to just kind of go through this just a little bit. And this is now, listen to how, I want you guys to especially pay attention because we're going to compare this to last night. Listen to how he acts like he has inside information in this case. I'm going to speed up the video a little bit.
She's crashing
With
and
this
burning,
$50,000
guys.
reward, it's some sort of pressure campaign. It's not. It's just a token gesture by the FBI, I believe. If they want, if it was a pressure campaign, they would start indicating that they have a person of interest, and even if they don't name it or not, that's how they would put pressure on the person. But they're not. They're saying we don't have anybody, and there's not any actions going on to make it seem like there is. We're not hearing about search warrants being executed or anything.
So you got to meet with the parents, right? Was there any indication to you that, I'm so worried about there might be more to this? What was your interaction with them?
Yeah, they truly don't know. They don't know what happened. I asked them that, and they don't. They don't know what to think. They're as baffled as everybody else is. Well, more baffled. I mean, it's their own happening to their own kid. But they welcomed me in the house. They said nothing's off limits. Look wherever you want. Do it. I wasn't there to keep around their house. And I told them, I'm not here. I just came to meet you and talk.
Keep playing it, Brittney, because you're only proving our own point here. They welcomed him in. They said, look around. Who has Seth welcomed anyone in his home to look around?
Like, let's go look at Sebastian's room. Look at the different entry and exits and whatever. So we did, and they haven't touched anything besides things that were maybe moved by TI or whatever. But TI did not talk about. I guess he said that they tossed the room. I believe that happened at their place. It was just it was a typical 15-year-old teenage boy. He had 8x10 glossy photos taped of all of young country, or I don't know if they're all country, but singers and performers, and he had probably 12 or 15 of them autographed. And Chris told me that they would take them to I guess Walmart has something where they have meet and greets, and they take them there and you get these things, and he has them all on the wall, and then he has games, and it's just a typical teenager's room, and it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of sad to see actually. You're like, wow, the shoes were there, and you're like, that. I mean, he's a real person, and all this chaos that's going on around him. We're talking about a real person, and in the house, just the house itself, like I could see where like where the couch is, so like where Katie could see like in other words, when she was talking on the phone, how he exits to go to, he would have gone to the front door, which is just immediately right there. But the window was like, and what sensors and security there was on that. And then he showed me the
what security was on that?
Tracking pass.
What the fuck, reality?
Which was,
what is she piping in about? Fuck is her problem? Hold on. She gets all worked up. Look.
He would have gone to the front door, which is just immediately right there. But the window was like, and what sensors and security there was on that. And then he showed me the
what security was on that?
tracking pass that some of the canines took.
Security.
Which was eventually that led to the detention pond.
Say what?
He said security.
There were security sensors. He said there were security sensors on the window.
What?
Yeah,
the window and what the security sensors were on it, he said.
Yep, that's what I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to back it up.
Yeah, back it up. You'll hear it.
Huh. Oh my God. Isn't that interesting? Here we go.
He would have gone to the front door, which is just immediately right there. What the window was like, and what sensors and security there was on that. And then he showed me the
fiddle she does.
canine tracking pass that some of the canines took, which was eventually that led to the retention pond. So it took me the whole way to that. And then
wait a minute, what?
We really talked about what the options were there.
Wait a minute.
With canine tracking pass sent forward, which is just immediately see like where the couch is, so like where Katie could see like where in other words, when she was talking on the phone, how he exits to go to, he would have gone to the front door, which is just immediately right there. What the window was like, and what sensors and security there was on that. And he showed me
he's talking about at the time
canine tracking pass that some of the canines took, which was eventually that led to the retention pond.
Is it just me, or does it sound like her panel guests are getting a little frustrated? Like this mischief just said, he's talking about at the time. Like, I don't know how they can be so. Listen to mischief.
And he showed me
he's talking about at the time
canine tracking pass that some of the canines took, which was eventually that led to the retention pond. So he took me the whole way to that, and then we really talked about what the options were from there, because the thing is, the landscape is changing there, because it's a subdevelopment. Housing development, that everything's being graded and everything. But
I saw you show us that area pretty well. What did you think about that area? I mean, for someone, to just for this young boy to just walk out like that. I mean, what were your thoughts?
Well, so before I went there, running search and rescue models and just looking at it on Google Earth, where it's really you don't get a true picture of it. I really thought the area to the north and kind of northwest, that's very wooded.
This interview was in September, though.
What you don't see on Google Earth, and even with the
reality,
even with, like topo, you see even with the contour lines and everything, is the elevation change is like really pretty drastic. So if you went to the north, not only would you have to go through other people's yards.
I hear it again.
Again,
Hang on.
and not trip any cameras, but he also didn't have to climb. So this is actually to the south, but it's the same type of thing. How it's a really steep, incline all of a sudden. And yeah, I just don't think he'd be able to do it without either getting caught on camera and also with no shoes. If he truly has no shoes, and that's really perplexing in itself. I still can't, figure that one out. I just think now the area to the east, which would be going towards the school.
Oh my word!
And an area to the south, which would be going to have. Just think now the area. Can't, figure that one out. I just think now the area to the east, which would be going towards the school.
Okay.
And an area to the south, which would be going to have.
You're PI and you can't figure out why he doesn't have shoes on.
Happy Hollow, or whatever the road's called, something Hollow Road, is a better area. And the way that he went to the retention pond was heading. I mean, literally, it's a direct.
That's not her kid, JR.
Right in between the line he was walking.
Listen, JR, I'm going to tell you something right now. We have the same mic. See this mic right here? You got to literally have your fucking mouth up to it. Like, literally. Okay? If that's her kid's breathing problems, listen, my TV's on right over here. Can you hear it? Nope. You can't. You can't. That shit, these mics only pick up what's right in fucking front of them. Okay? This isn't somebody in the background. This isn't somebody in the next room. That's not how these mics work. These mics have to be right up. Like if I go like this, how well can you hear me? You know what I'm saying? You can't hear me. And you can barely hear me, right? Like, it's not her kid. I'm telling you. That's not something in the background or, room sound or anything like that.
Literally, it's a direct. The retention pond is right in between the line he was walking and the school, and it really makes me wonder.
No, she uses StreamYard, y'all. There's automatic noise cancellation. It's automatically built in. She's a plug and play streamer, y'all. She doesn't do anything special. She's a plug and play streamer. She pays $50 a month for StreamYard. She puts the link in the chat room. The people come up, help her run the show, or whatever the fuck you call it. And that's that. That's that. It's definitely not. This is a Shure mic. They're great mics, but I'm telling you that you have to be up on them.
Wonder if, and this isn't something that I've talked to Chris and Katie about because I just kind of thought about it after, but it really makes me wonder if maybe was there like a school assignment due that he didn't have done and didn't have something for? Was he trying to get to his locker at school? Was he, was there something he was missing? I don't know if he's the kind of kid that's stressed out about assignments and stuff like that, but it sure seems like he was going the direction of the school. And is there no shoes because he was afraid about waking up and making noise, leaving the house? I don't know. The other thing I'll note too is that when I was there, I didn't notice till I was actually leaving that they had two dogs because they were kind of in a big pen area. Like the kitchen was kind of like gated up. The dogs didn't make a sound when I came in, so I don't think people talking about the dogs, not alerting or anything is anything because they didn't make a noise when I came in.
Oh, really? Okay.
No, I didn't. I had no idea they were even there. So,
with his kind of level, so it's because people have made out. Like this non-verbal child and he doesn't know or anything like that. I'm like, well, I don't know if that's necessarily the case. I mean, he looks like I would think he'd be familiar with the area, right?
Yes, the rabbit.
So is it possible that he's familiar with the area and somehow he
But
met
the rabbit probably
someone,
won't because the rabbit's pretty cool.
And he was abducted, or what are your thoughts about that?
So I don't have any evidence of the abduction theory right now, but listen, I'm an investigator. I'll go with the evidence. If any evidence shows that.
Tell me you can't handle having a YouTube channel without telling me you can't handle having a YouTube channel.
I hope that's the case. I truly do.
Exactly, Auntie M. If she was creating her own content, she wouldn't have time to snooze. You got that damn straight.
I hope somebody has him and we get him back. I just don't have anything to show that right now. Chris did say he's directionally challenged. But this is not, so I've gotten the impression, I'm not trying just to bag on Seth, but I have gotten the impression from Seth that this is a kid that needed a lot of help, we're talking, this is a kid that needed a lot of help, we're talking about
a cooter kazoo,
diapers and stuff, and so that's not what I've seen in recent videos that have come out. Some recent stuff has come out, like him at a birthday thing. They were playing like Jeopardy or something, and that's not what we saw. And then it makes me wonder, well, if that is how he was, and Seth planned on taking him and to get custody, and then he was going to be working 12-hour days and leaving Sebastian alone. How does that jive? Like, is he capable or is he not capable?
No. Would he have somebody set up there, right, to watch him while he's working?
That's from what I've heard, that wasn't going to be the case, but I could be wrong. But from what I heard, that wasn't going to be the case, and he was going to homeschool him. We hear that Sebastian loved schooling, loved his teachers. Why would you homeschool him and keep him home and he would have nothing to do all day long? So it does make me wonder if he was stressing out about the possibility of that. And I don't think that was set in stone if that transition was going to happen. I know that Dog is saying that this is a custody battle. There was no custody battle. There's no court case. There's no lawyers involved. There's no nothing. And so I don't know. I think it's just all being misportrayed. And I think it's incredibly frustrating for Chris and Katie, and because there's just so much non-truth out there.
Absolutely. Well, and I'm so happy. Shout out to Wim who said, and I think the point is, this is not every autistic person is disabled. So I think that's the piece that a lot of people are missing, that they're wanting to say, well, my son or maybe a family member is autistic, or my daughter, or whatever it may be, and therefore this is how they would do things. And I also think that we've been, as a community here, been painted this idea of who or what Sebastian was doing from one parent to the other, and it sounds very conflicting sometimes of their children's abilities or non-abilities or whatever it may be, and it leaves us very lost, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, being on a couple search and rescue teams, law enforcement teams, autistic missing children is one of our big priority, and it's something that we've really trained a lot more in now, because there's new protocols as far as, we go out and we defend the water now. We're not really looking for them immediately. We go out and we defend the water and let them.
What was that noise? Hold on. I just put it on fast speed and then something happened.
Children is one of our big priority, and it's something that we've really trained a lot more in now, because there's new protocols as far as, we go out and we defend the water now. We're not really looking for them immediately. We go out and we defend the water and let them come to us. And but this is not because they're disabled. These are autistic children and adults are super creative.
Does she say she fell?
Inquisitive. People that explore, and they like, as far as, we go out and we defend the water now. Something that we've really trained a lot more in now, because there's new protocols as far as, we go out and we defend the water now. We're not really looking for them immediately. We go out and we defend the water and let them come to us. And but this is not because they're disabled. These are, autistic children and adults are super creative, inquisitive, people that explore, and they like, they like to experience things, and they have different sensory perceptions, and so they're not doing this because they're disabled or they're in trouble or something like that. They're just, especially the children don't understand the risk, or don't have that fear that we might hope, and so couldn't without help. And I don't.
You see how he's
what
acting like he's he knows it all. He's got it all figured out.
Huh?
Sinner, you just become a member. Welcome to the green team. Thank you for joining.
How do you go in and out like that?
Whoop, whoop. Thank you. Guys, if you don't mind, please take a second and click that thumbs up. Please.
Criminal Mind, I am getting mine green.
Criminal Med, I am too. That's why I'm sorry. I'm going to skip through it. I need to show that this is what he was saying back in September compared to what he said on Laura.
Nothing that you played proved anything.
Last night. And then tonight we have him continuing to call
everyone's lost.
Seth, the worst names that he can.
Whoa.
And then ultimately it's to show all of that, but my whole live tonight is based on showing you guys.
Showing us what?
In my humble opinion,
what
the purpose for SF Investigates is, his whole purpose for this case is in general.
What?
In my humble opinion, I believe that he was hired to run interference and to tell everybody, look over here, when we should be looking in the other direction.
What is she
talking
about?
I think he absolutely is. Brittney, don't you have some emails to check?
Oh.
We don't have to listen to this clown. So, okay.
Oh.
I will. Just bear with me. Because
Don't you
I
have
know
some
a lot of you
emails
guys
to
get it, but maybe there's somebody that,
Yeah.
thinks he's this great person that will see, this man's a liar. He's completely lied.
About what? What did he completely lie about?
And we're not going to go through this whole thing. Bear with me, guys.
Well, prove
I'm
your
just gonna
point.
skip
Shut
through.
the fuck up and move on.
I had to kind of like talk to Sebastian, something about like, you can't just make things up. But because I think there's one against Seth too,
Yeah.
where, he was saying things to teachers, and teachers are mandatory reporters.
Absolutely.
And they have to report everything. So, but there's never, listen, he would have been taken from that house if there was something, substantial
Absolutely.
like that.
Well, and let me ask,
You don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know that. How do you know CP wasn't taken out of the house?
He would
I mean-
never say that.
Yeah, you
Right.
can't just be
I
so
mean-
sure about something like that. Queen. Oh, I know. I have a theory that when he's lying, that's when he stumbles on all his words. Oh, look at what Mohawk just said.
I think when his mouth is moving, he is lying. But that's just
Right?
I didn't
Mohawk
get up
says
to
he's
good, but I
hired
will
after
check
the
him
court
today.
date for the PO. In my opinion,
Timber.
the pack can't be seen following people like they were before. That's true. I think so. Mandated. Yep.
What?
I worked in because there were people in the chat who said this. I worked in CPS for 10 years, guys.
Mm.
You would be amazed how many referrals people get, and sometimes there's substantiated things and
Bollocks.
unsubstantiated things. A referral, a call to the hotline, does not necessarily mean an investigation. It could just mean like a concern. And honestly, out of everybody here in the chat, if you had your kids, CPS doesn't discriminate. They're going to investigate, or
4 years of constant crisis.
Oh
Hold
my
on, guys.
God.
Bear with
Hold
me.
on. Bear with me. I don't pay for premium.
Lord have mercy.
move those referrals out the way and tend to more pertinent
Yeah.
safety concerns of children, if that makes sense.
And I've been working with a couple CPS investigators here in California lately because of a couple cases, and we have one in particular of a 13-year-old who's, if I can't get my way, I just call CPS and believe everything when it comes, unless there's like a CPS action taken, like
She has no idea what she's
when you guys
trying
take
to
action, then
prove.
this gets substantiated. But I gotta believe there's a high percentage of false.
Absolutely.
Oh my
there
God.
is a correlation between kids that are beyond the control of parent.
Mhm.
Did
that,
you guys see
the
that?
parent,
Of constant
CPS doesn't discriminate. They're going to investigate, or
4 years of constant crisis.
Hold on, guys. Bear with me.
Do you see the? Oh, this is the fucking commercial she got. Oh, Lord have mercy. It says we have work to do.
Lord have mercy.
move those referrals out the way and tend to more pertinent
Yeah.
safety concerns of children, if that makes sense.
And I've been working with a couple CPS investigators here in California lately because of a couple cases, and we have one in particular of a 13-year-old who's, if I can't get my way, I just call CPS and believe everything when it comes, unless there's like a CPS action taken, like you're saying you're a CPS, like when you guys take action, then this gets substantiated. But I gotta believe there's a high percentage of false calls.
Absolutely. There is a correlation between kids that are beyond the control of parent.
Mhm.
That the parent, maybe it's just saying, all right.
Oh, she's stopping again. Hold on. Bear with me. Look at the cursor. Look.
All right. This makes me sick because he pretty much just insinuated that, or he said that kids, it's not uncommon for kids to call CPS when they're mad at their parents. Like Sebastian was, lying to CPS, which is absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Now, in that term, you notice he says that it's not uncommon for kids to call CPS when, they're in trouble with their parents or whatever. Last night, you said that you work on the behalf of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
What is your point? You make no sense. Her panel's quiet. They're confused.
Mhm.
She's managed to confuse everyone.
Hey, Britt.
Mm-hmm.
I love you, but I gotta go to bed so that I can
Okay,
get up
that's
in the morning
fine.
for work. And it wasn't me snoring. I'm tired.
Oh,
I've gotta,
oh, Nana. She says, I love you, but I gotta go to bed. I'm tired. That wasn't me snoring. Listen again. I'm telling you, these chicks are getting fed up.
Hey, Britt.
Mm-hmm.
I love you, but I gotta go to bed so that I can
Okay,
get up
that's
in the morning
fine.
for work. And it wasn't me
Understood.
snoring. I'm tired.
Yeah,
I've
that's
got
okay.
to, I've got to get up and get my car clean so I can get to work. I
Okay,
love
all
y'all.
right. Have a good night. And thank you for
Pray
joining
that I
us.
can make it safe.
I'm sure Nana's like, I actually work a real job and I actually have to get up for work. But that wasn't me snoring, but I am tired. Nana's like, when I'm tired, I say I go to bed. And I go to bed. Listen to that again.
I love you, but I got to go to bed so that I can
Okay,
get up
that's
in the morning
fine.
for work. And it wasn't me
Understood.
snoring. I'm tired.
Yeah,
I've
that's okay.
I've got to get up and get my car clean so I can get to work.
Nana, you are more than welcome here. I just want you to know that.
Okay,
I love y'all.
all right. Have a good night. And thank you for
Pray
joining
that I
us.
can make it safe.
Oh, absolutely. But I think your husband's right. I think you should need to just listen to what he said.
Really?
Well, hopefully they'll call me in the morning and say that they're not opening or something, but we'll see. All right. I love y'all.
All right, I love you. Be careful.
Good night.
Okay. Good night.
Good for Nana.
All right. All right. Let me see just a little more, guys, and then we're going to move on to our next thing.
We didn't even get to the first thing.
All right. Here we go.
What has happened, with Sebastian missing and whatnot. So
She did.
Thank you for bringing that up. With the whole situation with, I guess I'm so confused as to how somebody who is a reality TV star person, and it seems to me that it's interesting because I only hear about this personality when a case is national news, right? Not when it's something local, not when it's like, here comes this reality TV star. What do you make of this circus that is built upon this situation?
I don't know. It's nothing against him. I mean, but this is not a. I got a text from them. Chris and I were put in a group text, and
Oh,
then
my
Katie and I were
Lord.
in a group text with, and it was like, "This is so and so from Dog and Bounty Hunters, high risk fugitive task." I'm like, well, I can't help you with a high risk fugitive. I've never been a bounty hunter. But that's I guess that's what they're considering. Anybody that wants to search for Sebastian, I will go out and search. Stay off private property, do it legally. Great, more eyeballs better. But just because you found some bail jumpers, it does not translate over to missing autistic children. It's not. He's used to dealing with getting tips from inside the jail, criminal networks. People are getting deals because of this. To give information. It's on an island. So it's not the same. And I don't think he's there in Tennessee, anyways. I don't think he's out.
How is he searching?
I don't know. They said he had 24 investigators, is what I was told, and I was out there. I didn't see a single one.
Look at Rabbit. She's like, "Come on, give me a break." Rabbit knows.
I don't know. They said he had 24 investigators, is what I was told, and I was out there. I didn't see a single one.
Steve, it's 24 content creators on YouTube.
Yes,
I see you laughing.
Wait, what?
They're both.
Wait, what? Hold on. Who does he not think is there?
The 24 investigators.
What is she doing?
Hold on a second.
What are you doing?
Wait 1 minute. I don't know how the hell I. How, bruh.
They were asking, and I did start talking to Chris several months ago. So I've been talking to him for a while, and because there was a group that was interested in possibly retaining me on their behalf. I didn't want to do that because Chloe was.
Oh, did you hear that?
Case at the time, and
Hold on, Chloe?
And I did start talking to Chris.
Oh my God, she's so stupid, dude. She is so stupid. What? You hear that, Chloe? Dude, she knows nothing about this case. Nothing, and it's really, really starting to show.
Several months ago.
She's in the back.
I didn't want to do that.
Daisy, she did go back to the first 5 minutes. What the fuck?
Because Chloe was still an investigator on the case at the time. Was interested in possibly retaining me on their behalf.
Oh my God.
I didn't want to do that because Chloe was still an investigator on the case at the time, and
y'all.
Chloe was on the. Yeah.
Why would that? If Chloe and Heather had no connection to SF Investigates.
Oh my God.
Why would that?
He said that they worked together already.
Right.
Cases.
But Chloe and Heather.
Oh my God. Mischief's like, he said they worked together already on other cases. It's getting bad.
Together already on other cases.
But Chloe and Heather were working for Seth.
Yeah, we know.
Right.
So that's why he did not want to go over there.
Right.
So I think Chloe was also working, and Heather, for KP and CP too.
Yes.
I think they were. That's probably why they did it pro bono for Seth.
Oh my
if
God.
you think about it.
Right.
They were being paid by the other team.
The issue being though is they were working for Seth. They had information with Seth that they took to SF.
Yes, ma'am.
No doubt. No doubt.
Ma'am. Oh, you know they did. And he just said that they were already talking with them, dealing with the Proud Feet.
Yep.
The more he talks, the more he slips up.
Yes.
The more he talks. I mean,
Yeah, that's why I wanted to
he
play
doesn't.
this.
I just say, keep talking. Karma's coming, buddy. Karma's coming.
Oh, this
keep
is
talking, please, SF. Please keep talking. I'm begging you.
I am too, Bear. A lot of people don't know this. A lot of people don't know this. Maybe you do. A lot of people don't. There's not a lot of confirmation.
Well, we got it now. I heard, but now I've got it from the horse's mouth.
Right.
Okay.
Unfreaking believable, man. Y'all, if y'all don't see it, it's as plain as day. It's right in front of our eyes.
This is like ChatGPT for your meetings.
There has been
Watch
a
this.
controlled
ChatGPT.
I can ask Otter AI.
There has been
She
a
gets a
controlled
She gets a ChatGPT commercial.
opposition since the beginning, even with people that were supporting Seth.
Huh?
I mean, no offense, Seth, but I'm telling you, in my humble opinion, there's been people infiltrating and pretending to be your friend who was, working with the other side. I believe that wholeheartedly. I'm not saying people now.
No, not now, but you did have a lot of foul
Yes.
people around you early that didn't have your best interest at heart. That's for sure.
What?
Exactly. Yes,
Okay.
Heather was retained. Yes,
yeah,
Heather
Tony
was
is
being paid.
top notch. Salt of the earth.
Chloe was
Peen,
not.
Slip Tony.
But aren't they partners?
Yes.
I have no idea what she's trying to say. I have no fucking idea. I was hoping y'all
And
could decipher it for me.
Chloe and SF are partners.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable. I'm just
Really?
hold on, I'm gonna skip.
That's all you have to say is
I can find out
unbelievable?
everything about dog. I find out everything. So
Yeah.
best thing,
He
best
finds
thing that
out
could happen in this
everything, right?
case, if we want to
He
find out
finds out
if they're legit or not, is them assume.
He finds out everything, but he can't find out that the boy
What?
hiding under the neighbor's car is not Sebastian, and
Yep.
it's been debunked, and we've known this for months.
Huh? How has the kid under the car been debunked, you stupid bitch? Tell me who debunked it, Brittney. I've had it. I have had it. How was it debunked? Oh my God, I cannot.
And under the neighbor's car is not Sebastian, and
Yep.
it's been debunked, and we've known this for months. He's
No.
just finding out about the boy hiding.
What you're just finding out is the whole situation with SF and the PIs and the relationships and the non-relationships. You're stupid. You are so dumb. Oh my God, Steven. I'm about to explode.
Under the neighbor's car.
Conflict of interest, though. He
Big
should not.
time.
Oh my.
Steven?
They got plants, spies, moles, however you want to say it. Oh. What about Sebastian? Honestly.
Mimi, for sure.
Sandwich. I think SF is the ultimate tragedy pimp. That's
I
what
think so.
because he can't be a mole. He's a tragedy. He is the ultimate tragedy pimp.
I agree with
Okay.
that one.
I think he's an opportunist.
Yep.
Absolutely. In my humble opinion. Hey, C-Star.
Wow.
So too.
You know what?
Hey guys, if y'all don't
The only one that's an opportunist right now is you. The person that has zero skills, zero comprehension, can't read one sentence correctly, can't stay awake, pops herself out of her chair and back up. Wow.
Mike, can you do me a favor and click the thumbs up?
No, we
It's
can't.
greatly appreciated, and it means so much to me.
I have
Shut
to say
the
that as
fuck
well,
up.
in my opinion.
Yeah, allegedly, in my opinion.
Yes, you woke up to pure stupidity.
Hey, Debbie says, what? Kathy J. Sally. Good to see you. The analyst, nice to see you. Anybody that's that I haven't said hey to that's come in.
Oh my
Hello,
God.
welcome. Hi, Sam. What's going on, me? Good to see you.
Who cares? No one cares what Dolly thinks.
All right, here we go. Sorry,
Seriously.
guys. I know it's difficult.
Seriously, no one takes Dolly seriously or even cares what Dolly thinks. Dolly is a tragedy pimp. If there's a tragedy pimp definition, you open up the dictionary and there's a picture of Dolly's stupid face. Period.
But, I mean, showing who he is, definitely. Remind you, this interview was back in September. It was September the 16th.
Oh my God, she's still on it.
2024.
Who cares?
Okay, I'm going to get a cup of hot tea. I'll be right back.
Oh, Mischief can't take it
So
anymore.
I'm praying that they're not lying for once, and that comes through today. I told them I would accept service by email to make it easy for them, and the attorney did contact me, and I gave him my email, so I'm just sitting here waiting for it.
Man, you just sound like you're willing to be very helpful towards this.
Oh, I want to help. I do.
Team,
Yes.
this crime-fighting team. Shout out to you.
Jeez.
But you know, and honestly, with all of this though, let me stop.
Cheech the Peach. Don't you think that Nana thinks that too? Here's Nana having to get up in the cold, brush off her car from the snow, hoping her car starts. And she's sitting on a panel, running a panel while Brittney sleeps. I would have to say that Nana, if she knew how much Brittney made, she would think, what the fuck am I doing? What am I doing?
A lot of this is just taking attention to what actually matters, right? Resources. We've had people jailed up for this, and it's just like, y'all realize that you guys have caused more trouble for this situation.
Listen, it's because it's like Sebastian's not. He's the means to all this other chaos. It really needs, and I do think it's going to change. There's a big problem in that Tennessee area he's in. It gets that woods area gets so dense, and it's not just the density of it. It's these like thorn, pricker, like bush type thing. So you can't send the canines back there because they're going to just cut themselves up. You got eye, if they're not used to running with goggles, which most aren't, that you got their eyes exposed. So handlers don't want their canines back there. It's going back there as a person. I mean, it's so thick. Now, with that said, I also don't think Sebastian made it that far back, but the leaves weren't like they were, so he could make it further back, and then it grows in around him if unfortunately he didn't make it out, There's these, I posted this picture yesterday, there's these drain pipes. Now, I know search and rescues probably check most of them, but like, we know cats are Sebastian's favorite animal, and the first one I was checking the other day, these cats came out. I posted a picture of it. It scared the hell out of me. Like, it's blurry, but these cats. So I don't know. Did he follow some cats in there? Was there kittens? Maybe he was trying to help.
Come
there's so
on.
many different things that could happen. There's septic tanks. Like,
Is there any animals in the area? I mean, you said cats, but I'm thinking like mountain lions or something like that.
That's a good question. So I put out
Oh, come
some
on.
bones
Don't even do that,
and I
SF.
said, can they verify these are deer bones? I didn't put any.
Is around the same age her son, because she's.
I never realized how much ads slow down Chrome.
This is
until I
awful.
got high. It's a free Chrome
No,
extension
it
that
is
blocks
awful.
ads
You're
on
right.
all your favorite streaming services. I didn't even realize
Oh,
how
look
much of
at-
my screen was being robbed by ads. Like all of these.
She gets an ad blocker thing next. Ad blocker.
The coolest.
Unbelievable.
You are
Hold on a second.
unbelievable.
Not out there searching, because I'm telling you, when I've spoken about this case, that is the comment that I get. Katie doesn't care about her son, or so and so. What are your thoughts about those kinds of comments?
So, first of all,
YouTube payday
not
was
everybody
yesterday, by the way.
Knows how to act in front of the camera.
Yeah.
I hate being in front of cameras. I couldn't imagine also having a kid gone and people accusing you, and then having the camera pointing at you, and half the people watching it are thinking that you did something to your kid. It's got to be nerve-wracking because you just every little thing you do is being judged. But what I can tell you is that in my conversations with them and meeting with them, where there's not that outside signal, they just want Sebastian found, and they will help in any way they can, as long as it's people with good intentions that
You guys want to see this? Hold on.
exploit them.
I got a nice little break. My daughter crochets. She is a crocheting fool. She made me this beautiful crocheted blanket. See this? It's got the cream color. Then it's got black. And then it's got gray. And it's like chenille yarn. It's so soft and cozy and warm. I just wanted to show off that my blankie. Isn't it beautiful? It's huge too. Like, look how big it is. She really did one up for me. She really did one up for me. Isn't it beautiful? I freaking love it. I keep it in here because I don't want to get dog hair on it. So it's always behind my chair, but I'm going to cover up because it's cold. It's so cold here in Florida.
Or him. That's all they want. And I'll tell you, like, I got when I was heading to the airport the other day, I got a call
Thanks,
from Katie,
Kathy.
and
Thank you, Amy.
she was calling
Thanks,
to thank
guys.
me. She's like, thank you so much for what you're doing. And, you know, it's like stuff like that people don't know about. You know, they think she's like, oh, okay, well, yeah, what, you know, don't trespass. They're like, come into our house, go look wherever you want. Do, you know, ask whatever you want, look at whatever you want. And she just told me, just, you know, she's back at work and she was working. She was like driving to a job. She's like, I just really want to call and thank you for what you're doing and you know, for helping Sebastian and helping us. And so these are people that you care. They're following orders from law enforcement to stay quiet and you know, and they're getting punished because of it. And there's another side that's taking advantage of that because they know that, and that's why that side's not getting information from law enforcement that they want.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Absolutely. And it's interesting you're saying they're following orders with law enforcement, meaning that they're working with law enforcement, not against law enforcement. And so I would be doing the same if.
Okay, hold on. I got to address this. Marshall Dove. SF was all red flags and Kylie Rodney too and was called out for it, but he keeps showing up. What was red flags? He was hired by her family. Why is that a red flag? And he still is close with her family. So what gives you a red flag? I don't get that. I don't get it. Thank you guys so much. She's really talented. Yeah, it was 32 this morning. You do, Sin? She crochets all kinds of stuff. She makes beanies and all kinds of cool stuff. Pillow covers. Yeah. Woo! -5 in Michigan, D. Frank? Heck no.
Means that I'm working with
Chris,
experts.
I had a question that was kind of like a question from law enforcement. Chris text.
Wait,
he has direct access to
what did he
some of
just
their
say?
NTI by text, and he got an answer.
Hold on a minute.
Because
Did
he's
he
doing
just say what I think he
been
said?
told to do, and so they will.
Hold
They're
on.
not giving him information.
He said, I got a question from law enforcement.
He did.
Well, we know that's a lie because he admitted last night that he hasn't spoken to law enforcement. Oh, let's hear the whoppers. Hold
The
on.
Whoppers?
There you go. Let's hear how he pretends like law enforcement
Whoppers?
You know,
Aw,
briefs him on the
Marcy,
case.
happy birthday to your daughter.
He has direct access to some of their NTBI. Yeah.
Means
Listen to him
Chris-
talk about Sumner and
so
TBI.
Orders with law enforcement, meaning that they're working with law enforcement, not against law enforcement. And so I would be doing the same if it means that I'm working with
Chris,
experts.
I had a question that was kind of like a question from law enforcement. Chris text. He has direct access to some of their NTBI by text, and he got an answer instantly because he's doing what they.
Can she not hear from law enforcement? Brat, you're killing me.
To do, and so they will.
Daisy
They're not
Duke.
giving him information that actually can. They're not giving him everything. You know, they keep some stuff back, but stuff that's not going to jeopardize the investigation, he can ask them and he gets answers. And I don't think that that's the same with Seth. I don't know that. It's not like law enforcement said to me that we're not giving him information. But I can tell because that's saying he's not getting information, and there's a reason why. Because he's making a mockery of the process. He's not doing what they ask. He's making the investigation far more difficult for them than it needs to be. It's already super difficult. He's piling on, you know, and he's been doing this since the start, you know. And,
Yeah. Why do you think that is though? Because I know like people have, and I mean, this is maybe speculation. Like I don't want to speak, but it seems like the divide is, and I called this out last time when I was live talking about, you know, your footage, you know, there are these armies or warriors of people that say they are Sebastian's army.
Yeah.
And in my mind, I have to question like, well, weren't you the same ones that were Summer Wells armies? Weren't you the same ones that were the other missing child's armies? And where are you guys at? And where's the updates? You know, so it makes me wonder like, what is the end game here if it's not monetary?
I think I do think it's monetary. I think with Seth, and I told Chris and Katie this directly, what my thoughts were, and I do not believe that Seth has ever gotten over Katie. I think he's obsessed with Katie. I think he's.
Oh, he's the one that said all that crap. Come on.
He talks about Katie.
What?
He starts choking up, and he talks about.
Oh, I'm gonna throw my phone.
Really, reality?
I cannot believe this. He said it. And then her stating about Sebastian's army like she had.
What? What are they
monetary
mad about?
reasons. Monetary about money.
And how much was his sign-on bonus?
Yeah.
Yeah, miss me with that money thing, dude.
Yeah, wrong words, fella. You're right. And it is about the money, SF. 15 grand is a lot of money, sir.
Who do you think you are? This guy is a professional, has a business, dumb bitch. Oh.
people
I'm
use
blown
their
away
homes
right now.
for less than that.
You're so stupid.
I'm so blown away with the
I'm so
some of the
blown
truth that's coming out.
away that he's
Wow.
doing the job he says he
Because
does.
I haven't seen this entire interview. Like, I only saw a part of it.
You're
Enough
so
to know
dumb.
that it was okay to, you know what I mean? Like,
Enough to know it was okay to what?
Yeah, not forget the two
Wow.
during the day. Yeah, let's not forget that.
wow, 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 wow.
You have to do exclamation point 8-ball.
I heard this stuff, but I wasn't sure where it was coming from. And now it's coming out of his own mouth. He's saying it.
Yes. Oh, you're welcome, Retha. She said, thanks, Brittney, for showing this icky.
Wait, what?
Mohawk.
Wait. Oh, look how she didn't say girl. Look at Retha Bell. Thanks, Brittney, for showing this icky girl. Are you fucking kidding me? They play this icky girl's video and while this fucking bitch snores. And then she's going to pin this?
And now it's coming out of his own mouth. He's saying it.
Yes. Oh, you're welcome, Retha. She said, thanks, Brittney, for showing this icky. Mohawk. Yes.
You're a piece of shit, Brittney. No wonder no one likes you on this platform. You're a piece of shit. We love Rabbit. Let's get some rabbits in chat for Rabbit. Fill up that chat with Rabbit. Because we love her. She's smart. She's funny. She's pretty. We like her. She stays awake. She brings us some,
All
true
right.
research.
A little bit more and then we'll move on. Damn it.
I love it.
Hang on a second, guys. It is
She's
so
not
cold.
icky.
No, they're implementing.
To be honest with you, and I
Cold.
No, they're implementing.
Oh, wait. The first work platform you'll love to use. Does the green team have her using a little check-in? Because why is she getting an ad for a new work platform like CRM? You know what I mean? Does she have to check in on something? Yeah, let's share the fuck out of rabbit holes.
Damn it.
Look.
Hang on a second, guys. It is so cold.
No, they're implementing.
and,
They're implementing another packet. Ah! I can't keep up. Help me.
I think he's got some weird thoughts about it, and I don't blame Chris for being protective of Katie and watching over her in this situation because there's some unhinged people involved in this case right now.
I hope she
And
never
I think
gets
it's scary for
premium.
them,
Yeah, I feel a level of sympathy for Seth because of the circumstances that he's in, but that's the only reason. Outside of that, outside of what I've seen that he's doing is not great, and it.
You don't have any
I feel
sympathy
for
for
him too,
him?
but his actions are just like I don't understand. It's not.
I fucking love Rabbit. Shit.
The circumstances that he's in, but that's the.
I think it's scary for them.
Yeah, I feel a level of sympathy for Seth because of the circumstances that he's in.
See?
But that's the only.
And then she says, you don't have any sympathy for Seth? She says, I have a level of sympathy for Seth because of the situation he's in. And listen to dumb Brittney. Listen to dumb Brittney after she gets her fucking workforce thing.
Damn it.
Yep.
Hang on a second, guys. It is so cold.
No, they're implementing.
And, I think he's got some weird thoughts about it, and I don't blame Chris for being protective of Katie and watching over her in this situation because there's some unhinged people involved in this case right now, and I think it's scary for them.
Yeah, I feel a level of sympathy for Seth because of the circumstances that he's in, but that's the only reason. Outside of that, outside of what I've seen that he's doing is not great, and it concerns.
You don't have any
I feel
sympathy for
him
him?
too, but his
Not what
actions
she
are just like
said.
I don't understand. It's not a person that
Wow.
seems that the main focus is missing.
See, this bitch can't even listen to something and get it right. This is a problem. She can't even listen to a video and get it right. This is the type of person that's spreading misinformation because she's too, I don't know what, to comprehend.
Son anymore. It's the
Wow.
situation, and it's like what him and Tony can build out of this, or
And it seems like
it's
not really-
it's very like it's scripted, like it's something that they want to pitch as a script.
I beg your pardon.
Now I'm feeling we're going to start hearing things about.
I beg your
Like, it's
pardon.
been pitched as a movie or documentary or TV type things. I've heard rumblings of that, and so it's I don't know. It all seems too calculated to me. Everything is, you know, you look at everything. Like you started with United Cajun Navy, and then Tony, and then Nina, and then T-Rev, and then I mean it's just one thing after another, you know. And
True
now
that.
Dog, and then Nick, and now the whatever squeaky voice guy, you know, just like
The
just
squeaky
so,
voice guy? Who's
well, the Asian guy now that's talking for Nick, because Nick has a piece of tape over his mouth, you know, and like lawyers, like cease and desist letters. I mean, when have you ever heard of all of this in cases? You know, I mean,
the
cease and
drama is
desist.
too much.
I mean, a cease and desist went out as late as yesterday to somebody.
What are you?
They're still hanging out. They're still passing out these things.
Look at her face.
I think that's it's doing nothing.
Exactly.
Building a wedge between them and law enforcement, and it's making law
A
enforcement
wedge?
harder. And it's creating two sides. But
Wow.
it just needs to be everybody looking for
Wow.
Sebastian.
What can we do as creators if we're talking about this case? Like, what can we do different or better at in terms of this case specifically? Because there's a lot of cases that you can say that about. But I don't want to keep reporting on Sebastian Rogers if we don't have any updates, right? Of course, every once in a while to just bring awareness to it again. But
I think that's smart. I was talking to a reporter there from one of the big, you know, networks, major networks, and they're just not covering it anymore unless there's substantial
Like an
news.
update.
You know, yeah, it's just not worth it. Like, you know, I know that Bullhorn Petty, because that's several reporters call me about this. That Bullhorn Petty was been setting out.
Talking about a missing boy.
Shut the fuck up.
You know, like when she was going to be doing her protest at Summer County Sheriff, like trying to get cameras there and stuff. And you know, it just that's not about Sebastian. You know, it's just not. It's about her getting more
Attention.
airtime. Yeah, and so I get why creators want to cover it. I mean, I get it. It does, like, I don't know. I just I don't know what I'm not gonna tell people what to do, to be honest with you. I hope that the searchers that are involved are genuine and respect the local laws and search and rescue protocols and stuff, and don't go on private property or get permission to go on private property, and you know, and search for him and do it safely. Make sure you know you're teamed up, and I hope that other people, let investigators do their job, whether they be state, you know, law enforcement investigators or their private investigators. Let them do their job. Don't
She's
you
sleeping
know,
again?
like you got things like coming out saying you're going to drug people. That's really worrisome, because that becomes exclusionary, you know, evidence, and it can ruin a whole case, you know. And they're just threatening that. And they were serious about that, by the way. You know, that wasn't a joke, and that's scary. You know, even if they were found a doctor that was willing to administer it, that's scary. Not to mention, there's a Supreme Court ruling from like 1950 that you
Robin,
can't use truth serums, you know. So
reality
right
wins.
too. And I mean, I don't understand the controlled environment, and I mean, whoever said that, I honestly, I
they're taking a Cedar Sinai, like, okay, Cedar Sinai is not going. They don't have.
So they're going to give you a roof for you.
The truth serum wing. Yeah, your doctors are waiting for you down at the truth serum. It's ridiculous. You know,
wake up, people. Y'all are being used. Like, wake up. If you truly care about what is going on, it's one thing. Continue to bring awareness. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. Go over the details that have been listed by law
Please do.
enforcement.
Like, there needs to be a reset, you know, with Smash. Like, let's start. That's what when I was out there, I was like, okay, let's just start at the house, at the path that Max, that canine, you know, tracked. And he wasn't the only canine, by the way, that tracked. And there was also a couple other lines that different canines tracked, and we explored those. But like, let's just start at the beginning. Let's reset. Go back to the very basic.
Dude, why is reality wins like yelling in the background? You can't even hear what she's saying.
You know, and that's what, with the time that I have available to get to it, and I do plan on going back to it in the next couple of weeks. But
someone help reality.
The time that I have, I'm just gonna get back to the very basic, and they can go off and you know, everybody can do the thing. But I think there needs to be a reset, and everybody needs to be respectful of everybody, and only be out there to find Sebastian and lay off the parents, Seth, and Katie and Chris. You know, all of this. Just stop. And
the fact that they're not talking to content creators does not mean that they're not cooperating with law enforcement, which is important. Like, guys, like, I don't get, like, I don't need to be talking to somebody that calls himself Dog the Bounty Hunter or Nick the Hat or a lady with whatever. That's the entitlement, and these people are sketchy as AF. Go search. I mean, their information is out there. I don't have to put that out there.
Just see if I can find it. There is actually, I saw there was 4 caves. You can, like, people can share some maps.
I didn't think of that.
Search and rescue group. Let me find it here. I think that the ones that person's talking about are these really well-defined cave areas. And there was one I heard that was like, it wasn't stable enough for searchers to go into. But let me just see here on the shared data. So I saw something on shared data where these where these cave locations were. I think that's it here. And they look like they're out to the
she's gonna wake up in a minute.
West.
There's an ad coming soon. FYI.
Yeah, so there's these.
There's another ad coming.
I see one. There's one in like Beeman Park. It looks like.
What world? So they said it sounds like it was close to the house. Yes, that one. The officer says it was collapsed.
This does not prove her point at all. At all. Like, what they're talking about right now has nothing to do with when he started talking to Chris, when he got, you know, signed a contract and officially was retained with money.
On the distance.
These people treat this.
Find safe.
Looking to get stronger? Join Planet Fitness today.
This is transformative, though, Lippy. Planet Fitness. Okay.
Y'all see? Do you get the point? Like we've skipped through it the whole time.
We do.
The man's acted like he is a freaking. Know what I mean? Like he has the answers. He's all in it with
It didn't prove shit.
law enforcement. He's working with both of them, right?
Yeah.
He knows it all.
Cocaine.
Not even halfway.
It's cocaine.
Not even halfway. When his feet gets held to the fire.
Yep.
And they ask him real questions. He comes out and what did he tell us?
Huh?
Oh, well, law enforcement's done. Now, I'm at a good part. I got this pulled up from last night. I want to also highlight. Oh, go ahead. What is it?
Turn the emojis off, please. I guess they're driving some people
You're
crazy.
gonna have to give me a minute. And I'll get it. Bear with me, guys. Listen,
Reality said you're gonna have to turn reaction emojis off because they were driving people crazy because they were laughing faces. Oh my God. She's like, oh, you're gonna have to give me a minute.
Driving some people crazy.
Listen.
highlight. Oh, go ahead. What is it?
Turn the emojis off, please. I guess they're driving some people
You're
crazy.
gonna have to give me a minute and I'll get it. Bear with me, guys. Listen, I've been getting some emails from some people. Just some friendly criticism from subscribers, and they're getting frustrated with me. Going and checking my emails and my phone and stuff like
Falling
that.
asleep.
When
That
I'm
kind of stuff.
live. So just bear with me. I will get to it. The emojis in just a second. But I'm just trying to figure out how to juggle my time. They're actually just complaining to me about dead air and stuff like that. So I'm trying to do better.
Juggle your time.
Oh damn!
Juggle your time. Take a nap before you go live. Be rested before you go live. Emails is code for wake up. In the words of Grady Judd, Polk County Sheriff.
Wake up.
OMG. Juggle my time in a live stream? What? What? What does that even mean? Listen. Friendly criticism. She says they're frustrated with her, but it's friendly criticism. Frustration and friendly criticism don't go in the same sentence.
Bear with me, guys. Listen, I've been getting some emails from some people. Just some friendly criticism from subscribers, and they're getting frustrated with me. Going and checking my emails and my phone and stuff like that when I'm live. So just bear with me. I will get to it. The emojis in just a second. But I'm just trying to figure out how to juggle my time. They're actually just complaining to me about dead air and stuff like that. So I'm trying to do better. Oh damn.
Do you think that was... Oh, my cat wants to come in. Hold on. Hold on, guys. She's at my window. My baby's cold. She's letting me know. Hold on. Do you think it was Tony that said you better get your shit together or you're going to be off the green team? Was it somebody telling her to check her email?
I'm just trying to figure out how to juggle my time.
Hold
They're
on.
actually just complaining to me about dead air and stuff
be
like
right
that.
back.
So I'm trying to do better. Oh damn! I didn't want this to be playing because this part, this is an important part. I had it highlighted for tonight. Let's hear him talk about the other car and. Well, not really the other car, but what he believes is what we call the 3 a.m. lights. What he believes they are.
Hold on. Oh, she ran away.
And then we did see the new one that the mob crew put out.
The mob crew.
It's a very good one. You can clearly see where the lights are.
The monster's under our bed.
So,
Mm-mm-mm. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
right. So go search Mr. Investigator. That's what I said. All right. Now listen to what he said last night about the 4 a.m. lights, guys. Or I'm sorry, the 3 a.m. lights.
Faded. We've enhanced the cover. It's a little bit more visible, but because there's actually another person that we
She said the 4 a.m. lights, and she's like, "Oh, I mean the 3 a.m. lights." I gotta speed her up. We're almost done.
Walking a dog, and so they're kind of like, kind of have her focus on there, but it looks like they're not with this person because we talked to the other person. So, right.
So I guess, the next question there would be the vehicles. There was obviously this thing about 2 flashlights outside. There was a garbage truck. There was the fact that the camera had the wrong timestamp on it. Like all of these different issues with some of these cameras that showed vehicles. There was, I guess, an Uber that came through the neighborhood. There was a red car that people are like, well, why won't you release what you know about these individuals? I see where you're coming from with, well, I don't want to dox people, I think. But at the same time, did any of these vehicles that you saw, did any of them stop by the Proudfoot house? Did any of them linger in the neighborhood? Like, was there any suspicious?
No, we didn't get any snow.
No, they didn't. So, the Uber.
Listen to
the
this.
only reason that I showed the Uber clearly, well, there's a couple reasons to show that. One, it's been known about the Uber was there for a long time, and I think even the
Listen to
gentleman
this.
who got the Uber to go to the airport had put it on Facebook in the first day or two that he's like, oh, I had an Uber come at 3:30 in the morning. So it hadn't been known. So I was a neighbor.
Grammarly's top 3 tips on starting an essay.
Let's say you're struggling to put pen to paper on an upcoming essay. You might.
Grammarly. Add that to the list of commercials. Grammarly.
Have an outline already and know what you want to write, but are struggling to find the right words to get it going. Don't worry. Tip number 1, pick the right tone. Read your essay. Want to write, but are struggling to find the right words to get it going.
I'm fucking dead. I'm done. I'm done. I'm dead. I'm done. I'm fucking done. I can't do it no more. I cannot do it anymore. Look at the screen. I'm fucking done. Dude. I read the screen. I can't.
Don't worry. Tip number 1, pick the right tone. Read your essay's first paragraph aloud and listen to your writing's tone. Tip number 2, when you're
stuck.
Right tone. Read your essay's first paragraph aloud and listen to your writing's tone. Tip.
I can't do it. I can't do it. Read it now when you're stuck. Work backwards. She did. Holy shit. That's why she rewound back to the beginning of Rabbit's video. Because when you're stuck, work backwards. Fucking A. Whew.
Number 2.
Fuck me.
Not a neighborhood. It's a neighborhood.
Sorry.
It's somebody on Kellen. So I was afraid to put that out. However, the other vehicle, which I can listen, I know nobody wants to take over, but I can promise you.
She says, listen. She says, listen closely. Holy shit. How are you so unaware of yourself?
Which I can listen, I know nobody wants to take over,
Listen
but I
closely.
can promise you.
Listen
the
to
car is
this.
not foreign to the neighborhood. It's known, and they are not. That's not. That person. I know people would try to find out who that is and whatnot. And this person, quite honestly, this person probably has no idea that people are trying to figure out what car that is and stuff. It has nothing to do with anything. Unfortunately, we want to find the clue. So it's important to us as well when when none of these things are connecting.
So you say that this vehicle is not foreign to the neighborhood. Are you then saying that the vehicle is commonly in the neighborhood but is not owned by someone in the neighborhood?
That'd be fair to say.
Okay,
Yeah.
is this?
It's,
Do you know who the owner? Do you know who the owner of the vehicle is?
Yes.
Okay. You were saying something. I don't know.
Typically, there's there's.
I'm waiting for the
daily,
next commercial.
like
Will we
people
get
come to
another
work
one?
and stuff like that, or Amazon deliveries, or whatever it may be. But you have this you have the same type of person for the
We
neighborhood.
do.
It's a known person, but not necessarily a resident.
So is this somebody with any?
I'm skipping to the next commercial.
That's more time frame,
So I guess. Well, then doesn't.
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
Well. In the world.
This one isn't as funny, but it kind of is.
It was a trash truck.
Listen to that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, because I explained. I thought this is how we started talking. So no. So the thing is that when we were doing those recreation tests, we already done the analysis of the lights and stuff based on that video. That's basically just measuring every pixel and seeing, even though the person's recording with a shaky hand, even if they're doing that, if there's like two mounted lights, like say on taillights, they're going to stay same distance from each other no matter what's going on. So we start, and that goes for whether it be vertical or horizontal. What we found was that those were not. Those were so those were two separate light sources.
So those are not one vehicle.
No, they're not. And so, and also the color temperature and the AI being able to actually determine a shape based on what pixels were being used or not, it didn't match up with taillights. So what AI was telling us is that one of them was anchored, and the other was moving and was very likely a flashlight, which gave us a lot of hope that maybe that was Sebastian. And then it was just kind of like unlock as we're doing this test, the cameras are rolling and a light starts moving across the monitor, and it's a guy taking his trash down, and
no, it wasn't. No,
I told you.
No,
I know.
No.
Oh, Jesus,
it's infuriating.
Yeah, you're not taking no trash can in the common area like that. We just seen the new video of the dude doing the daylight from the nighttime, and you can clearly see it all. No way. There's not no trash. No guy taking out the trash. Wrong answer. And you're talking in circles. You're giving me a headache even more.
Stop it, reality. Y'all, you can't make this up. This is the worst one by far.
And you can clearly see it all. No way. There's not no trash. No guy taking out the trash. Wrong answer. And you're talking in circles. You're giving me a headache even more.
First, we talk about the trash truck. Then we're talking about the lights. And then we're talking about the trash truck. And I mean, Laura Lodge can't even keep
I
up
feel
with
like
them.
I
He's
smoked
like,
a
wait,
joint.
what?
I
I'm
didn't smoke a
confused.
joint.
Yeah, where's the boyfriend? Remember when he talked about the boyfriend?
Yeah, and then kids out there playing flashlight tag, and
Yeah,
he
and
throws everything at this.
Oh.
In this.
Where's their host?
My point being, it was not anybody taking the trash out at that time. He's trying to cause a diversion.
No, he's not.
We've seen it from the new updated, from the Pinocchio Poncho or whatever his name is. Sorry, I don't mean to mispronounce his name, but we've seen that. And it clearly shows.
From who?
Those were
the fuck are you talking about?
From the new updated, from the Pinocchio Poncho or whatever.
Pinocchio Poncho? Who's that? Teresa. Welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and close your legs. And please, try to stay awake.
His name is, sorry, I don't mean to mispronounce his name, but we've seen that. And it clearly shows. Those were flashlights. People were walking. There's people by the car.
Who's Poncho?
I'm just getting frustrated. I believe a lot of us are getting very frustrated.
We are. Yeah, we are. Mostly our BJ subs, though. Thank you, Sassy, for the laughs. Thank you, girl.
Yeah, yeah. He's delusional.
Delusional.
He's a king of word salad without salad dressing.
Oh my God. These people, they're fucking so stupid. Woo!
Another thing, how come he didn't ask the question about the green hoodie when he clearly stated the green hoodie was an old man? That's something Aiden should have asked him about.
Why don't you do the next interview, Reality? Thank you, Emily. Maybe Reality was talking in her sleep. Maybe.
Yeah, playing flashlight tag at 3 o'clock in the morning on a school night, no less. Come on now. And Cassie emailed you the photo of. Yeah, playing flashlight tag at 3 o'clock in the morning on a school night, no less. Come on now.
But it's okay for Brittney's kids to be playing video games at 3 o'clock in the morning on a school night? Asking for a friend. Reality wins. Get a dose of reality. Reality wins.
And Cassie emailed you the photo of the people by the car.
Pinocchio Poncho.
Great.
What the fuck? You guys crack me up. Pinocchio.
1 second. I'm sorry. I'm gonna turn this music off because the part that's about to we're
I
gonna
can
play
only
in a second.
What?
I can only hold my tongue so long with this dude. Sorry.
It's okay.
And I don't like to say bad words, but my tongue's about ready to go off.
Well, but can you guys tell me? Do you not see tell me in chat and on panel? Do you not see a stark contrast between the interview we just watched and the one
we
from
don't.
last night?
No, we don't.
Can you not tell the difference? Is a big difference.
No.
Whereas this interview, he's kind of like being a little more honest that he doesn't, It's just
Pinocchio
oh my goodness, I can't
Pinochle?
even.
I think he was afraid.
Is that
He's basically.
I don't know who that is.
It's like night and day. In the other one, he was all braggadocious, like he was, just wasn't his. I don't know. It makes me angry.
Yes.
Pinocchio.
Hey KJ Matt. I can't even explain it. I don't even have words. The lies. So then I have to ask, if this man is lying so much within this investigation.
I'm dead.
And he can't even cover it up either. So he better not come back and start trying to come out on any of us, because you know what? We have the proof.
Jesus Christ, lady.
We heard what you said. We heard what came out of your mouth. Your mouth.
You need a Xanax, chick. Listen to her start screaming.
And he can't even cover it up either. So he better not come back and start trying to come out on any of us, because you know what? We have the proof.
The proof?
We heard what you said. We heard what came out of your mouth. Your mouth, Mr. SF.
Exactly. I don't understand it.
Oh, dude. Calm your tits.
I mean, daggone.
Ladylike is reality. That's the reason why I'm muted.
Josh. Oh my gosh, Josh. You're something else.
What did Josh say?
Blue gumballs.
He looks like a boiled hot dog.
Oh my.
What?
Oh.
He looks like a boiled.
He looks like a boiled hot dog. This is their mentality. Blue gumballs. He looks like a boiled hot dog. Josh, grow up.
Boiled hot dog.
Oh my. Oh.
I've never heard that.
Oh, don't forget that y'all are not too easy on the camera, okay? You guys are not easy on your cameras.
Oh my.
Boiled. He looks like a boiled hot dog.
Oh.
I was thinking one of those, what do they call it? A crawfish? Crawdad? You know those little red, those little tiny ones? Yeah, because he's all red.
No, Josh thinks about peens all the time. That's what Josh thinks about. That's why he jokes about corn dogs. He's a sick, perverted motherfucker, in my opinion.
Y'all ain't right.
Oh, Jesus, sorry.
He's like a boiled hot dog.
It's just not even that funny, even if it was funny.
I can't. Let's keep going.
And he said that morning that he had forgotten to take his trash out, and he had heard the trash trucks and with a flashlight took his garbage can, wheeled it down to the curb, and so that we believe, can't say for certain, we believe that's much more likely. That's probably what that light is. But I definitely do not. I know that's not. They'll never say that was a trash truck for sure.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah, I think that clears a lot up about that. So I think where I'd like to go next with this, I think that covers most of the questions I had about that evening that aren't related to the things the Proudfoots have said and Seth Rogers. So one thing that I've heard a lot of, and I want to get your take on it, is I've heard a lot of people say, and some people have cited you as the source for this, that there are 2 hours where Seth Rogers can't be accounted for that evening. My understanding is that there's like 20 minutes where he was on break using the restroom or something that he's not on camera, but that for the most part that night his alibi is confirmed.
I've never said that about Seth. In fact.
Oh shit! There we go. There's the next commercial, y'all.
His alibi is confirmed.
I've never said that about Seth. In fact.
There you go. Mom, do you have Dad's beer? Who remembers that live? Who remembers that live? Mom, do you have Dad's beer? I know y'all saw that. Amazon's here. Sorry. I'm going to mute.
No, but I believe Seth Boss did.
Sorry, guys. Sorry about the ad. I'm gonna order premium tomorrow, guys. Cassie says his head looks like a can of paints. What?
A can of paint?
What, Sassy?
She's going to order it
That's
today,
Sassy. I got
y'all.
my mod Sassy on my mind. Wait, Cassie.
Like, that's not even funny. What does that even mean?
That is so funny.
Oh, sorry, seclusion.
I know. Please don't order it. It tells your life story, dude.
Isn't anybody that's loud? We'll take that up with StreamYard, as a matter of fact. Because StreamYard one that messes with the volume.
Okay, hold on. That was on 2 times speed. I'm going to kill you guys here, and we're going to have to go back because this is some weird shit right here.
That is so funny.
This is normal speed. This is normal speed.
That is so funny.
Something's wrong.
Oh, sorry, seclusion. Isn't anybody that's loud? We'll take that up with StreamYard, as a matter of fact. Because StreamYard the one that messes with the volume.
She's trying to cover it up. Reality is.
Hey, Brittany.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to hop off because I have to get up early for a doctor's appointment.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, shit. Mischief has had enough. Mischief has had enough.
Hey, Brittany.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to hop off because I have to get up early for a doctor's appointment.
Okay, yeah, I'm about to be ending it out here in just a few minutes anyway, but thank you for joining me.
You're welcome. Good night.
Good night.
Love you, everybody.
Be safe out there, hon.
I will.
All right, love you. Thank you. She's the best. She's so sweet. Hey, Britt and everyone. I woke up to see y'all here. I'm not going to be in chat. Might be back or might fall back asleep. Oh, Judy. Well,
Yeah,
thank you
well,
for
she might
joining us.
too. She might fall back to
I do
sleep
want to
too.
ask you guys, can y'all take a second and click that thumbs up?
Oh
if
my
you
God,
don't
the
mind,
nerve.
Please.
The nerve.
Greatly appreciated. It means more to me than you know. I can't get over her saying his head looks like a can of paint. Can of paints. What?
Nice
Face
live
is really
stream.
red, that's for sure.
Well, because he was put on the chopping block last night. And honestly, I think the reason that he's red is because he was finally being asked questions that were real.
Huh?
That raised his blood pressure.
He was finally being asked questions that were real.
Look at the look at the look on Aiden's face.
Yeah, I think so too, Joan. Yeah, it's frustrating. It is.
Wow, she's got nerve.
Aiden's giving that look like, yeah, right, dude. Uh-huh.
Right?
You just keep talking.
He saw right through him the whole night. Hey, Ash Cash. He saw it. Oh, okay, muscles.
Ash Cash.
Hold on, my phone died. Let me plug it up so I don't miss anything. Oh my God,
Her phone died.
Even with the heat, like my office is so cold. I bet it does. It is. It's insanity. I have to ask this question, and it's not even about. Sorry, guys. It's not even about being on sides. Forget the sides. Forget that.
Can you believe people actually watch this?
You know, whose side is what?
On regular speed? Do I need to look at that's on 2 times? Listen to her normal.
And whose sides and sides and sides. Let's put that to the side for a minute. I want to ask, why is it that this person lied about being involved with police, working alongside investigators?
He's a private investigator.
Constantly beat Seth over the head about a relationship with Katie.
Is she reading something? No, Cricket. This is just
and
her.
then basically putting it out there that Sebastian was lying about what was going on. Victim shaming.
Yeah.
Hello.
That too, making up stories about Bobby's son, or even going after Bobby herself.
All right.
Heard this rumor of the gap in time.
Yes, and that too. Thank you for mentioning that. That just reminded me.
Oh,
Bobby's son.
Yep.
Bobby and Bobby's son.
Right.
That's another thing. You said.
Oh my God.
You said that he lied in wait. Those were your words.
Then he corrected it, bitch. Wake the fuck up or get off YouTube. Is this not an embarrassment? Not only to her, but to her children, her family, the people that watch her. I cannot.
He lied in wait.
Yeah, basically
Snorlax.
Accusing him of doing something to Sebastian. More or less.
That's not what happened.
I can't. Why would you implicate an innocent neighbor? And then to have the audacity to say that you are working on behalf of Sebastian Rogers.
What? Make it make sense. I don't know. You do a great job, Brittney. Don't feel pressured. We like your personality. That's what they're saying. The lab, are you going live tonight? They act like it's not happening. It's weird, man. Oh, Muscle says, mod chat, mod chat. Yep. Get her off of here. Get her off of here. She needs to end it.
You're getting your phone situated, dear?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's saying check the mod chat.
But I don't believe that, to be honest.
So as far as you're aware,
I'm not the source of that. They've never been able to get me, source me on that.
Okay.
Oh my God!
Like
Show
I said,
Poodle said
my
muted.
only goal here is setting the record.
Are we frozen?
I appreciate that you're asking the question. So
Regina Romo, you're the. By the way, I read your comments in Truth last night. You're the dumbest motherfucker on the planet besides Brittney J. Let me just tell you that Regina Romo is an idiot. Regina Romo is one of those people that just never gets it through her thick fucking skull. Okay, but here she is in Brittney's. Are we frozen? Here's Poodles. Let's go. Muted.
So people know that, like, there's some stuff's been attributed to me. People just throw things out there, and it's not true. I've never ever said that Seth was unaccounted for.
All right, gotcha. So another Seth issue.
Hold on a minute. He said he never ever said Seth was unaccounted for.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
Yep.
He also called Seth a M-U-R-D-E-R.
And
We're almost done.
He also said he was homicidal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, while you're over here, said you were.
And the other word.
He also said he was homicidal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, while you're over here breaking out in a full sweat.
And what are you doing? What are you doing?
I'm sorry, y'all. It's unbelievable.
It is
unbelievable.
It is
Something that
unbelievable.
I've heard you cited on
Pull the plug,
with regards
Brittney.
to him and Katie and how their relationship began. Obviously, there's this 9-year age gap between them.
Yeah.
Listen to
Along
this.
those lines, but obviously Katie's much younger. She had Sebastian when she was 18, 19 maybe. So one thing that I've heard is that basically the allegation that for lack of a better term, Seth groomed her from the time that she was 12 or 13. And then there's even been these allegations that they were having an intimate relationship before she was 18. Obviously, that's a pretty huge allegation to make. So I guess my question there is that something that, would you say that their relationship began when she was a minor? And then if so, what's your evidence for that claim?
Yes, I have said that, and I stand by that. And keep in mind, I speak with the source directly, you know what I mean? And I've never not to believe her. Seth's also confirmed this. Seth, I've got a screenshot right on my computer of him in T-Rev chat about how there's 2 previous. Listen, I don't want Sebastian to get lost.
Hold on, guys. Sorry.
This one's Honeybook. Proposals, contracts, payments, and more.
Hey, I'm going to fix that. I promise.
Please don't. It tells your life story,
There was a
bitch.
relationship before she was 18. That's just
Oh, my God.
the long
Okay.
short of it. And
I have to ask, what, first of all,
Here we go.
what does that have to do with Sebastian missing?
It doesn't.
He couldn't even contain himself, and he had to, like,
What does
even in that little
what does Chris's ex-wives have to do with Sebastian missing?
right there, he's gushing, and he had to laugh. He couldn't even contain himself.
To
Look
be
at
honest,
SF.
though, I think about it now. Maybe
SF, we all feel that right now. Look at him rolling his eyes.
Aiden has a.
Why isn't she mad at Aiden for asking the question? Such assholes.
a rhyme and reason why he's doing this strategy. Why he asked him that.
No, I definitely agree with that.
Okay.
No, I'm glad that Aiden. I'm glad that he called him on that one, because that's been one of the major things that. I mean, look at what he's doing today, even tonight.
Called
This has
him
been a
on
huge
that
thing that
one?
he's continued to use against.
Dude, you're so stupid.
It.
I can't.
Right. Definitely come on with that one.
Right. So I'm glad that he's calling him out on it, but I'm just saying, like,
Him actually answering as he is. That's absolutely disgusting. Yes.
Yep. Exactly. Exactly, Gypsy. Exactly. Look at him right. Yeah, exactly, Machete. He's back to doing it. I don't think Brittney saw my last 2 super chats. Only the one about the paint. Hold on, Cassie. I don't think they're.
Hold on.
Let me scroll back. Oh. Sent a photo of 2 people by a car. All right, let me see. All right, there's the head. Looks like a can of paint. Hot dog. I just saw Josh's comment again. Emailed a photo of people by the car from Justin's. Okay.
Not even funny.
Thank you, Cassie. Thank you for the super chats. I was gonna go through those. Yeah, I've got something planned for tomorrow with that. We're gonna go through the stuff that about the car and the things that were being seen. Tonight I was just gonna do the whole SF thing. But I just wanted to show y'all this. I mean, I don't think there's one thing he said last night that was truthful at all.
I agree with that.
Except for that he hasn't spoken to law enforcement. So,
yeah, there's that.
but y'all, I've got to get out of this office. This office is cold, even with a heater blaring.
Yeah,
He's
you
still
need
in
to-
high.
You're even nodding off
I gotta
with
go
it.
to my warm bedroom.
Okay. Good night, everybody. Sleep
Good
tight.
night.
Oh my God. She's falling asleep in a cold room.
And
Thank you for fussing with me about this stupid stuff.
I couldn't hold my tongue. I had to say something. I was done. Put fork in it. Done. Anyway,
Right.
good night, everybody. Sleep well. Be the change you want to see. Sebastian's Army. Good night, Rick. Sleep well.
Good night. You too.
Thank you for having me up.
Oh, anytime. You know I love having you up. I appreciate it. Oh, I hope you're okay, Gypsy. For whatever reason, you had to have Tylenol. All right, guys. I appreciate y'all so very much. Thank you.
What a horrible
for, being
life.
here with me. Thank you for not being hateful. People that, you know what I'm saying. Thank you. Please take a second and click the thumbs up before you go. Remember, March 1st, there's a vigil for Sebastian. It's on March the 1st. I will post the link that Tony gave me again. I'll make a community post to share it out.
You
Let's pray to
failed
God that
miserably tonight.
that vigil's not needed and Sebastian's home before then. But
celebrationoflife.com.
please say a prayer for all those in need, guys. And thank you for everything that you guys do for me and for everybody. Please say a prayer for all of us in the South who are freezing. The kids have been taken out of school, so I'm going to sleep in. I'm tired. So y'all have a good night. Thank you, Gypsy. Thank you, everybody. Y'all have a blessed night. And yeah, I'm going to just go ahead and take my power back real quick before the haters even try. I know they're going to run with it. Go ahead, whatever. I'm a mama who works my ass off taking care of my kids and my family. And yet,
what?
I get tired. It's late at night and I get sleepy. And there's that. So have at it. Make fun of me for being sleepy.
You're more than
I mean,
sleepy. You're
have at it.
clueless.
I don't even care. Y'all
You're
have
clueless. You slur. You're not just sleepy. So we will have at it. Thank you very much. I'm glad you gave us permission.
a good night. Thank you, everybody, for everything that you do and everything that you just being you and hanging out with me and for all your support. I will see you guys tomorrow. We'll be live on the second channel and the main one. Probably going to do a day live since the kids don't have to go to school.
A day live.
Y'all have a blessed night. Thank you. And I love you guys. Good night.
Is that not something? I mean, really, I know that you guys toughed it through with me. Thank you so much. But that was fucked up. How does that make sense? A day live. Oh, the kids didn't have school.
Everything.
Oh.
And I get sleepy. And there's that. So have at it. Make fun of me for being sleepy. I mean, have at it. I don't even care. Y'all have a good night. Thank you, everybody, for everything that you do and everything that you just being you and hanging out with me and for all your support. I will see you guys tomorrow. We'll be live on the second channel and the main one. Probably going to do a day live since the kids don't have to go to school.
Oh, but when her kids were going, Mom, help me with my game. No. For you haters, the kids don't have school tomorrow. Dude, she don't even know what the fuck's going on. And she's taking care of children. Very concerning. Very concerning. I think so too, Butter. The ads told the story. All right, let's get into our content for today, guys. Stay cozy. Stay cozy. I'm not done with y'all yet. We're going to talk
United
about...
Cajun Navy is now asking for volunteers.
We are going to revisit the Cajun Navy now. Thank you for toughing through that with me. But now we're going to get to today's content because I wanted to go over the Cajun Navy's role, what was said, who brought them in, what we know, just kind of put some clips together to piece together the Cajun Navy and how that went down just so we can have it documented if we need to go back to it. This is all of the clips I could find regarding that. Do we get hazard pay? I wish I could. Thank you guys for being here. If you could hit the thumbs up. We are going to get into today's content. I just wanted to kind of revisit this and see what we can piece together from it, knowing what we know now versus what we knew then. And also, you know, to take into consideration what we've heard from Riley Lively lately. Taken out of school sounds different than day off. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck. She doesn't even know what fucking day it is, probably. But let's get into this This is the Cajun Navy stuff I wanted to go over.
Years. Jaxie Pigeon joined us now with how the nonprofit is dedicating their resources to this case and how you can help out. Jack.
Well, Nikel, after seeing several people searching throughout Sumner County without any set plan, the United Cajun Navy is asking folks to hold off for a day while they gather a more unified and organized course of action. As of right now, the disaster response nonprofit is working independently of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. They say Sebastian's father, Seth, asked for their help. The group explains that while having extra sets of eyes is beneficial, some of the community search.
Did you hear that? Seth asked for the help. Right. Sebastian's father, Seth, asked for their help, just like he asked for JLR's help.
Of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. They say Sebastian's father, Seth, asked for their help. The group explains that while having extra sets of eyes is beneficial, some of the community searches were crossing onto private and federally restricted property without permission. Community searches were crossing onto.
So just take a look at the vigil, see if you recognize anyone there. Some of these people I've never seen at any other functions. This looks like one of the ones in the beginning. This is 1 month in.
Private and federally restricted property without permission, causing safety concerns. So far, the organization has deployed drones and canines in the area. Today, they'll have a small group of search dogs out to narrow down a space in question from Saturday. Chloe, a local private investigator aiding the Rogers in Sebastian's case, tells News 2, quote, Seth has been searching every single day for his son. I'm hopeful this support to Seth will bring us closer to finding
Talk more about this search.
What do you guys think of Chloe's statement? I've never seen that before. That was the first time I've ever seen her public statement. The only time I've ever seen her was on Web Sleuths. What do you guys think about that? Seth has been searching every single day for his son. I'm hopeful this support to Seth will bring us closer to finding Sebastian. She is really pretty.
Day for his son. I'm hopeful this support to Seth will bring us closer to finding
Talk more about this search. Joining us from the Gulf Shore of Alabama, Press and Communications Officer for the United Cajun Navy, Kevin LaFond, is with us. And the reason we asked you to be on is you guys were involved at some point in the search here. Give us a little bit of the backstory, Kevin, on how the United Cajun Navy in Alabama ends up in Tennessee searching for Sebastian.
Well, it all started with Riley Strain. I appreciate having me on today. Riley Strain's search, as you know, ended it the way it did with us discovering where he was as a group, all of the searchers together. We don't claim any fame to that, but we were part of it. There was an outcry on social media and to us directly from the parents to get involved with the search here. And that's what we did with the search for Sebastian. We got ourselves organized. We were together. We had everything there anyway. So we said, you know what, we're here, so let's do this.
So you said the parents. Is that both the father and...
I mean, you have to reiterate it like they said. He said, I can't take any claim to fame for finding Riley. They just said they were there searching. So don't twist it.
The mother and the stepfather, like all three contacted you?
It was primarily Seth. Seth asked us to come.
There you
okay,
go.
so
Bing bong.
The biological father. Okay. Now, I also understand that you had to call off your search efforts because of some threats. Can you tell us some of the details there? What's the nature of these threats? Is this people who don't want you on their property because it's private property? Is this people who don't...
Listen, there's tons of Cajun Navies. There's more than two, more than probably three. And they have different wording. They're from different states. There's several Cajun KVs. United Cajun Navy. If you look it up, there's a whole bunch of different renditions of it. So I get confused. I don't fucking know. All I know is they were there looking for Riley Strain. They came over here at Seth's request.
Don't want you to find something? What exactly is that all about?
Well, there was a private property and also state and federal land issue at the beginning that we had to get permission for to be on those lands. But we did get permission. We got the okay to do that. So that was never an issue. We had some bad actors that were showing up in person and also harassing online and through phone calls. We were getting all kinds of messages saying that we're going to be doxxed, we're going to be run out of town, we're going to be bullied, and then the death threats came. And that's when we got real serious about, having to reformat how we're going about this and think about the safety of the volunteers. It really was to that point. So now we have to shift gears and move into more of a private phase where we're not forward facing.
Let me ask you this. The people who are threatening you, stopping a search for a missing child, did you provide that information to law enforcement? Because I would think if someone's trying to stop you from finding this child, maybe that's someone law enforcement should be looking at.
And I would say that you're drawing a reasonable conclusion there for sure. And yes, the authorities were notified. We have incident reports with the MNPD. They're the ones that came out to the original call when our folks were basically barricaded inside of a hotel room.
Wow. Barricaded inside of a hotel room because you're in town searching for a missing teenager?
Yeah, and that's very strange. It's never happened to us before. And certainly with what you're reporting earlier about there being so much cooperation, this being so difficult really didn't add up.
That is, I've never heard it. Like, you obviously haven't come across this.
Listen,
you guys roll.
We're going to hear, they also go on Nancy Grace. They provided Nancy Grace's, there is proof. They provided Nancy Grace's producer with the police report with the Nashville PD. They reported it to the Nashville Davidson Sheriff's Department because that's where they were staying when they were getting these threats. They just weren't staying in Sumner County. But you heard Riley Lively say Seth was texting her at 10 o'clock at night. Fuck that. And they felt like they were being watched. This isn't the first time we've heard this. But all these stories are fucking piecing together. Right?
Into town. You're not getting paid, are you? Like you're rolling into town trying to help.
We're volunteers. We do this all around the country. When the families reach out and ask for help, try to do as much as we can where we can. In this case, we were close by. So it made sense to go ahead and get involved and start helping. But it brought some bad folks out of the woodwork, and we're not quite sure why that is.
And let's hope law enforcement.
No, I think Seth managed to make these guys look terrible. That's what I think. Because they were not asking for money. They were not. They may have been asking for IDs at the little thing. But I think that they were portrayed in a different light because of Sean.
Follows up on that and figures that out because, I mean, the obvious conclusion, again, if you're trying to stop people from searching for a missing teenager, you're afraid, maybe they may find him. So was there a particular place where you were searching at the time all this started to happen? And if so,
if you don't think that Sean triangulated that whole thing with JLR and the Cajun Navy, I think he was the orchestrator with us. I think he called JLR there, he called the Cajun Navy there, and then he pitted them against each other. It's exactly what he did. And then he came out smelling like a fucking rose. I just want to find my son.
Is that a place that you were unable to search?
Our searches were hampered is the probably polite way to put it. We didn't get to do nearly as much as we wanted to, but
see that? Their searches were hampered and they didn't get to do as much as they wanted to. They wanted to look for Sebastian.
It really didn't matter where we were. It seemed that this trouble followed us.
That is extremely unfortunate.
It didn't matter where they were. The trouble followed them. Even to Nashville. Proudfoots had no communications with the Cajun Navy. The Proudfoots didn't have any communications with them, right? So how would the Proudfoots know they were staying in Nashville? We heard from Riley Lively's call that Sean knew where they were staying because they told him. Do you remember that? Do you remember that? This is crazy, guys. I'm going back to the fuckery in the beginning. This is crazy. Let's watch Riley again, because we're going to hear Seth be told where they're fucking staying too.
Know that Riley Lively decided to do a video about me, just literally sending her a text message asking her okay, because Skip was scared from the death threat.
Direct the way that my navigation carries me.
Okay, what hotel are you at?
Sonesta.
Did you hear that?
And so me being the person
Did you hear
that I am. Okay, what hotel are you at?
Sonesta.
Okay, there we go.
Especially given the nature of what's at stake here, a missing child. There he is, Sebastian Rogers. Kevin LaFond from the United Cajun Navy. Appreciate your time tonight, and on behalf of families, we all appreciate volunteers coming together to help families in need.
And I don't care if they're a secondary Cajun Navy. I don't know these guys, right? All I know is that they were there allegedly to help. They were at Riley Strain. They were close by, so they went to Sumner County because Seth asked them to. JLR was covering Riley Strain. Seth hit him up. Can you come to Sumner County and help me? So JLR drops everything, goes to Sumner County. Then all of a sudden we have these guys thinking JLR is trolling there, right? Because Seth probably told them that. They probably didn't know that JLR met him at Natchez Trace State Park and then got his photo op of his shoulder being wrapped. I feel like this was all set up. And then Sean sits there and goes, well, I don't have social media, so I'm not on there. Takes him right out of the equation.
People that are so desperate that are missing loved ones. So I hope this doesn't deter you, and I don't think it will, from continuing the work that you guys do.
Lisa, thank you so much for your $25 PayPal. Whoop, whoop. Coming in hot. Thank you so much for your donation today. Coming in hot. Appreciate you. Just like the fajita.
Not at all. If I could say anything, I'd say, everybody be hopeful. Volunteers are rallying together, us and others, and it doesn't matter who's front and center. We're going to get this done.
All right. Thanks so much, Kevin. Appreciate it. When we come back, folks, we're going to continue our investigation into
the United Cajun Navy had to call off their search for Sebastian Rogers after they came out with a Facebook post that said they had security concerns. I'm in a parking lot here at Hendersonville where they were supposed to have about 50 volunteers meet here today to search for Sebastian, but instead I had to call them and ask what these security concerns were. They told me that volunteers were getting death threats in person and online, and they were getting so bad that they actually had to have security details with them. The United Cajun Navy may sound familiar to you because the same nonprofit also helped with the search for Riley Strain, but they say that they will come back and help search for Sebastian. They just need a couple of days to
Right
regroup.
now, we are learning a new search is being conducted by LA law enforcement volunteers, apparently recanvassing an area that has already been searched. Why? Why the focus on that one area? Joining me in the last moments, Brian Trasher joining us, VP of the United Cajun Navy. Brian, you and I have been talking a lot is happening. One, you called off the search one day just before the search started. And two, there's a lot of hate going on against the Cajun Navy. I don't get it. You're out there on your own time, volunteering, trying to help find Sebastian or a clue of Sebastian. Somebody is full of a lot of hate for volunteers, which proves no good deed goes unpunished. And I'm hearing, by the way, the same thing, something similar, from Seth Rogers, who is Sebastian's bio dad.
See? Always Seth Rogers, right in the middle of it. Just FYI, Seth has always had social media. Frogsy Megsy, you are spot on.
I want this to be crystal clear.
On Seth's Been Verified, it says that he was a member of College Club. A lot of you probably don't realize what collegeclub.com was. College Club was MySpace before MySpace existed. It was like a message board type thing, okay? And you kind of had to like know coding and stuff. Like it was a thing for like people that knew coding and shit like that. He was on social media before there was actual social media. So if you want him to fool you and think he's not on Facebook, but he's only got YouTube and gaming, bullshit. Bullshit.
The searches are being torpedoed. I don't understand it. Number one, Brian Trasher, why has the Cajun Navy pulled out of a search?
Well, just to be clear, we gave up or called off leading the public searches. So we're no longer putting out a public call for volunteers and leading searches with volunteers. We did have some volunteers that were threatened despite what so the local PD said in their press conference. We did have some credible threats. We have recordings of telephone threats. We have surveillance video of in-person threats. I know it was said that there was no police report filed. There was a police report filed about a threat with Metro Nashville PD.
There you go.
It's not clear as to whether those departments share information with each other, but we did provide a copy of that report with your producers just to show that we are telling the truth.
See, they gave Nancy receipts. Hate these guys or not, I don't give a fuck. But they provided receipts. Whether you think they're scammers or a real group or not, right? The main point is Seth knew where they were staying. The threats were in Nashville. And these people have never talked to the Proudfoots. I asked UA if she could FOIA the police report. I didn't get an answer. So I don't know if UA, she's probably not here anymore. But I did ask her to do it. You have to be a Tennessee resident. If anybody is a Tennessee resident and they would like to help me by FOIAing this police report so that we can prove it ourselves, I would appreciate the help. Thank you.
Why the hate? I think that there are some people out there who make money off of tragedies, and when volunteer groups come in and try to take over and help,
I want to know if they're lying or not, because I don't think they are. I don't think they're lying.
I think it takes away from their potential revenue, and when you mess with people's money, they get mad. I think that's just part of it.
So do you think they were messing with Seth's revenue? That people were, donating and giving them food, and they were these guys provided boxes upon boxes of flyers. I don't know if you guys know that or not, but they provided the original, the OG authentic flyer and boxes upon boxes upon boxes.
At a conversation with Seth Rogers on Easter Sunday, he has his own theories about why himself and other volunteer groups are being impeded in the search for Sebastian.
Yep. You know what Seth told him? It's the Proudfoots. It's his step family. I guarantee it. I guarantee it.
About why himself and other volunteer groups are being impeded in the search for Sebastian, about why they're receiving so much online hate. I'll let Seth speak for himself and his own experience.
Yes, we'll do that. I want to talk to you about you and the Cajun Navy. I heard some of the threats myself, recorded threats.
Okay, hear her? Do you think Nancy's going to lie that she heard the recorded threats? She heard them. She heard them.
Direct the way that my navigation carries me.
Listen again.
Okay, what hotel are you at?
Sonesta.
So fucking obvious.
But could you succinctly, in a nutshell, explain what type of threats have been leveled against members of the Cajun Navy who are out trying to find Sebastian?
Basically just a lot of, we're going to run you out of town. We're going to dox you. We're going to, tell everybody where your family lives, things like that. But, Nancy, what we've found is that we've run background checks on all the people that have made these threats. They thought they could remain anonymous.
Listen.
And they're all career criminals. They all have rap sheets a mile long. So,
who is he talking about? JLR?
So criminal activity is nothing new to them. So it
I
doesn't.
thought he was talking about JLR at first, but then we find out, right? How do they know who's threatening them?
Surprise us that they would have the gumption to go ahead and make threats like this. But I think what they were mistaken is when.
Oh, Granny. That's a good thought. JLR and Dolly working under Seth at the time. You got to remember, Seth had JLR snowed at this time, right?
When they thought there was going to be no retaliation. And when we basically started exposing these people and putting information out there, boy, they really freaked out. So, my message to those people making threats, if you'll stop lying about the United Cajun Navy, we'll stop telling the truth about you.
Okay, you know what? I don't really care, Brian.
I love that. I don't
who's
care
lying
either.
on who.
Right.
Those
Right.
are just words. I care about finding Sebastian, and I
Correct.
care about someone trying to.
No, he doesn't have Dolly snowed. Dolly doesn't give a fuck, Jay Jones. Dolly doesn't give a fuck. The longer this kid is missing, the more money Dolly can make. Let's be for real. Let's call it what it is. It's all about money to some of these people.
Torpedo.
Someone who's living with someone living in a house with a red dot over it should probably not be covering missing kids. Just saying.
The search, be it with law enforcement, with the Cajun Navy, with Seth Rogers, the biological father of Sebastian. Seth Rogers, you've told me that someone is also trying to sabotage your search for your own son. What's happening?
Somebody doesn't want me to find my son.
What
they
happened?
have been. There's things that have been coming in off the internet that.
You got to listen. You got to listen to him here. There's somebody who doesn't want me to find my son. A red dot. Yeah, it means they live with a pedo, right? They live with a pedo with a red dot over their fucking house. That's what that means. When you live with a pedo, you probably shouldn't fucking say you're going to be droning over people's homes and get messed up in missing kids cases.
They not like us.
They not like us. They not like us.
That fuck 'em up. I'ma do my stuff.
What's happening?
Somebody doesn't want me to find my son. They have been. There's things that have been coming in off the internet that I need to stop searching for him. I've had people following me around since I would say day 9, day 10. People have been following me around. Once I started getting volunteers to help me, they started following around my volunteers, trying to be an intimidative factor. And now I found out that not only that, but they're going back to where we've already flyered, and they're taking the flyers down.
Okay, I don't know what to make of this. Brian Trasher is the vice president of the United Cajun Navy, okay? And there have been many incarnations of the Cajun Navy. But this is what I know. This group is out searching for Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
They called off part of the search because they perceived threats. Now the bio dad, Seth, is telling me that flyers have been torn down for Sebastian. I don't understand.
Meanwhile, Clarksville doesn't have flyers from what I've been told by locals.
That what's happening, Brian?
Are you nuts? Right there.
Yeah, I mean, as you heard us say in the past, you now heard Sebastian's father, Seth, say that there are, without question, people in the local community, whether the locals or not remains to be seen, but there are people there in Sumner County that do not want this boy found, and they want people who are searching for him to stop, and they've resorted to threats to try to make them stop. Fortunately, it hasn't worked because we still have people out there looking, and I know Seth is not going to stop looking for his son.
Guys, take a listen to what Dave Mack from Crime Online has to say.
The United Cajun Navy surprised many people that showed up for a recent search in Hendersonville for Sebastian Rogers. Just before people were preparing to gather, the United Cajun Navy came out with a post on Facebook and said they were calling off their search for Sebastian Rogers over security reasons. Pressed for more details, the United Cajun Navy said they are concerned over the security for their staff and volunteers as some are getting death threats online and in person. They said they were going to regroup in a few days and decide how best to move forward.
Again, no good deed going unpunished. Why would people tear down flyers?
Why would they?
That have been placed up by Sebastian's father looking for him, and the toll-free numbers and descriptions of the boy? Why is this happening? And why is the Cajun Navy being threatened? I want to figure out, Brian Trasher, how you picked that particular area to search.
He did not, Music City. That is so disgusting.
It was a combination of some information when we first got there that Seth provided, some areas that he showed us that had already been searched.
Of course it was. It's all Seth. Oh, so okay, let's make this make sense, guys. Seth shows them areas to search, and then they're followed. Seth shows them where to search, then they're followed. Come on now. Reptiles, let's not embellish. He lives with one.
Brian Trasher, how you picked that particular area to search.
It was a combination of some information when we first got there that Seth provided, some areas that he had showed us that had already been searched and areas that he felt would be good to search. Other areas were just kind of triangulating from the last known location of the young man at his home.
Oh. Well, his brother used to live there. Sorry, I don't watch Dolly. All I know is that he resided with a pedo, and he has followed numerous kids' cases. So if it's not current, my bad. But he's followed kid cases in the past, and if he did live there, my point still stands.
And trying to figure out some places he would have been easy for him to walk to, places that he...
I mean, you have Dolly living with a pedo, and he's out in front of Billy Joe's house playing baby fucking cries. Get the fuck out of here with that. He's a piece of shit.
Location of the young man at his home, and trying to figure out some places he would have been easy for him to walk to, places that he frequented before. We knew that there were some places that
Seth sent them to a fucking park that was shut down because of tornadoes. He sent them where a park was shut down because of tornadoes, and then they were followed.
Walk to, places that he frequented before. We knew that there were some places that he liked to visit. But from what his mother said, he didn't have a history of wandering off without telling anybody. So, you know, we wanted to make sure that we were searching every nook and cranny that we could.
So at the time, Katie didn't know that Sebastian had been sneaking out, right? They didn't find out until after.
Good to find this boy.
What can you tell me about that retention pond? There were reports a dog had hit on the retention pond. The pond was drained and nothing was found. Do I have that correct?
I don't have any information with regards to that. I know there's been a lot of confusion about when dogs hit and where and things like that. We go with the information that we have at the time. My understanding is that pond was drained and nothing was found there. But Seth might be able to tell you a little bit more about some of the areas that the dogs searched closer to the home and if there were confirmed hits.
After law enforcement scaled back its search, the United Cajun Navy, the same group that searched for missing Mizzou student Riley Strain, is now helping with the search effort for the 15-year-old boy with autism, who authorities say wandered away from his Hendersonville home. There's been no trace of the boy ever since.
I'm curious what you would say to investigators, to some people watching now who would say that kids just don't vanish without a trace, implying that there must be some kind of foul play involved. What would you say to them?
Foul play is still negativity. He's out there. We just gotta find him. Stop making excuses. You know, if there's foul play, we'll find out after we get a hold of him. We gotta talk to him. He'll tell us what happened. We just gotta find him first.
And let's just be clear for everyone watching. Do you have any knowledge whatsoever about your son's disappearance?
I don't. I found out over an hour after his mother found out he was gone.
With his son still
Stop making excuses. What does that even mean? It doesn't even make sense.
missing, Rogers urged neighbors once again.
Oh, Crimson, no threats during Riley's search. So the United Cajun Navy managed to search for Riley Strain and be threat-free. Threat-free.
To check their properties, even places you'd think someone would never go.
He's going to be in the weirdest place in the world because that's my son. You know, people are going to be like, oh, well, we're not going to check this, but you better check it. Because knowing him and his curiosity, he might be there.
He's going to be in the weirdest place in the world.
Never go.
He's going to be in the weirdest place in the world because that's my son. You know, people are going to be like, oh, well, we're not going to check this, but you better check it. Because knowing him and his curiosity, he might be there.
He might
The
be
United
there.
Cajun Navy tells us that anyone who has been or wants to be involved in the search for Sebastian message them directly.
See, that's what they had to go to. They had to bypass Sean. Do you hear that? After this was all said and done, this was the United Cajun Navy's message. Contact us directly because they were getting their volunteers through Sean.
Him and his curiosity, he might be there.
He might
The
be
United
there.
Cajun Navy tells us that anyone who has been or wants to be involved in the search for Sebastian message them directly.
Right. Message them directly because Sean, I think they figured it out. I think that these guys,
I want to go back.
Once they figured it out, they were gone because we never heard from them again. What do you mean, an Indian reservation? Yes, they were all his searchers. Yes. Yes. Yes, I'm telling you, man. This is when all this shit was getting fucked up. Was March. Yes, he did call them his searchers. The weirdest place in the world. Yep, I've got some more clips. We're going to go into these. This is the morning of. We're going to listen to different accounts of the morning of. Oh my God, did Seth lose as many searchers as Brittney did mods? Probably. Probably. The tally's probably pretty close. Amy, enjoy painting. I love painting. Yeah, the logo, that's the Navy sweatshirt. It's his search. It's his show. This is my son. This is my show. All right, let's get into the February 26th. This is the morning of. Oh, you guys want to come up? You guys can come up. Fuck yeah. Let's do it. Let's do it. I want to hear what y'all think. Before we get into this one, let's open it up. Y'all bitches can come up. Tell me what you think. Let's see here. Stop. Invite, copy. Okay, here we go. Here's the link. Oh, the weirdest of places like an Indian reservation. Oh, I was thinking like a crevice. He has a Navy sweatshirt. Yeah, you guys, anybody can come up. Come on up. Let's talk. Let's chit chat. Come on up, Granny. Take a link. His sanctuary. Where does Seth speak of fondly? I was married to someone like this. I'm sorry for your ex. You put a video in Discord for me. Thank you, Christina. You just made yourself a sandwich. He sent his searchers to Gallatin to conveniently find glasses on the Bowersox Street. You have to be a member, Lolly. Okay, well, the link's there if anybody wants to come up. Here it is again. All right. Oh, UA's here. Hey, what's up?
Hey.
Regina's
there
here.
was definitely no threats with United Cajun Navy during Riley's case. So
Super interesting to hear that, right? They managed to go there and search for a while and didn't get threatened.
Yeah, they came in towards his case didn't last that long, but they did come in and there were nothing. There was nothing that I ever heard anything about, which I think that they felt comfortable going to Hendersonville to search for,
Sebastian, because it was close, right?
It was close, and they had a good experience in terms of the parents working with the parents, and the parents Riley's dad would go out on the boat with the Cajun Navy, and
really?
Yeah, he was out there with them, and so were some of the searchers, like Brandy, who found the debit card. She was out there on some of the Cajun Navy, like their hovercraft boats and stuff, as well as Anna. So, yeah, there weren't any negative experiences with that.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I wish we would have heard that when this was all going on. I think it was just all so confusing that no one would have listened, because JLR was thinking these guys were the bad guys, right? And it was just all a clusterfuck. It was really hard to even be able to sort through.
Right. Yeah.
And it's really sad that they got this kind of treatment.
I don't know. I know that there was, I think, the people that were maybe heading the Cajun Navy were different than, because David Flagg was the original person down here with the Cajun Navy, with Riley, at the press conference announcing it. So I don't know when the turnover also flipped, and then Skip got here, and Todd Terrell, I think. But yeah, I was also mentioning too that remember how Seth was having them put where they put the flyers?
Mm-hmm.
So that would be really easy for someone to go behind and take the flyers down if you know where all of them are located.
Yeah, they had a Google thing, a Google map where all the flyers were.
Yeah.
Unbelievable, man.
And it sounds like, out on its surface, it sounds like, oh, well, we don't want to put flyers where they're not needed, or they're, oversaturate places. But then when you think about it in retrospect of how then they were later claiming the flyers were taken down, it makes a lot of sense as to why they were so easily able to take those flyers down, because they knew exactly where they were put up.
Wow. Bing bong.
Bing bong. Also, it's awfully funny.
Hold on.
Oh,
girl.
sorry, Jay.
I got to turn your mic down. Hold on. Oh, I can't edit your mic sounds. Can you unmute, Regina? I just need to turn it down just so it's all... Oh, can you make it where I can... Oh, there we go. Okay, talk again, hon.
Okay, is that better?
You don't have to whisper. I'm going to adjust it so it's all
Oh, I'm not whispering.
Okay, hold on. I just like everybody's to be even. Talk again.
Is that better?
That's better.
Okay. Yeah. Also, you guys, there's something wrong whenever you don't want people that are searching for your child, part of your team background checks. Something's not right with that. Like, why would you oppose? Because you got to know if these people are predators, right? That are searching for your child, right?
Yes.
And he fired Chloe over doing background searches.
Correct. And you know what? These guys were asking for IDs at the searches. So do you remember when he said when we ran these people, it was a bunch of felons.
Yes.
I wonder
exactly.
who they were running. I wonder if they ran some of the searchers that Seth was bringing in.
I can't help but wonder the same thing, Jay.
Because Clue said when she went there to pick up flyers, they asked for her ID. And she's like, I don't give a fuck. I'll give you my, you know what I mean? I ain't got nothing to hide. But I wonder if they were onto something and they were like, what's going on here? And maybe that's why they were asking for IDs so they could try to figure out what the hell's going on.
Yeah, because at least I didn't work with the UCN, but I think some people in the comments did for Riley Strain, but I don't remember them asking for asking for IDs and doing that the way that they were doing it with the, with Sebastian search.
Right, but as part of a search team, I can tell you that searching for an adult person out here lost, you are not going to be as particular about the people searching for an adult as you are a child or a missing teen.
Correct.
I'm just saying they weren't asking. It seems like they altered a lot of their stuff.
I agree, UA. I think
what I'm trying to say.
They started to get these threats and they were like, what's going on? Like, this isn't right. Like, you've never heard of a search party being threatened, right? And then they start getting these threats. So maybe they convened and said, okay, let's go back out with these flyers and get IDs so we can find out what's going on, see who some of these people are. And then they figured out, is there a bunch of felons with long rap sheets? We don't want to fuck with this.
Right.
I don't blame them.
I agree with UA too. The protocols were different, and you're absolutely right. It got even more intensive with the protocols and IDing people after the threats. I do agree with that. But it is actually pretty normal, if you've got a child that's missing, you're going to vet the people coming in.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I completely agree with that. I'm just saying, I think they had to intensify their protocols in Sebastian's case, for sure.
So I have a question. Does anybody know, did the United Cajun Navy talk to the Uvalde Foundation? Do we know? I mean, did they ever connect each other or no? That we know of? Like on Facebook or anything?
I'm not sure if they did or not.
I'm not sure of that either. I remember Uvalde pulling out of even talking about Sebastian's case.
Well, I think nonprofits, Nancy D, I think nonprofits always ask for donations when, they're doing their work, right? I mean, that's what keeps them going, our donations. So for a nonprofit to ask for donations, that's not really a red flag.
And if they're searching waterways, they needed money for gas and stuff to run the boats and things like that. So
thank you, Christina.
A red flag for me, at least, to ask for donations because.
Christina Rain said they did ask for ID with Riley. That's when they got mine, just so they can keep account is why. They want to know who you are and where you're at. It's a liability for these organizations to bring strangers in and have them search on their behalf, like as part of their organized search. You got to think about that. Like, imagine having 50 people show up and you don't know who the fuck these people are. You don't know their backgrounds. You don't know if they're thieves, if they're in this for the right reasons. And then you're bringing them on people's property, dude. You got to be careful.
Jay, you are absolutely 100% correct.
That's their reputation. That is the basis of what they do. So
not only that, but I do search and rescue, and if we bring people in and we don't document every person on that team, if someone goes missing that is part of that search, do you know who's liable for that person?
They're going to get sued. Yes, absolutely.
Yes, we are. Absolutely. If someone gets hurt, if someone renders medical aid that they aren't supposed to be rendering because they aren't trained in that field and certified, our team holds all of the responsibility for that. Every bit of it.
Yeah. Oh, Rainbow says, remember the person that fell off the boat looking for Riley? Do you remember that, Crimson?
I
don't remember hearing that. But I mean, things like that happen, dude. I mean, people trip, people fall. I mean, they got to sign a waiver, I'm sure, you know?
Yeah. I sent you two messages or like screenshots that someone had sent me. I texted them to you regarding Uvalde. I thought the Uvalde one was very interesting that they sent.
Not only that, but
thank you.
even people that are missing, like out in the woods, if someone's injured, it depends on who it is that gets to that person and what they do. That is part of your search organization. Because if someone that's not an EMT or a paramedic goes over there and starts moving this person and causes more injury, guess what? There's a big old lawsuit for your team if that person gets hurt worse because you didn't know what you were doing.
Right.
It's
I mean,
actually quite expensive to
it's
maintain the insurance.
responsible what they did, you know, to vet people. I mean,
it's absolutely responsible.
I get you want the manpower, but at what, you know, at what cost? So let's see. Thank you for this, UA. Let's take a look at this. Where the fuck did Granny go?
It's just like any other field of expertise. Do you want a doctor that's only finished his bachelor's doing surgery on you?
Well,
do you want untrained people searching for you that are going to cause more confusion and stuff?
I mean,
And
I just feel it's
volunteers,
funny
but-
that also there was a pedo that was sent out in a search effort
Yeah.
as well. That's concerning
that's not
to me.
good.
No.
And thank you to the person that sent them to me. I don't know if they want to remain anonymous, so I'm not going to say who, but
okay, thank you. Sassy Jay, what are your thoughts on showing an ID at a prayer vigil? Yeah, I don't think that's necessary. Did they do that?
You had to show your ID at the most recent vigil. They had you had to show photo ID for that.
At a prayer vigil, ain't that kind of like getting ID'd to go to church? Just about.
Well, guess what? That tells me they wanted people's info. That's what that tells me.
Yeah, that's what they were trying to get, and then also prevent certain people that, like, for example, if I had tried to show up to the prayer vigil, I was going to be declined, kind of like I was from Betty's panel. Blocked.
ID for a prayer vigil. That's weird. But it's just like when Sean was trying to get people's info when he said, "Oh, my sister's sending out packets of flyers. Send me your address and we'll get some out to you." Fuck that.
Yeah.
Where was all the money coming for shipping heavy ass reams of paper? Do you know how heavy reams of fucking flyers are? Come on.
As a matter of fact, Jay, I do, because I printed my own flyers and shipped them all over the country for Seth, straight off the TBI website. And shipping for paper is expensive. Paper is heavy.
Yeah, I don't get it. Oh, send me your address and we'll get them out to you. Why not just tell people to download the flyer and print some at, their local Kinko's or whatever? I don't know.
Some places will even print them
Staples for free.
Free if it's like a missing child flyer.
Absolutely. He doesn't need your address, and that was so sus.
We knew that on that was very obvious to us little TikTokers, because he's, like I said, they were responsible for sending people into people's hometowns to meet with mayors and have lunches with mayors and get info on them.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking for a clip to play. Go ahead. You guys keep talking. Sorry.
I just don't understand how there were so many problems with the actual search itself and the PIs and everyone. Look, whenever you put a team together of people that are certified and trustworthy and known to the public, and you're getting all those resources and all that help from all those people, and then you start running them off for this reason or that reason, I'm going to look at you sideways. Why are you running off the help?
And I'm going to give Brittney a little, BJ a little, and Green Team a little bit of a help, and letting them know that Chloe and and SF used to be partners, like a long time ago in the past. They do not communicate. He just has respect for the work that Chloe does. He was not involved in the case because of Chloe's involvement in the case. And he didn't want to step on people's toes in that situation. When Chloe removed herself from the case, or was removed from the case and sent a cease and desist,
I can to find my
Things changed. He's not talking to Chloe. He hasn't talked to, he's not like Chloe's not giving him, like, this isn't like a betrayal, or Chloe and Heather were working on.
They're not sharing info, right?
His behalf. Yeah, no. So that story, put it to bed along with yourself, snoozy fan.
Okay, take a listen at this.
I don't have Facebook, so I'm not on there. I'm not really hip with this social media stuff. So people need to understand that this is my son. I'm going to do whatever I can to find my son. What I'd like people to do is join the Facebook page. I don't have Facebook, so I'm not on there. There should be a
sorry, I didn't
post
share it
going
with
out.
you guys. Sorry, hold on. I forgot I had StreamYard open. I just use StreamYard for like bringing y'all up.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I'm not like live through StreamYard. I just use it as a formula to bring you guys up. Okay, so let me share it with you guys too. So I've got OBS going, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
All right. Sorry about that. There you go. I'm pleasing you guys and them all at the same time. Here we go.
I don't have Facebook, so I'm not on there. I'm not really hip with this social media stuff. So people need to understand that this is my son. I'm going to do whatever I can to find my son. What I'd like people to do is join the Facebook page. I don't have Facebook, so I'm not on there. There should be a post going out there so I can find out where people are, what states you're in. I don't have Facebook, so I'm not on there. I have a YouTube. I put a video on there today.
Put a video on there today. Okay. Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me grab
Small
it.
little video. It's only like 50 seconds long. It was Sebastian at the park playing tag.
Yeah, I think I've seen that video.
I didn't see it.
California. Yeah, I posted it.
Playing what, UA?
I think you said tag.
Fuck. Are you kidding me?
That's what he
said.
Oh, boy.
Video on there today. Okay. Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me grab
Small
it.
little video. It's only like 50 seconds long. It was Sebastian at the park playing tag.
Yeah, I think I've seen that video.
I didn't see it.
California. Yeah, I posted it earlier today.
How?
I don't have
Thanks,
Facebook, so
Kevin.
I'm not on there.
How was he in that video, Seth?
See, that was, I want to say 2018.
Yeah, well, we've got Bobby's kids talking about playing flashlight tag, so LOL.
So,
The music?
need people to join the Facebook page. There'll be it's not a link, but it should be a post up there so I can find out where people are so I can send them flyers and stacks of flyers to people
Yeah.
just so they can hand them out. I mean, I know that there's places that'll give it free, but I can get all the flyers people want and I'll mail them to y'all.
What's the Facebook page that you're referring to when you say this Facebook page?
There's a Facebook page that was put up. I can get the. I don't have Facebook, so I'm not on there. But I have access to the email address that's on there.
Oh, you do, huh?
Okay.
Look at that face. Look at that face.
Yeah, it's a Creektown face.
Jay, I
think he's trying
can't.
to search for the one where he's gonna say it's the one with the exclamation points. If I had to guess.
To the email address that's on there.
Okay.
So when people send emails to that, I have access to that. I don't have Facebook, so I'm not on there.
I mean, it took me 45 minutes to figure out how to upload a 48-second video to YouTube today.
He wants us to think he's stupid. He wants us to think he's fucking stupid.
Right. The other thing is, he talks about how you can have them printed for free, or you for free. But why would he waste money of his donations, or this money that was donated to help him live off of? Why would he waste money other than to gather people's addresses and information?
Right. Right.
And send out
what
flyers.
A waste of fucking money to ship reams of paper.
Right. That's only to gather people's information.
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Kind of like they were doing IP grabs. On Michaela's motel.
Bing bong. This dude has been shady since probably day 9.
Actually, I think
maybe I'm sorry, before that. Day 7, he was getting his arm wrapped.
Well, yeah, I think he was shady probably long before that. But if you look at that, after this, if you pull up that, especially what Uvalde Foundation said, I think it's very interesting. Their tags at the end.
Oh yeah, let me pull that back up. I just love when he says, "I don't have Facebook, so I'm not on there." It's like,
create one.
Dude, come on.
Dum dum.
Why wouldn't you create one at this point? Your kid's missing, and all this information is being put out on Facebook. But I don't have Facebook, so I'm not on there. Just my mom's on there, and he's probably under his mom's account, to be honest with you.
My sister, and he probably has one or two.
Okay. The Uvalde.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you look at there is a money connection for every disagreement, every fight, every argument, everything in this case. And let me point this out to you real quick so you understand what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
When did all of the problems with Chris and Katie come into play? Whenever Seth set up a GoFundMe through his sister's name 3 days into Sebastian being missing to pay for his living expenses while his son was missing. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The Cajun Navy, all of that, the donations they were getting, what was it taken from? I believe that. I agree with that. Seth. Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at every
your back chat, you can get
PIs and stuff,
Thank you.
think about it. Whenever they were going live and they did those interviews, they were getting notoriety.
Right.
Seth uses his notoriety of being Sebastian's father to make money. 3 days in, your son is missing. Look, I'll be honest with you. I thought it was a case of this dad's getting all this attention he's never gotten, and maybe it just went to his head, right?
Right.
But then you find out he had a GoFundMe in his child's name 3 days into Sebastian missing. You guys, do you realize even for a search and rescue team, that is the expected area for someone to possibly still be alive is 3 days in?
Right.
Y'all realize that?
Right.
That's weird. That's weird.
And then the amount of the GoFundMe that was, money that was raised is like more than people are like, oh, he needed money to live off of. Like he was getting.
Why didn't he have money to live off of? What was he doing before Sebastian went missing?
Well, he did have money for that motorcycle somehow. The other thing is that people don't understand is that like the amount of money that he was asking for was equivalent to like several years. I mean, he raised like, I think several years of his salary, via GoFundMe. I'm not sure how much he originally asked for. Cause I was like, I'll be honest. I was like, I'm not donating. So I don't really even need to go visit.
Right. And then you have to ask, I'm sorry, but you do. You have to ask, where is all this money going? Into these people that have been tied to other true crime cases to grift? Seriously? That just want to be seen? I mean, these are people out there, when they go on searches, they take cameras and stuff with them, you guys. You're never going to catch me out searching for a missing person with a camera. Let me explain something. That is a very private thing if you're working for a family searching for their loved one.
Granny, you may know, how much did he bring in on the GoFundMe? Because his salary was like originally.
Oops.
I have his like salary information, and I'm pretty sure that the amount. Do we know how much money he originally asked for on that GoFundMe?
I don't. Was it 30? 25 or 30? Something like that?
Well, that's half a year's salary then. But we have reason to believe that he also had brought in the estimated amounts that he's raised would have been for 3 years of his salary that we had estimated back in this was like months and months ago, months into the search.
And I got to be honest with you, from working with other families, whenever family members take pictures of the people that search for their loved ones, that's for them. But they take pictures of, like, they'll get the entire group of people searching for their loved one together and take that photo as a memory of the people that helped search for them, right? But who did Seth Rogers do photo shoots with? It wasn't the people, the volunteers that were out there searching for Sebastian. It was YouTubers.
Yeah, so the GoFundMe that
started at 5,000, they said, and then it kept jumping. They would raise it.
25. So 25 would have been half a year's, half a year.
And that's just the GoFundMe, guys. We got Cash App, we got Venmo.
The Cash App, Venmo, PayPal, private other ways that they could donate to. So
see, and I think that Seth really blamed his sister when he knew damn well what she was doing.
Oh yeah, no. That was a way to. I think he thought that Chris and Katie were gonna give him a pass on that because
it wasn't him; it was the sister.
Wasn't him that set it up.
Yep. He tried to play him. Let's read this Uvalde Foundation thing. It says, Uvalde Foundation knew. We are now 100% convinced that the family of Sebastian Rogers knows far more than has been revealed publicly. We are also now equally convinced that recent developments indicate answers will be revealed soon. That's the first one. And then let's open the second one.
Hashtag Seth Rogers.
Oh, yeah. Hashtag Seth Rogers. I didn't even see that.
Wow.
That's why I sent it.
Oh, fuck. I didn't even notice that.
That's why I was like, pay attention.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I didn't even notice that, girl.
Not hashtag Katie and Chris. Hashtag Seth Rogers.
Oh, fuck. That ain't good. I would have been like, dude, why'd you tag me in that? Like, I'm not the one fucking lying. You know what I mean?
Well, he didn't have social media, so he probably didn't.
That's right. I don't have Facebook, so I'm not on there. Wow. They tagged his ass. Okay, what's the second one say? Anyone who this is the United Cajun Navy now. Anyone who deliberately impedes the investigation and search for Sebastian will automatically be considered a person of interest, especially when we know those individuals have extensive criminal records. We are finalizing some intel that we will be turning over to law enforcement, and then we will begin the process of exposing those who actively tried to stop this search. These people are dangerous criminals, and the good people in and around Sumner have a right to know about the evil embedded in their community. This is far from our first rodeo. We are honored to have embraced by prominent members of the community, law enforcement, and elected officials. Just because a handful of mentally ill people with too much free time get emboldened by online keyboard warriors does not mean that we will ever stray from our mission. We cannot be scared. We cannot be intimidated. We cannot be told where to go or when to leave. We have had plenty of these violent types slapped with restraining orders, thrown in jail, fired from their jobs, and many consequences. To those who threatened, attacked, or threatened to attack, we have your voices recorded. We have you on surveillance videos. We have your vehicle information. We have your full arrest records. You will soon learn what happens when attacking the real Cajun Navy becomes more important to you than finding a missing child. Stay tuned. The tiger is on the prowl, but they didn't tag Seth here, did they? Huh. Wow. So does anybody think it's odd that they were being threatened like they stayed in Nashville, like that's where Seth works at the prison? Did I lose y'all?
No, I was
Oh.
looking at the dates. Because a lot of these screenshots were shot, like, taken by people very on, like, early in the case when they started, finding out or figuring out that something wasn't right. Because there was also a post that I can send you where it says the Uvalde Foundation said the search for Sebastian Rogers redirect support to Juneau, Alaska. I can send you that one too.
Oh my
This
God.
was posted by JLR on April the 18th.
You want my honest opinion on
April 18th. Yeah,
I don't
Regina,
know
of
if
course.
that's when the original post
There-
was made. That's when.
Thank you, UA.
There are so many unhinged content creators out here. I really didn't know who they were pointing at in this post, sadly.
Well, this was so early on that, I had just started covering it like a month prior. You know what I mean? Because you got to figure the first 2 weeks, just locals pretty much knew, right? Unless you were following Riley close. I didn't know about it because I was following Madeline Soto, who went missing on the same day.
Yeah, we all were.
I followed Maddie for like a good couple weeks before I even heard about Sebastian. I mean, I heard about him, but I didn't look into it because I was like on the Madeline Soto case. So it's wild to me. This all happened so early on, and it's just gotten worse. It's like Seth was doing this fuckery on his own, and then he figured out, I need someone to do this fuckery for me. And then brought Tony in.
Wow. So wait a minute. Let me get this right. Hold on a second. I just had like an epiphany, and tell me if I'm wrong.
No, do it.
So Seth Rogers started a GoFundMe to pay for his living expenses for his missing son before he ever went to the public about his son missing.
Correct.
Bing bong.
That's pretty nuts, isn't it? Day 3,
Wow.
GoFundMe was started for who to donate. You're right, because he wasn't even talking to the public. So he gave it to all the women, all those searchers probably. That's a great point, Regina. I didn't even think of that.
Riley Lively's still on TikTok, by the way. She won't answer any of my questions.
She
'cause
won't?
I asked her.
Does she have an email? Maybe I'll hit her up.
I don't know, either that or she can't see me for
Well,
some reason.
I'd love to interview
Live.
her, about her experience, and she can promote her YouTube channel if she would like.
Yeah.
Let her know that. Let her know that. Let her know. Tell her I'd like to just interview her.
Yeah. By the way, are you nuts too? Just so you're wondering. I'm
just trying to wrap my head around
not
that.
her real name, so I have to do that, and y'all won't be able to y'all won't have that. I do have that, so.
Jay, do you know if Sean is actually back to work? And if not, why isn't he searching on foot anymore? UA, do you want to answer that?
Well, as of 12:30, and like a week and a half ago, I don't think he's returned back to work. He hasn't said he's back to work yet. Well, since it came out that he wasn't back to work. And I believe he's still receiving disability.
I'm not trying to be funny, but that's almost like a business model.
It is.
Start a GoFundMe and then break the news. I mean, I'm not trying to be weird or funny or even point fingers or accuse Seth of anything, but that's wow.
What is this? This has got to be a different Seth Rogers. Snowflake. Robin is. How does Seth Rogers' mom spell her name? Robin?
Yeah.
Okay. This is Robyn. I'm sure there's other Seth Rogers. There's another GoFundMe. Or I'll just fucking show you. I don't think it's him, though. Somebody with a GoFundMe about floods, but, I mean, I could be wrong. But it says, help Seth and Robin rebuild. It's just kind of odd. How did you even find this? You see it? Oh, you guys can't see it? In the back here? You guys are making me do double the work.
God.
I know. Damn it.
There's people in the back.
I know. They're such a pain in the butt.
Something else.
What do you guys think?
Gotta stick with my strengths, Jay.
Oh, no, that's already been debunked. Those
Okay.
are real people. So those are real people that
That's
actually
kind
have
of what I thought.
They're flooded. Yeah, I've already
There's a
looked
lot of
into
Seth
that.
Rogers, honestly.
Yeah, but that did pique my interest, and I've already looked into it with some other people, and but I also sent you something about the Uvalde Foundation that they posted on April 18th about the Sebastian Rogers case too.
Oh, they have pictures and stuff. Steelers jerseys?
Oh.
Yeah, they have pictures. Look at their car, guys.
I can't see it.
I
we
know
can't see
because I stopped sharing with you guys. I'm sharing
Rude.
it on YouTube. I know. I was going to
It's
close
okay.
it.
I can look
But
at-
then
I'll
I
look at it.
noticed they had photos and I was like, oh, fuck.
Yeah. I'm looking at it on YouTube on my phone. So that's the only reason I can read comments.
Good Lord have mercy. That car is filthy.
Created September 29th, 2024. Huh. Interesting. Thanks
Yeah,
for sharing
Snowflake
that. I
said
mean, you never know.
that, I double checked on that one. Like double and triple checked and had other people. They existed long before they had. We've verified that one.
Oh, weird. Mrs. W said he almost said Carolina in that interview we listened to yesterday. That's my neck of the woods, by the way. Huh. I don't know. UA says she vetted it, and I've never seen it, so.
Myself and a few others did too. Just
You sent me something else, you said?
yeah, a link to the Uvalde Foundation as to why they. I didn't send that one to Jay, Cheryl. The GoFundMe.
Oh, this guy. I remember seeing this guy. Wow. They were getting hosed on social media even. I don't have Facebook. So I'm not on there. Oh,
Yeah.
I've seen this. Yeah, I remember the null. Cuz when Tony emailed me it said null. Look at the top. Hold up. Hold on, guys. Let me get these backstagers on the screen.
Yeah. Null. That was interesting.
Okay, let me shrink this down here so I don't have to share it double anymore. Okay, so this is the actual Uvalde for Kids site. And it says the Uvalde Foundation Kids for Kids founder addresses the Sebastian Rogers case. October 4th, 2024, updated. October? Wow. I didn't know they were still speaking out in October.
Yeah,
Did you?
People, yeah, I knew they had updated their statement as to why they had pulled out. But I couldn't remember around the timeline of when they did that.
Hold on, guys. I'm having a problem getting them up on the screen. Hold on. Hold the phone. Where are you guys? Oh, I see why. Okay, never mind. My dumbass. Okay. Can you see it still?
Yes.
Jesus. I'm just having all kinds of problems today. BJ's rubbing off on me. Okay. The Uvalde Foundation for Kids recently announced via various social networking sites, including Twitter, X, and Facebook, that it is ending its various search efforts to find missing 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. Since that announcement, as of this morning, several of our posts to this effect were removed by our media team members due to inappropriate messages being tagged to those postings. We felt it necessary to clarify that the foundation is in fact ending its search efforts. I personally, as the founder of this foundation, felt it time, albeit briefly, to address this and a few other related items more formally. Many have asked, why have we ceased our efforts for Sebastian? Many have also even gone on more recently to question the legitimacy of our involvement in this case, with recent theorists going so far as to challenge the legitimacy of both our hearts and efforts overall as a foundation. A rather entertaining, amateur news report on our foundation from our beginnings, now almost 2 years ago, has even been circulated. It is time to more formally respond, and as the founder of the Uvalde Foundation for Kids, that task ultimately falls upon my shoulders. Similarly, and hopefully briefly, our foundation is not law enforcement and became involved in this particular case due to its nature involving an amazing young man, Sebastian. While it was not parallel to our nonprofit's work to prevent school violence, as a nonprofit student and youth advocacy organization, we could not turn a blind eye to his plight. Too many organizations and individuals do just that. We avoid getting involved because it's not our business, or we feel we are underqualified or too young or worried what others will think. Whatever the reasonings, they are unacceptable. Since Uvalde, Texas, our foundation has been dedicated to protecting youth and serving them. In this case, it didn't matter to us that it was not a school violence related case. It was a case involving a child missing, and as a nonprofit, we had resources. As individuals, we are mothers and fathers and family members beyond anything else. How could we remain silent? In an attempt to provide any help we could, initially through our Stop Now safety response volunteer teams, we teamed our own network of volunteers and online crisis team members, including students themselves, from our national network, searching, passing out flyers, making phone calls, and more. As this progressed, from Tennessee to Mississippi to Alaska, we became increasingly convinced of the culpability of certain members of Sebastian's family in his disappearance. That factor has not changed, and we have made that stance public. Why? Just as holding parents accountable when their child enters a school and kills students is appropriate, the foundation asserts that holding family members publicly accountable when their child is endangered or harmed in any way due to their potential negligence or worse is also most appropriate. Now, as the case has gravitated towards a criminal investigation, which we will not comment on, coupled with our now limited resources, our foundation initially elected to scale down our efforts and ultimately cease them. As alluded to above, some have challenged the foundation's purpose here. I addressed that in the aforementioned. Some have stated we are seeking monetary gain from the hype of the circumstance. We have heard this rhetoric before. Since our inception, following the Uvalde, Texas mass shooting, there have been those that would challenge us, saying in part that the foundation was established to monetarily benefit from the events of tragedies such as what occurred on that fateful day in May of 2022. The foundation has not received one monetary donation since becoming involved with the search for Sebastian. And since our team inception, no one within the foundation, myself, nor any of our team, have ever received a paycheck or compensation for our work with the foundation overall. Since our inception, our foundation has received, on average, the last year of less than $85 monthly in donations, with us contributing thousands to our efforts, often with funds from our own pockets. I am so stuffed up in the nose. In fact, several hours from now, I will head to my full-time job as a restaurant server to help the foundation make ends meet, along with my own personal family. I have personally been silent on this, but could be so no more. Hang on, I need to take a drink. This is long. Finally, a rather entertaining, incomplete student article focused more on grammar concerns, website photos, and hearsay was published well over a year ago, challenging the foundation's purpose, primarily due to our not being physically in Uvalde. Do we need to be to help? That single article focused on grammar and hearsay. Is that a word?
No.
I think he means hearsay, right?
I know. Yeah.
Further, been used to discredit our overall work. We are aware of its contents and, quite frankly, do not care to waste further time addressing the piece itself. It is why we have ignored its existence in the past. When weighed against the over 65 other media pieces nationally written on the foundation, the East Lansing piece is irrelevant, particularly in light of our proven efforts nationally. Were they there for the Michigan State shooting or something? Or did they do something with that? East Lansing, that's Michigan. That's where Michigan State is. All of the above noted, I believe that is enough said for now. We will continue on. Surely we will meet some of you along the way and wish you peace. Daniel Chapin, founder of the Uvalde Foundation for Kids. Yeah, this guy, I saw his Facebook. Something right there.
Until I could FOIA it, I mean, I sent you someone had sent me a thing, but of Riley showing the police report was made, the date that it was made, the precinct it was made with, and then the other stuff she's redacted out, but should have it posted. So
I do get the post though. Like I get it.
I do too.
I mean, I don't think people do realize that, that there are communities out here that actually are nonprofits that like people will talk bad about just for entertainment purposes. You know what I mean? And I've seen it. So I get it. I get the post. I do.
The statement was put out in October, Miss W. That's what was so shocking to me was that wasn't even from back then. Like they did a follow-up.
Right. That was right after, a certain intelligence agency had gotten on board,
Yep.
It sure was. Damn, UA. See, and no one would have seen that if they didn't go back to their website, right?
Well, I get by with a little help from my friends. I'll say that.
Wow.
Great, UA. Now I'm going to have the Wonder Years theme stuck in my head.
Do you guys want to watch my next set of clips?
Yes.
You do? Who's Carl's wife? UA?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking.
Does UA have an admirer?
No, I don't. I'm wondering.
She says no.
Like, where's...
Okay, so this is a compilation that I put together like I did the Uvalde. I tried to find as many as I could. It was rather difficult. So if anybody has any to add to this, please send me the links or whatever. But I got a bunch of clips about the morning of, right? Because I just wanted to go back to the different accounts of what happened that morning. Did they change? Did stories change or whatever? So let's just start it and holler out if you want me to pause.
Back to when you first found out, and this part isn't clear in my head. Where were you when you found out that Sebastian was missing, and who called you? What was that conversation like? And then sort of what happened next there?
Made it out to the parking garage. When I got in my vehicle, I saw I had a missed call and a text message. Christopher Proudfoot. Text message was a 911, so I called immediately, and he's the one that told me that Sebastian was missing.
And how much detail did he give you about what happened, and how would you describe that moment, that call?
Wasn't much detail except for he said Katie woke up, Sebastian's missing. So I left the parking garage and headed straight to her house.
And how far are you from the house?
About 45 minutes from downtown correction center to their house in Henderson, Sumner County.
Okay, so now you respond. You're on that 45-minute ride there. Are you talking to anyone, or are you just pedal to the metal trying to get there?
Nah, I'm trying not to get a speeding ticket.
I get that, but I mean, are you just focused on getting there, or are you calling his mom to get more details?
No, I'm just focusing on traffic to get there as fast as possible.
So now when you got there, what happened at that moment? Like, did you have a conversation with his mom, and did you try to find out, like, well, what the situation was here?
When I got there, there was already law enforcement presence there. So I walked in and just started listening to what was going on.
And
I wanted to hear what was going on. So I got to hear her telling law enforcement asking questions, me listening to the questions and listening to the responses from his mother.
And what did you form any opinion based upon what you were hearing?
Knew my son was missing, and I just started watching body language, listening to words coming out. Did I form an opinion? Yeah, I formed an opinion. I am only human.
And what was that opinion?
That once again, my son, something has happened to my son under her watch. And once again, she wasn't being an adult. She wasn't being a parent taking care of an autistic child.
Who thinks that with knowing that we know the age difference, look at Vinny. He's like, you some bitch. Knowing the age difference, hearing him say she's not being an adult. Who thinks, raise your hand if you think that he held her age against her and used that as a tool. She's
Absolutely.
not being an adult.
I have my hand
Absolutely.
Fuck off. Fuck off. She has a full-time motherfucking job. She's been in the military. That's more adult than you have in your 44-year-old fucking big old body. Come on now. You're not being an adult. Fuck out of here.
And once again, she wasn't being an adult. She wasn't being a parent taking care of an autistic child.
So as you're listening and watching her, now she was home, it was just Sebastian and his mom that were home at that time?
Katie goes in the military and holds a full-time job. Seth starts Rogers' home set of family values.
Jake, can I insert something else right there?
Yes.
He also talks about Katie and how immature she is. With oh crap, I lost it, Jay.
It's okay. If you get it back, let me know. But do you guys
Okay.
remember, too, when he said, my mom had to tell me to load my dishwasher? Do you remember when he said that? My mom had to tell me to load my dishwasher. Okay.
I got it back.
Go ahead.
Okay. He also wants to paint himself as the fun parent that played video games with Sebastian all the time and let him have all these freedoms and stuff, right?
Right.
While condemning the Proudfoots for controlling Sebastian's use of digital devices in their homes.
Let him use the
Right?
calculator.
Right. Think about it. Literally, if you listen to Seth, he's got reasons to say that they are not only apparently absent-minded parents that aren't even looking after Sebastian, but then he wants to paint the same narrative that they're over strict. They don't let Sebastian breathe this, that, or the. Are you catching this?
Yes.
He is literally painting it both sides of the fence. There is no out for the poor Proudfoots. There's
Right.
really not.
And you know
for
what?
Katie.
The Ruby Raven is right on the same page as you. Like he said, once again, he's painting that picture that they just keep fucking with him. That they just keep fucking with him. It might be in here. I have a bunch of different clips, Big T.
And all this animosity with the Proudfoots started whenever the Proudfoots got upset about the GoFundMe.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that the Proudfoots still don't want Seth attacked. They still
They're still showing grace.
They're still they're still maintaining higher ground. I
agree with that.
Much more than I definitely would at this point. Like after seeing my wife attacked and my having, if I was Katie being attacked the way that he has these, they want to call us hate channels. I'll call them hit channels. The way that Seth has these their hit channels, out there, hating on the Proudfoots, they're still about finding Sebastian. That's their foremost goal, rather than running Seth through the mud. So, mad respect to them on that, because I don't know if I would. I mean, I'd be all about finding my child, but I'd be dragging Seth right along with him. I know he's a lot of weight to carry, but I mean, I'd be. They're
totally
still about finding Sebastian.
Too. Totally condescending what he said about her. The audacity. And you have Katie sitting there in one of her first interviews saying, if, he wasn't in extracurricular activities, but if he was, his dad would be front row. I mean, she didn't have to say that.
Exactly. Going out of their way to
offer grace and
right.
And not get him attacked for, any bad doings or any behaviors. They didn't bring any of that up. I agree with you. It doesn't mean that, they're innocent, but it certainly means that they have class. In my opinion, you know what I mean? I mean, I side eye all three of these motherfuckers. I'm
exactly.
That's just who I am, right? Because I don't have any kind of emotional connection. I've never met them. I've never spoken to them about their son. And if I had, I would tread differently, right? Like when I called Don Wells, I was the first one to speak to Don Wells besides the media. And I was kind to him. I didn't know their story when I first talked to him, but I mean, once I talked to him, I didn't feel the same. You know what I mean? It's like you hear that, you talk to them, it changes. At least for me, it does. And in this case, I don't want to talk to any of these people because I feel like the people that get involved, either way, they end up carrying around some kind of fucking burden and they can't talk about it. I don't like it.
Yeah.
Because it really has been heavy shit on some people of what they found out about the dynamics of this child. And it's a mess, Yeah. It's a mess. You guys ready to keep going?
Yes. I just want to make
Okay. Yeah, just holler when if you want me to stop, I don't mind.
Because when I got there, it was just Katie, and I think Chris's mom was there, but it was just when the
Okay, I gotta say something right here. He thinks Miss Bowersox was there, but as he gets more time to, embellish the story, then it turns into, oh, all Mrs. Bowersox was worried about was jewelry she was going to buy. Remember that? He didn't say that. He didn't say that in this. He thinks Kathy was there. So was Kathy there or not? And was she just talking about her jewelry? Because I feel like you would have remembered that.
Right. Seems like something that someone would remember.
Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Incident happened. It was just Katie and Sebastian at the house, from my understanding.
Listen how he words that.
Was there, but it was just, when the incident happened, it was just Katie and Sebastian at the house.
The incident? So now an incident happened? Does he mean, am I reading too much into that?
Yeah. No, he's talking about Sebastian going missing as being an incident is how I'm taking it.
That's exactly how I'm taking it too. So
why wouldn't he just say,
crazy,
when Sebastian went missing, it was just him and Katie? When the incident happened, it was just him and Katie. Oh, and by the way, it happened on February 25th.
Well, not only that, Jay, but in that statement, he is implying that an incident took place. That's why Sebastian is missing. He's not implying, like, I'm with you. He is implying more into intent in using the word incident. I see that. I do.
From my understanding.
Now, I've got to imagine your mind is racing at the time you're hearing all this information. So as you're hearing the information from Katie, and from what you're telling me, it seems like you're a little upset in how things were handled. So what happened next? Where did you go? Where did she go? What did police do at that time? Because this is very early on, right? This is the morning of.
They started asking me questions on where I'd been. I told them I'd been at work since, I've been clocked in since before 7, but I'd been at work in the parking garage since about 6 o'clock the night before.
He does that whole arm thing. What the fuck, Seth?
I think it's very
in the parking garage since about 6 o'clock the night before.
I think that it's very odd that he would get at the parking lot or the parking deck that early, because he is going that would have been let's see, if he's getting off on Monday, he would have gone in Sunday to be there at 7 p.m. He's not fighting any traffic going into Nashville.
Listen, he's putting himself at work when they're at the Roadhouse. That's what I'm picking up. Okay.
Exactly.
Yep.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm pointing out that he's literally trying to act like he's trying to act like there's just so much traffic in my mind, and because he's putting Nashville traffic, and also when he's like going to Katie's house, we've already kind of shown that it wouldn't have taken as long as he said.
No, it would have taken like 26 minutes or something like that.
Right.
Not me if my kid was missing.
I did it at that time in the morning. Google let me. I don't remember how the freak I did it, but Google let me put the time in there so I could clock it, what the traffic was like.
Everyone thought that he was coming from like Harding Place. He wasn't. He was coming from the downtown detention facility, which ironically is the same place where Riley Strain was, cameras last showed him. So just saying, it's that area, downtown, not, if you're calculating it yourself, downtown detention facility.
Well, and it's important to note too that the traffic is going into Nashville, not out of at that time in the morning. People are coming into from the north.
Correct.
So he's going the opposite direction of traffic. So it would have been, more smooth sailing.
Correct. Exactly.
So my question is, what time did he leave that morning to get to the Davidson County Jail at 6 a.m.? And do they,
he would have gotten there at 6 p.m.
Or 6 p.m. That's what I meant. Sorry.
Yeah. He would have left Clarksville to get there. It's usually about 45 minutes or something like that. But I can find out because I do have his address. Thanks to his court filings. Just so people, if they want to.
Right. He wasn't doxxed.
It's only because of his court filings.
Okay, let's keep going.
All right.
Since I've been clocked in since before 7, but I've been at work in the parking garage since about 6 o'clock the night before. And I told him they can call and verify where I've been at. And I just sat there and started listening. Just listening to everything that was being said.
Now, did you have any reason to believe that there were any problems in that home?
Katie was pretty adamant about having a good weekend, which meant my son wasn't misbehaving in her point of view.
So, Seth, what time did you get to the home that day?
I got the message at about 7:20. I was there at about 8 o'clock.
So, immediately. When you got to the home, tell me about the state of the home.
He was there about 8 o'clock. Max did track back up at 7:50.
He wasn't misbehaving
Immediately.
from her point of view.
Yeah.
Another direct attack at Katie.
Well, yeah, because he was the fun dad, right? Like you said.
Yep.
They were the downers, right? Sebastian, they don't let you have any fun.
Yeah.
I could just hear him. I'm sorry, son, that they limit you over there.
It's about an hour drive from his house to the detention facility that he works at.
So we'd had to leave around 5 a.m. What a go-getter he is.
5 p.m.
The guy
5
that doesn't
p.m.
like to work.
5 p.m. Yes.
What? Carrie says, Jay, I watched T-Rev yesterday. A caller said Uncle Taco said. That's where you lose me. A caller said Uncle Taco said. That's all I need to hear. It wasn't even Uncle Taco saying it. I can't do anything with that. You say T-Rev, and then you say a caller said Uncle Taco said. That's all I need to hear. I mean, did we not learn from T-Rev the first time?
No. Was that
Why are we listening to fucking T-Rev about this case?
Right, you lost me at T-Rev.
What? Why are we listening to T-Rev on this case? Oh, here is Granny.
Called in?
What's up, Grands?
Hi.
Hi. How are you today?
Good. I just got done launching a new product. It is blueberry and strawberry yogurt facials for cats.
You're kidding me. You're
Sure
kidding.
did. I wish I was.
You know, I was on Amazon looking at that shit.
You could have just came to Granny's house. What are you doing?
I gotta go check that out.
You
Are
love
they
it.
male cat friendly too?
Hot, fresh, organic. You can't beat it.
Alrighty. I bet my cat Meatball would
That's
love
why
that.
Granny was like dropping herself the link. She's finishing her products.
Oh, well,
Yeah, I
they
was
said that
stealing
it
some
was,
ideas.
it wasn't on
Granny.
T-Rev. It was on Dolly. Okay, say no more. Why are we watching Dolly for information about Sebastian? Right? That's like watching the E's and hoping you're getting the correct info.
Or
I mean,
hoping you're going to have, like, not fall asleep.
Have we not learned about these people, though, that they're not factual? And that these callers can't be taken as factual? Like, if someone calls in and says, oh, I heard Mr. Taco say that they're moving Sebastian around in a red car, that's got to be bullshit, right?
Yeah. But I mean, I feel bad. Like, it's not like Carrie knows that. Like, we know that.
I'm not trying to come at Carrie. I'm saying these guys are still doing the same bullshit. We got to stop giving it clout. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Any credence at all. They're full of shit. I'm learning big words, guys. Credence. Did I use that in the proper context?
And you pronounce it
Yes.
right.
I did it. That was good of me. I can't see the chat up here. This is bothering me. What am I on StreamYard?
See, I use StreamYard just to patch you guys in.
Yeah. Oh, that's why. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not live on it. So
I watched the chat from my phone.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm
Guess that's what
sorry.
I'm gonna have to do.
It's a little inconvenient, but
That's all right.
not all of us creators that release phone calls are fake. I mean, I know my source is directly the person.
I'm not talking
telling
about
us that. I mean,
Okay.
and
I'm
Jay said,
like, not all of us. You guys don't crucify me.
No, you can tell, over time, you can tell
Oh,
who's
okay.
genuine and who's fake. And,
Yeah.
because Chase had call-ins. I had that guy Chase also call in my show, and they're not fake. You know what I mean? It's not every call-in's fake.
No, no,
You,
no.
Regina, have call-ins that aren't fake. But people that have a reputation for doing it,
Yes.
people that lash themselves
Absolutely.
to defending people like Seth Rogers, yeah, they're the ones you should always side-eye.
Yeah, and it's
People
not
are-
y'all's fault. I just want y'all to recognize that, because I think that's when the secondhand information is really fucking things up. It's it's like, the fake call about Madeline Soto. I mean, that kind of shit. You know
what was so annoying, Jay? People arguing with me over if that was Sebastian underneath the neighbor's car, and they're like, no, it came out it wasn't him. Right, but what part don't you understand that they discovered after he disappeared that it in fact was him? That it took for them to talk to that neighbor to find out, oh shit, that was Sebastian. The first time they heard about it was on the audio of the dispatch that morning. Like, that's the first time they've heard of it. And then after the fact, after SF went there and all, they started talking to neighbors and they discovered it was him. What part don't they understand?
And it sounds like there's more than one home, too.
There's more than one time, yeah.
Yes, more than one time. I don't know if it's the same home.
They can't comprehend it.
I know. It's like, I don't know. It's
They're like, that was debunked. Debunked by who?
I love that. I love that debunked when the cops have told us nothing.
Right.
But we're being told shit's debunked.
Yeah, that was
Right.
debunked. So you know what else was debunked? Your favorite creators not having internet problems. They're having other problems. But y'all ignore that one. Ugh.
Seriously,
Okay.
that was probably the worst one yet.
It's kind of like one of those
Wild.
debunked things whenever they talk about the CPS reports. Whenever we know for a fact that Sean had to sign, what's that called? I'm having a brain fart, y'all.
Confidentiality
Non-disclosure
agreement?
agreements.
Oh, yeah.
Non-disclosure agreements through an attorney. That he wouldn't even talk about anything in those records. So how do all these creators out here know about these 5 CPS reports? Y'all tell me. What's going on here?
There's not 5. So right there tells you they're lying. But they're taking that off what Tony said. And we had 5 CPS reports against Chris.
Right. Right.
Well, how
One
about
other
we say
thing.
we debunk that?
One
Go around.
thing I
Next
was-
time people say that, say that's been debunked. When they ask you where, just ignore them. That's what they do.
That's
been
perfect.
debunked.
I was thinking about the
I used
CPS
that
calls.
word
And
earlier, Brittney, while you were doing your blueberry facials, but I really did debunk that.
I was thinking about those
I'm
CPS
dead.
calls and how we all thought that maybe it was, or I said it. I said, funny those calls didn't start until Seth moved to Tennessee. But isn't it interesting that they have this custody battle going on with Nina, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then when Seth moves to Tennessee, he starts getting the visitations with Sebastian, and Sebastian's FaceTiming with his sister. So him and Nina could have been talking that whole time, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
so
I
that
told
brings
you,
me to, did Nina and Seth, who called CPS? Were these unfound? Obviously, they were closed. They were unfounded.
Right.
Nothing happened. Sebastian wasn't removed. They weren't put on any kind of restrictions or anything like that.
That we know of.
That we know of. I mean, all we know is what we know. But is it possible? Because I was thinking Seth made the calls. Is it possible that Nina made the calls?
Well,
that
of course.
happens
Who's
all
to
the
say-
time in a custody battle, right?
Well, to be fair, Joe, why'd I call you Jill? The
Dude,
fuck?
who's Jill?
I don't know. I listened to you guys for a few minutes. I don't even know where the fuck I'm at anymore. But to be fair, so I'm just kidding. But to be fair, they never say that the calls were made on behalf of Sebastian or pertaining to Sebastian, just that there's 5 CPS calls against Chris. So if you look at it like that, it could be like, yeah, well, we know Nina filed for emergency custody, so maybe she made a call then. Maybe the course intercepted and made a call. You know, there's just so many possibilities. But at the end of the day, there's no proof of this for anybody to run around that is factually correct that there's 5 CPS reports. There's no proof. And we're never going to get proof because they dropped a bombshell where you can't say prove it because they won't without it being against the law. So they kind of line themselves up great, which is why I heard that there was 8 CPS reports against Seth. Now, who's going to say otherwise? You can't ask me to prove it. It'd be illegal to do so. You know what I mean? Like, it's so fucking slimy. There's slime balls. But yes, if Sebastian was FaceTiming with Seth's Chris's daughter the way that they said they were, Nina could have been very well talking to Sebastian as well. Okay. I mean, you know, when my kids are on FaceTime, she'll bring her friends in my kitchen. I'm like, get your little crusty friends out of my kitchen. I'm cooking.
Seth said in that thing that Clue played, I think it was what Clue played yesterday with Terry Lynn. He said, and I'm pretty sure that's what it was, but he said that Sebastian would actually be on FaceTime with Faith in his bed.
Oh.
And
I thought he hides under his bed and reads books.
No, and I know he said it was an hour and a half that he would be in his bed talking to Faith. So where's Seth in the living room playing video games?
Well, and what are they doing? Like when my kids FaceTime, not just my daughter, but like if my son's FaceTime and they're playing Fortnite together, you know, like where they playing a game together. And when I talked to that tip line that told me all the tips, she told me that Nina and Seth talk every single day, that they're really good friends.
Yeah, Seth apparently. Granny, were you listening when they talked about what, like the tag thing?
I didn't mean to do that. The tag thing.
Flashlight tag?
Yeah.
Oh.
No. Just
what are you talking about?
No, listen. We watched a video earlier and Seth was asked about, or Seth was on T-Rev and he said, I posted a video on YouTube today.
No, that was Nancy.
No, it was T-Rev. And he said it took me like 45 minutes to upload a video. Like he didn't know how to do it. And then he goes, it's just a little video of Sebastian at the playground playing tag. But really,
tag was his favorite game.
Right, but then we have Bobby with her kids playing flashlight tag. It just like kind of bing bonged in my head.
Yeah, but again, when Bobby said that, I mean, I know we can always bing bong it, but Bobby said her kids used to play flashlight tag.
Well, she did. She said it in that one interview. She didn't say it in her Terry Lynn interview when she mentioned flashlight tag like 3 or 4 times.
It's just weird. It's just a weird coinky-dink that we keep hearing about, the tag. That's all.
Yeah, I agree.
They're just like trigger words that we are hearing, It's just weird. And another thing that's weird is why Nancy's team chose to show this overhead view of the landfill where they were looking for Sebastian with a little dot on it. I always wonder why they put these kind of clips in there. Like, it's weird. All right, let's keep listening.
Point of view.
So, Seth, what time did you get to the home that day?
I got the message at about 7:20. I was there at about 8 o'clock.
So immediately. When you got to the home, tell me about the state of the home.
The home was clean. I mean, it looked like it normally did when I walked in.
So were there any
when he walked in,
signs
Jay? When he walked in, he said before that he never would go in their house. He would just sit at the end of the driveway and wait for Sebastian to come right off the school bus.
Bing bong. It looked like it normally did when I walked in. How many times did you walk in when Katie was at work?
Because I swear because Katie would have been at work because Sebastian was home alone between 3 and 5, well, after school until Katie got done work.
That was when he was hiding under the car too, 4 p.m.
Yes. And when people asked him about the locks on the doors and stuff, he made the remark that he didn't go in their house. He would just park at the end of the driveway and wait for Sebastian to get off the bus.
Right.
Oh, somebody's a liar.
Wow.
Okay, here we go. Play that again.
The home was clean. I mean, it looked like it normally did when I walked in.
So, were there any signs of forced entry at the front or?
Did you see him put his hand up again and shake his head? watch his body language when he says that. Like, yeah, it's just no big
The
deal.
home was clean. I mean, it looked like it normally did when I walked in.
Look at him.
So, were there any signs of forced entry at the front or back door or on Sebastian's window that you could observe?
No, there was none.
Was anything
Back
stolen
door,
from the home?
Not that I was informed of.
Okay.
Like,
Do
he
you
looked out
know
the
if there are
windows?
burglar lights, motion sensor lights that would turn on if someone moved on the perimeter of the home?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I'm trying to understand his daily routine. Did Sebastian get up every morning and go to school?
Yes, ma'am.
What school?
Beach High School.
How far away?
Now, when you watch this, I know a lot of you don't like Nancy Grace, but keep in mind that she was a prosecutor. Still is, actually. She still has her license. But keep in mind her questioning and think along the lines of a lawyer ask. You know what I mean? Don't think of her as Nancy, the gossip queen. You know what I mean? Think of her as a prosecutor, and it's really interesting the way she questions him.
I think it's like 0.6 miles.
Yeah, that was interesting too. How far is Beach High School, right? Hey, Granny, how far is your kid's school from your house?
I don't fucking know. I can see it, but I don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
If you
well,
had
fuck
to
if I
guess.
know. A mile. Too.
Okay.
0.3572.
Hey,
That
UA, UA, how far is your groomers?
The dog groomer that you overpaid.
Yeah, how far
well,
is the dog groomer? Sorry.
It's right here because I do it myself. But this is why my dogs look so janky.
Yeah, how
all the
far
time.
is your vet?
No clue. 3 miles.
Okay, thanks. Just checking.
I'm trying to understand his daily routine. Did Sebastian get up every morning and go to school?
Yes, ma'am.
What school?
Beach High School.
How far away?
I think it's like 0.6 miles.
6
Good
miles? Did you
breathing.
say 6 miles?
0.6.
0.6 miles, very close to home. Did he walk or take a bus or ride a bike?
He rode the bus.
Your wife calls you.
How come he got tangled up there?
Or take a bus or ride a bike?
He rode the bus.
He rode a bike. He rode the bus. Did you hear that?
Close
he's
to home.
probably nervous.
Did he walk or take a bus or ride a bike?
He rode the bus.
Your wife calls you. Your ex calls you about 7:20 a.m. Would that have been on a school day?
No, it was her husband that called me.
Okay. Was that at 7:20 a.m.?
Look, she's like, I
No,
don't give a fuck for
7:20
that.
a.m. is when I got to my vehicle because I got off of work at 7. My shift ended at 7. By the time I found out to make sure that I didn't have to stay over or anything, then I got to my truck about 7:20, and they had texted me and tried to call me on my cell phone at around 6:20.
And you
Didn't
found
he
out
say,
about
Jay?
it at 7:20. Is that
Didn't he say before that he works 6 to 6, but he hung out for a little bit afterwards?
No, he said he got there at 6. So he got there a whole hour early. Who believes? I mean, what? The guy that doesn't want to work gets to work a whole ass hour early. So like UA said, he had to leave his house by 5 to get there at 6 versus
So
leaving
he-
at 6 to get there at
So
7.
so he works 6
7 to 7.
7 to 7.
No, he sat
but
in his
he-
truck for an hour, Granny. That
I
was
know.
fixed
I
the
understand
day of
that.
No. He worked
That's
7
what
to
I just
7.
said.
And what's important, Granny, is that he's putting himself in the parking garage at 6 p.m. when they're at the roadhouse. I find
Right,
that
right.
very interesting. While
Like,
they're
he's
not
making
home,
sure he's on camera
he went
somewhere.
to work early. Yeah, it's wild.
And then he
I
said
wonder
they like
how-
to like bullshit and have their call, whatever, and cigarette and talk about the inmates. Like, no, the fuck they don't. The other people want to get home. They don't want to sit there and talk to you about fucking inmates.
Right. I feel like he
Yeah.
maybe had a meeting or something with his superior, maybe. Maybe
I feel like there's
he,
not enough thumbs up on this fucking video. That's
because
what I
like
feel
remember
like.
he was written up and like he had just gone back to work right before Sebastian went missing, and this would be like a Monday, right? So like your superior would be there on a Monday. I don't know. Maybe he had a little meeting to go into before work.
Well, that
Who
would be
knows?
listed.
Hmm?
That would be listed on his on all
the time thing.
Yeah,
The time card.
So he didn't clock in that day. I don't remember I remember looking at the clock in and out, but I don't remember. Because there was, if we go back and look at those clock in and out, there was a weird clock in, clock out, then clock back in again for the day.
Remember that?
Yeah.
And don't forget too that he whatchamacallit, he Tony even said that there is an hour or two where he was off camera sleeping in his truck. If somebody said, if anybody said there was an hour or perhaps 2 or even 20 minutes that Chris Proudfoot couldn't be accounted for at work the night that Sebastian disappeared, there would be deep dive. I mean, they'd be like, we got him.
Absolutely.
Yep.
We're hearing this guy was unaccounted for, and it's like, oh, nobody
From
wants
his own PR guy.
Yeah. Yeah, makeshift PR guy.
So in other words, he's telling Tony, I fell asleep in my truck.
Allegedly.
I mean, who else is telling Tony that? No one else would know. It had to be Seth. Process of fucking elimination.
That day that he had the weird clock back in for the half an hour was on the 25th.
So it was the day before.
Yeah.
Right?
Correct. The day before.
It would have been that day because he went into work on the 25th at night.
It was at 7 a.m. on 2/25 to 7:30
when he got off. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That was the clock back in.
Okay.
He clocked out at 7. He reports himself as clocking, because remember, this is all self-reported. He reports himself as clocking in at 7:01 p.m. on 2/25 and clocking out on 2/26 at 7:05 a.m.
Okay.
I have it backstage, Jay, if you want to look at his timesheet really quick.
Oh, okay.
It's something we covered before with Betty's tire days.
Thank you.
Seth was at work from 2:25 at 7:01 p.m. to 2:26, 7:05 a.m. He just told Nancy Grace that it took him, well, that's to walk to his truck, but whatever. He said he got done at 7. And then it goes over here to actually show it. And this is
it was
what
me and you that went over these. I forgot about that. I knew I'd seen them. Yeah.
We were like baffled because he logs in right here, 7:05 a.m., gets done at exactly 7 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
But remember there was that weird one that it was like clocked in and clocked right back out right here.
The 25th.
7 p.m. Yeah.
What's the time again?
The 26 says 7 p.m. 2:25, 7 p.m. So on the 20, like that night, it says that he clocked in on the 25th as 7:01 p.m. and he clocked out at 7:05 a.m.
So no lunch break or nothing.
Nothing. And he makes these himself. There it is, bigger.
Okay, yeah, I can see it now.
And then remember we were like, wait, there was that one that stood out. After the 30-minute clock in, Seth leaves work for his 12 hours off. Where was that one? Looks like, oh, here it is. No, that's not it. Remember we thought we were looking, we're like, he clocks in for like a few minutes and then clocked out.
Yeah, I think it was the morning, or wait, it was after work on the 25th, right? In the morning.
Yeah.
So he gets off work at 7 a.m. on Sunday morning, the day that Katie and Sebastian are running around. He clocks out, clocks in, clocks out, whatever he did, right? So that could have been like an after work meeting or something.
Huh.
I don't know. It's weird though, because he does it himself. So he would have, I don't know. Was that like a mistake? Was that not supposed to have been done? Is that what like caught their attention?
Right, because they put in there that right here, the file named log entry Seth Rogers PDF is based on Mr. Rogers' use of his username and password. Rogers made these digital records himself. They make that clear.
Okay. So maybe there was some kind of a red flag.
Right, because
Yeah,
I
there
mean,
was a time card. They were having issues at the jail related to time cards as well that was being looked into.
There was an investigation or something.
And there's also an investigation regarding contraband.
And then Seth was
Wow.
written up on 216 about the laundry thing.
Right.
A lot going on. There was a lot going on.
And again,
Well, also, you guys, if we listen to what, AWBJ's guests say, Nana's Dragonfly, there was also an investigation going on in Seth about his temporary disability with his employer, correct?
I don't know if there
That
was an
was
issue.
correct.
Was there?
That's what Nana's
That'd be
Dragonfly
fair
said.
to say.
Nana's Dragonfly? How the fuck does she know?
wait, say it again. What was it?
Okay.
No, what
Nana's
is it?
Dragonfly made the statement that Seth Rogers couldn't search for Sebastian because he was being watched and investigated by the. Y'all remember?
Oh, by disability, but that's not necessarily
Yes.
that's not necessarily work. Disability does that themselves. Like they'll, if you receive disability, sometimes they'll come like, drive by, see what you're up to. They'll watch people get in and out of their cars if they clean that bad backs and things like that. I don't know if that
I
necessarily
think
ties
it's
into
weird
work.
that I just think it's weird. Like Seth Rogers, if you really pay attention, the people that are associated to him and and his people are painting this narrative like there's always this investigating going on into Seth.
Well, that may be factual.
But why? Because of everything he says and does, correct? And what his PR person puts out there, correct?
I don't know.
Why would disability be watching
I know
them?
that they're probably watching,
I don't know. That's
course they
just what
are.
was put out. That's just what was put out.
Oh,
That he
about
couldn't look for
disability watching
Sebastian.
him. I
Yeah.
don't think that has anything to do with Tony or anything because that was before Tony even came along. There was just that Seth said that's why he told JLR in that one footage, you're going to want to get this, make sure you get this on camera, him wrapping up his shoulder and all. And that's why he started making all those appearances where he's all exaggerating his shoulder injury, using a massager because he didn't want disability to think he was faking it. So he began
that was
faking
before. Some of those were before he went on disability. GW.
That don't make no damn sense.
That was when he was arguing that he needed the shoulder, like his shoulder, like he went on disability on 4 or 5. Some of those searches were back in late March that JLR recorded.
I just think it's weird that we're hearing about all this, those different types of fraud linked with this investigation and stuff. It's insane to me. All these people being investigated, time cards, all the GoFundMe. I think that's weird 3 days after Sebastian went missing. I don't think that's normal to put out a GoFundMe before you even ask the media for, help looking for your kid. Put it out to the public. I don't know. And I'm not saying that Seth has anything to do with Sebastian's disappearance, but those are the reasons that I have red flags for Seth. It all has to do with all the money that's
Did you
been
just
made
say
in
you
Sebastian's.
don't think he had anything to do with it?
I don't think Seth directly, I don't think that he hurt his son.
Okay, so then I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Okay, because I think that there's a possibility that he could have been involved with something.
I think there's a possibility, but I don't think that he did. I don't think that.
Then
Katie
why do you
did.
want to
don't
talk about him then? I'm just curious.
Why do I wanna talk about him?
This is a general question for everybody who I've heard
Uh-huh.
this a million times. That's why I ask. I've heard the exact same thing you just said. I don't think Seth did anything to his son, and I've heard it like a million times, and
Well,
I'm
let me
dying to
explain it
know
this way.
because if I didn't
I'll
think he did
explain it.
anything, I wouldn't be talking about him.
Right. Well, let me explain it this way. Okay. I'm not automatically going to say that he did something to his son because I don't that's the reason I quit talking about Katie, because there is no proof that anyone did anything to him at this point. We have no proof that any of them actually have done anything. And the truth is, the more that Seth speaks, the more that he reveals that he is not a trustworthy and honest person. And I'm following those clues and into the people that these people are and how they behave and stuff. And I've come to understand a lot just by listening to what they've said. And Seth is the one that has the most to lose by Sebastian being found financially right now. Okay.
I'm just wondering because, like, I just think in my head, like, if I felt in my heart, like, this dude did not do shit to his kid, like, he truly loves him, I don't think I'd hardly even mention him. Because, like, that's why I rarely mention Katie. Because I don't think I think she's the last on my list right now. Out of the three parents.
Mine too.
And
because of the way Seth behaves and stuff. So I'm interested in looking into it.
I know that
more.
Katie has an Apple Watch, right? And there's a chance she could have worn it to bed. And there's a chance that they could have looked at that and saw she was sleeping. And that's why, I mean, if she, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's just things like that I don't know. So I don't mention her too much. I'm just curious where the thought comes from, because when you said you don't think he did anything.
Let me rephrase it. I think that Seth is the most suspicious of the parents right now, but I'm not convinced that any one of them did it yet.
Well, they're all suspects, right? I mean, they're all persons of interest.
Yes.
Just because of their closeness to the victim.
Yes, exactly.
Not because of anything. Like, they could all not say a fucking word. We could just see their pictures, and because they are so close to the victim, that's who you look at first.
Right. But the more Seth goes on these shows and does these panels and live streams and all of this, the more he lets us know who he is. And I have come to recognize that the more he reveals about himself, the more lies I pick up that he has told. And it just...
Yeah, I just wanted to know that. It's
something's
fine.
not right.
I agree. I just wondered because I've heard a lot of people say, I don't think he had anything to do with it. Like, I really believe he was at work, but I'm going to sit here and talk about this, that, and the other every day about him. I don't get that. I guess I just don't understand that. I'm not saying that's you. I'm saying there are people that I've heard say that, and I've just wanted to know why, because I don't understand that mentality.
Am I tripping that there's a video playing right now? Am I tripping that on the actual screen there's a video playing right now?
No, I'm scrolling through a video.
Oh.
Why? Can you see it?
Yeah. And I'm seeing, like, while Regina's talking, I'm seeing Brittney's panel head talking, and I'm, like, tripping out here.
Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I clicked over because I wanted to find the spot with Tony.
Never again, Granny. Not in a million years.
I, like, exited 5 times and, like, kept clicking your channel again, and I'm like, where the fuck am I right now?
You could just confuse. You know what? You confused me because I'm not even looking at that screen, so I had no idea it did that. And then I went to look at my streaming screen, and I'm like, wait, am I tripping? No, I'm trying to look for the part where he talked about the nap. I just wanted to play it.
The nap.
That's funny, Granny.
This actually was a good one because Cher did kind of grill him. Her questions were pretty good.
I liked this 4-hour. I watched it twice, but I mean, I think she deleted it, didn't she?
No.
Well,
she renamed it. She just renamed it.
Unless she edited it.
Cher said before, you know how we feel about Seth and Tony, Brittney. We've talked. She says it during this. We talked about it in private, which tells me that Brittney does see the red flags of Seth, but she sees the green money signs instead publicly.
Yeah,
because Cher called her on it during that.
I don't see how. I don't understand how there are people that do choose to ignore the red flags with any of the parents. That's the part that I don't get.
Pocketbooks are full. I think that's how that helps.
I think there's red flags from all of them.
I remember what Brittney said right before. She's like, Tony, this is a big one. This is a big one, and I don't know if you can answer this, but here it is. Here it is. I found it, I think. Listen.
Oh, fuck my ears.
Hold on. Hold on, guys. Fuck.
Pray to Jesus, spray the holy water, light the sage.
And girl,
right,
just saying. I'm not sure what that means. I think they said that Seth said that he fell asleep in his truck on break. I think that's what they're saying.
Oh, yeah. See, I haven't seen anything about that. First time I heard about that was last night, and nobody
Well,
gave me
I
any
can't speak.
screenshots.
Yeah, I can't speak to that, but common sense says that if a guy has a break isn't 2.5 to 3 hours.
No.
Agreed.
So, I can tell you that Seth is broken, and there's a lot of times when I'm around him now that he will fall asleep because he's just absolutely worn out. But
right.
At a normal work day, if a guy were to get a break, I mean, you get 2 15-minute breaks and a 30-minute lunch or dinner or whatever you want to call it. I mean, the guy's works an hour from Hendersonville, and you're talking about a 2+ hour time frame, and nobody gets a break like that.
Right.
So, can I ask regarding Seth being cleared? A lot of people, I personally, I'm not going to share how I feel because they'll say I gave you, the answer.
Just shut the fuck up and ask.
I personally
Jesus
don't
Christ.
see anything.
Spit it out.
I personally, nobody gives a fuck.
But a lot of people are hung up on the fact that Seth keeps calling himself a suspect.
Because it's a big deal, you nitwit.
Hold on. I want to find the part where did she already ask him?
That's exactly how I've seen it.
Did she already say this is a big one where he says he was napping?
I just don't think that he's.
Do you think it was before that?
Did you just hear her breathe?
Yes.
I don't think
lung.
She does say that there was I know, remember in this one, she said there was hours that he was not accounted for, but.
I know she says this is a big one.
This is a big one, and
you're a big boy.
I just hate when people do that. Like, can I ask a question?
What is that even?
I know she's so fucking annoying.
And then they followed up with their own personal feelings. Just ask I can't stand that shit.
I need to learn how to search transcripts. I don't know how to do that.
Oh, I'll tell you.
Can you teach me?
Yeah.
Do I go to the bottom?
Yeah, go up. Go to description.
Okay.
Over there, click that. Go all the way down.
Oh, transcription. Okay. I remember seeing.
And then Control F. After the now click anywhere on there. Click 104. Yeah, just click there, and then Control F on your keyboard.
Okay, and then just type it in.
Type the word in.
Damn,
and then,
I never knew that.
Yeah,
Okay,
list
so
will come up.
Big one, Tony.
Apparently, she fell out.
Oh, here it is. Look it. It came right up. Look it. It reminded me of my question. Oh, good. This is a big one. This is a big one, Tony. I found it. I just click on it.
That's the first time Tony's ever heard that in his life.
I know, right? Do I just click on it and it'll play?
Yeah.
Reminded me of my question.
Oh, yay. Thank you.
This is a big one. This is a big one, Tony. Please clear this one up. I'm sure you can. Another major thing that's going around. My God, I saw it all in my chat last night.
You're fucking breathing.
Seth went missing on the cameras at work from 3 a.m. till 6 a.m.
It's probably why I dislike
the night
pugs.
Sebastian went missing.
Where'd you hear that at?
It was somebody went into Justin's chat. I think was it last night, y'all? Nana, I think it was last night. Somebody went to Justin's chat and was saying that Terry Lynn said it, which I talked to Terry Lynn and I've never heard Terry Lynn say that.
No, that's
she sure
he
did.
didn't disappear from work. He was at work the whole time. He didn't disappear from the cameras. There wasn't a time gap. When you're working those county jails, I mean, you're the guy. They don't have fill-ins for you.
That's
so
right.
You're not the guy.
He
You're
was
folding
there from the
fucking
time they were at
laundry.
the Texas Roadhouse all the way past the time
even
he was
says
reported
it.
missing.
He even says it.
And he's on camera as such.
Right, he didn't even get the voicemail until an hour.
He has to put himself
Holy
at work.
crap.
He has to. Y'all.
Right.
And notice
So-
he immediately
so he-
did not deny it. He didn't
So
say
he's-
no. He said, "Where'd you hear that?"
Well, but he does go on to deny it. But the problem is, she said
he
from
ends
3
up
to
saying
6.
he was napping. No, keep listening.
Jails. I mean,
keep listening.
You're the guy. They don't have fill-ins for you.
That's
So,
right.
you know, he was there from the time they were at the Texas Roadhouse all the way past the time that he was reported missing. And he's on camera as such.
Right. He didn't even get the voicemail until an hour later, which I will never understand.
It was
And
a
I've talked to
text
Seth
message.
about this. Why the Proudfoots wouldn't call
They did.
Right.
Seth's
You
work.
fucking
And Seth
idiot.
said he gave Sebastian, Katie,
Seth
and
City.
Chris 3 forms of emergency numbers.
Who the fuck's
That
calling
would've
all
been
over
my
to look for
first
his big
phone
goofy
call.
ass?
As the
Yeah.
mother, my first phone call would have
Yeah.
been to
Call
the
your fucking
father
kids.
saying,
Your first
please
phone
tell
call.
me that our child called you or you have him. That would have been
Shut
my
up, Jules.
first phone call if I'd
Stupid
wakened
bitch.
and my child was missing.
Jinx, Jay.
Here's what I'll say.
fake
Here's what I'll
counselor.
say to that. You know why he was late getting the message? Because he's, got to lock his phone up when he's at work.
Because he weeble wobbles.
So he didn't. He's not able to have his phone out.
The way he coughed
The
there.
other thing that's really odd to me, I believe they should have called the jail. They should have got him on the phone.
I swear he says
I
napping.
also believe that
Look.
they should have made him aware that, that there were reports that his son wasn't being treated properly. And I think the ball was dropped there.
Please.
But I
Jerk
think the
off.
bigger problem,
Absolutely.
I think the bigger problem is when you've got your child is missing.
Look at these idiots in the chat.
Oh, I know.
First off,
I don't know. I don't know how anybody calls their husband first. He calls a buddy at the sheriff's department or whatever.
Oh, fuck
and then
off.
the third call is to 911. To me,
Exactly.
that blows me away.
Respect.
There's never even been proof of
Absolutely
that.
Yeah, totally.
Oh,
What
shut
does
up,
that-
Jules. You
what
don't know
does that
shit.
even mean, allegedly, Amber? If that's ridiculous. They said, why is the Sebastian groups on
Okay,
Facebook
wait,
are
I
already
found
posted?
it. I was wrong.
An easier target when
Here
you're
we go.
consistently in the public eye.
That's true. I'm not sure if Pascal fell asleep on break in garage. Just saying. I'm not sure what that means. But thank you.
You're not sure what that means?
I think they said that Seth
What the
said
fuck?
that he fell asleep in his truck on break.
Well, good job,
I
Jules.
think that's what they're saying.
You should go to Harvard to figure that out.
See, I haven't seen anything
Well,
about
maybe you
that.
can answer this,
First time I
Tony.
heard
Oh,
from
we
that
just heard
about
this.
that was last night. And
Well, anyways, fucking, I can't listen to her anymore. We listened to her all fucking morning. We're going back to my video.
Well, now we know how to go and spot, like, if we remember certain phrases, we can go without having to
Yes,
listen
thank
to
you for
whole
teaching
live.
me that. That was awesome.
You know what drives me nuts though? When she said like, "There's rumors that he was missing from 3 to 6." When you do that, Tony can immediately say that's not true because nobody ever stated it was 3 to 6. Not one singular person ever said he was missing from 3 to 6 a.m. That wasn't the time period. So like right away gives him an out to be like, well, that's not true. And then he distracts by, well, what I find is weird is that, and then Brittney's like, he didn't. They called his buddy at the sheriff's. Where did that ever come up? And then didn't the intelligence agency put that out as breaking news like 3 weeks ago? But Tony knew it back 5 fucking months ago, but it was breaking news, your intelligence group. I can't stand these fucking people.
Me
And
either.
Tony doesn't even have the respect to sit up. Sit the fuck up when you're speaking.
Well-
You're a fucking spokesperson. Sit your ass the fuck up. Lift your head off your recliner and have some fucking decency for Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. Fucking leaning back like he's up there like,
Well, not only that, he was
up.
fucking chewing tobacco and spitting.
Oh, he's so fucking trashy.
He's
Just like he
gross.
did in that. Remember that one interview you played, Jay, when he was talking about Caleb Harris in the car and Tony's making all this music in the background. He's ruffling around. He's
Yep.
spitting in his can. And
Yeah, he was
Dude,
on
fuck
Coffin
off.
Daffers. Yep. He was
These
on
fucking
Coffin
people,
Daffers.
like, this is who represents this missing child. This is the face of that poor boy. A man that doesn't even have enough respect to sit up when he's speaking.
It's true.
People have no fucking respect, man.
It's true.
Why don't you just scratch your balls
See?
next time or
You
be like
guys-
Betty and show up in your pajamas, you fucking crumbs.
See, this is what talking to these parents has done to people. They've
she's
had
fucking hot.
Yeah, because they are carrying around shit, man. And it's not fucking fair.
No, it's bullshit. And if
Not
everybody
fucking
knew,
fair.
everything would make fucking sense. But instead, we got to play stupid games with fucking Tony Baloney up there and Brittney barely fucking breathing.
know
And then
it.
you got the fucking Harvard graduate with all the degrees that does nothing but sit on YouTube and twiddle her fucking thumbs. I'll be damned if I had all these degrees. I'd be fucking sitting on YouTube with an audience of 30 proclaiming I'm a professional. But okay. Like, I can't stand these people.
Do you know that Jules actually stalked my
I'm
friend
dead.
in Texas
I
over the
believe
Watts
it.
case?
She's psychotic.
She is.
Sorry.
There's
That's my opinion.
definitely something wrong with her.
degrees?
I'm sorry?
Is she the one with the Harvard degrees?
No.
No, I don't, she's
No,
doing
no,
Harvard.
no,
I'm
no,
just talking
no.
shit, but she does claim to be degreed in all these things like psychology and this and that.
She
and-
does. Uh-huh. Yeah. She
But there
does
are-
have a
there's-
license. I mean, I won't say she doesn't. But
Oh, she probably
there's-
does. Most
she's not right.
psychos are psychologists.
She's
Just
not
like
right.
most people that need therapy are therapists. You know what I mean? It's like
Exactly. Dude,
but
that's-
they really are aggravating in that aspect of like, they always deflect. Like, but what I find, and they're like, oh, I couldn't imagine calling my husband first. Well, you couldn't imagine having a fucking husband. Yeah, let's get there first. I mean, the fuck?
I don't.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I couldn't imagine. You
Granny,
don't
you
have
are
a husband.
You're so fucking quick winning.
They just get on my
I
nerves.
know, I wish I had Granny's like.
I don't have that quick wit, man.
Granny's got a lawyer that matches her like wit.
And her tenacity.
Ludwig says Jess is a great example
love
of
it.
don't fuck with a Philly girl. I love it. I mean, seriously, I don't have that fucking quick wit. I wish I'd had a little bit of that. Because everything you say is true. I mean, it's honest to God truth.
Yeah.
And I can understand your frustrations because not only with what, you've heard, but you got this fucking lawsuit hovering
Right.
over you every fucking waking moment. I'm sure
Every
you forget
waking
about it
moment.
for a few minutes and then boom, something, it's back in your face. And YouTube
Yeah.
probably doesn't make it ever go away. So I give you props for still going live and still doing you.
Oh, I try, but yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I just can't stand these people. I can't stand them. I can't stand anything about any of this anymore.
We're talking about Jules of Thought, not Jules true crime chick with the shaved head, not her. We're talking
Then
about
how
someone
about
from
this?
back in the day.
You guys want to hear something funny?
Sure.
How about this morning, fucking Lasniak emails my attorney saying we never submitted proof of service. We're not the ones that served anybody, you fucking idiot. Why the fuck would we post
Hilarious.
Why would we ever post proof of service when we're not the ones that initiated the shit, you dumb shits? Do you even know what you're doing?
Who were you supposed to
God.
serve?
I guess I was supposed to show proof that I served myself. I don't know. Even
Right.
my attorney's like, I can't fucking deal with it. I have no idea what this guy's even like.
Oh
This is
my
why people don't
God.
want to get involved with this because you're dealing with such a level of stupidity that he's like, I can't even dumb myself down enough to kind of even project how to
Sorry,
respond
I
to this.
can't.
Wow.
I'm almost like, is this a joke?
Then to top it off, the sheriff actually served me. Therefore, the sheriff actually put on the docket proof of service. So why the ever living fuck would my attorney show proof of service when we didn't serve anybody? That's what we're dealing with here. But it's costing me thousands to deal with. So that I guess at the end of the day, they win, right? They got their goal.
Granny,
Fucking
I knew we
dummies.
were dealing. I knew that whole group was absolute clowns as soon as they pulled
the
out the
fuck,
True
man?
Lies Ninja Truth Serum crap.
Well,
No,
yesterday
I'm done.
Yesterday we just talked about a moment on Court TV where this dude's on camera and they're saying that it never happened. Now
Right.
we've got this.
And to top it off, the plaintiff Lasniak, is he the plaintiff or the counsel? But it's like he actually is degreed. He's an actual real fucking attorney. He did work as an assistant DA. He did prosecute people. And that terrifies me more than anything.
I know. I was going to say, well, sometimes, it doesn't matter if you graduate first or last, but you still have to pass the bar, and maybe they need to raise their standards on the bar.
No, because we're not
obviously
going to
we got
insult all of
like
the PA
that.
attorneys off of Lasniak. No, because there's some damn good fucking
No, I
attorneys
mean, this
around
is
here.
really going to
what
get
I'm
to a
saying is
point.
the fact that he got like past the bar is scary to me.
I
Granny.
get what you're saying, but I mean, I'm at a point where I can't even joke about it. Like, this
Well,
is real
no, I
fucking
mean,
shit.
really,
This is real life.
Granny, this is what concerns me about this is like you said, like your lawyer's like, I don't even know what to do with this.
Right.
So that's not very, doesn't make me feel very confident about these games they're playing.
Right. Like of course, my attorney knows what to do, but he's like reading their
No, I
answer
know,
and he's
right.
like, you know what I mean? It's like one of those things. He's like, this is
What the
such
fuck is this?
right. Like he's like, I can't even break down what, like, he's like going nuts reading this shit because it's so incomprehensible and it's so far from the standard. Like, how the fuck are you going to email asking my attorney why we never provided proof of service when we never had anybody served?
Oh God.
That's the level that we're dealing with here. And it's like, is this fucking real? Unfortunately, it is.
I get it, Granny. It's like you're dealing with people that say they're going to have the cops arrest you for slander and defamation. I get it. It's a joke, but it's not funny. It's sad.
Right, but that's the thing, right? Because with that, it's like, you're going to have me arrested for that? Sure, okay. But with this, like, I'm literally paying to fight this. I'm paying for my attorney to open that email of stupidity.
She doesn't have
makes it serious.
unlimited funds, right? I mean, what are they going to do? Play these games till she runs out of fucking money?
That's what I'm saying. Like, it is. It's a game. That's what they're doing. It's exactly what they're doing.
It's not a game to them.
Because there's no way a fucking attorney that did all those years of credentialed work doesn't know that we're not responsible to post proof of service. There's no fucking way.
Yeah,
and
I don't
then
like
it's so bad that my attorney goes and don't open that attachment because I don't fucking trust it. That's the level we're dealing with here. And I'm like, wow, this is just fucking great. And there's nothing that can stop this. There's nothing that can stop this. That's what drives me the most nuts.
Right about opening those attachments because we know that they've been doing IP grabs and everything on
well, they know where I
live. Admitted that.
Yeah, I wouldn't download anything from them. Fuck no.
Right.
I mean, if you're getting as a lawyer, if you're not getting, clear communication from another lawyer and you're getting this weird shit you're supposed to decipher through, I wouldn't be downloading anything either. Because let's face it, once they get in his computer, they're in his fucking files.
Right.
This isn't a joke.
Right.
I mean, what does Nick do? He fucking hoses online. Yes.
But the thing is, right? What do you do with this? You just got to pray that a judge hurry up and fucking gets this on their desk. You got to pray that there's somebody somewhere that can stop the games that are going on before everybody's financially fucking drained.
It just seems to have my attorney contact the judge whose desk
Why don't you guys talk about
that
privately?
You can't just call the fucking judge.
Why don't you guys
call the fucking
let's
judge?
talk about that privately?
Yeah.
I'm just saying you can't just ring up the judge. Like they can't do that, UA.
Well, I'll tell you what you can do afterwards.
Respectfully,
later.
I don't need you to tell me what I can do because my attorney knows what he can do. I'm being ignorant right now. I am being cocky with you, but I'm tired of people acting like there's a fucking answer because respectfully, if there was, my attorney would have it. I'm tired of other people telling me like, oh, well, you can just do this or this can just be done or that can. No, it fucking can't. No, it can't. And I get emails all day long like that. Like, oh, tell your attorney to do this. If you think my attorney needs a fucking person off YouTube to tell them what to do, then help me find a new one.
You guys, the fact of the matter remains until all
that shit got me hot. And no disrespect to UA at all.
Until all appeals.
But people are. Here's the other thing. Sorry, really quick, Regina. That's the other thing. People need to stop calling Delaware County Courthouse asking where the fuck this sits. Nobody has any right to be calling that law clerk. Nobody.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree with that. And that's the problem here. Fucking YouTubers, they butt in where they shouldn't butt in. Right?
Right. Yep.
Can I just give a piece of information that will let everyone know exactly when this will be final and said and done? Whenever every appeal based on a judgment are exhausted. And that could take years.
Okay, let's drop the law
Yeah,
talk.
Back to the thing.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I just want to drop it because honestly, we have something that's way, way, way more important to talk about right now. There was a school
That
shooting in
was horrible.
Nashville this morning.
Yeah,
Oh
Antioch.
shit.
I just heard about
no.
it. One student is dead and another is wounded after a third student opened fire with a pistol Wednesday at Antioch. How do you say that?
Antioch.
Antioch High School in
Yes,
Nashville,
Antioch.
Tennessee. The 17-year-old shooter then shot himself and died.
Oh, fuck, man. These poor kids.
2 victims, both female, were taken to a hospital where one died and the other was being treated for a graze wound. Another male student was being treated for a facial injury that wasn't a gunshot wound. The shooter was a 17-year-old male student. It happened in the fucking cafeteria, just like Columbine. Police were called to the school at 11:11 a.m. Parents were urged not to come to the school and instead go to the hospital to reunite with their children. God damn. Can you imagine getting that call? Go to the fucking hospital? See if your kid's alive? Fuck.
Yeah.
I got a child in school right now, Jay. No, I can't imagine that.
Look at these kids, man.
I heard the police flying up. All the alarms of the school. I saw the police flying up. Even after I knew my kids were okay, I couldn't stop crying.
Fuck.
And it was nothing. It was a false alarm. So no, I couldn't fathom. I even thinking about it right now makes me want to.
I feel
it takes
sick.
over your soul.
Yep. It takes my fucking breath away. I mean,
Yeah. Do y'all get those
2025,
alerts?
man, we're not even through the first fucking month.
Do y'all get those alert systems whenever your child's school goes in lockdown and stuff?
No.
We have that system here, and there was someone called from another state made bomb threats against the school, and I tell you what, they locked the whole school down. And as a parent, not getting that initial information, it'll make your heart just drop.
This
into
happened less than 2
bottom.
years after a shooter killed 3 children and 3 adults at a private Christian elementary school in Nashville.
That's just that place. The school that it happened at earlier. That's a school that I pass all the time. And yeah.
Damn, dude.
Covenant.
The fuck is wrong with people, man? And I'm sorry, I just came across that. Someone posted it in Discord. Whoever did that, thank you. I didn't get a chance to see who it was. I just saw there was something in Discord, but
Yeah, and I knew about it. I was gonna text you about it too.
when did
because-
this happen? Like, I guess it's already 3:00.
Right, while we were live.
While we were live. I just want to play this video real quick. Jesus Christ. Wow.
Yeah.
Fucking sad, dude.
Antioch is a
sad.
part of Nashville that is known. It's very. I don't want to say it's very. It's not one of the less safe areas in Nashville.
Still, though, it's a school.
It can happen anywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, you would think like we're
I
Covenant.
wouldn't care if it
and
was where the fucking artists live. I wouldn't care if it was $1
I'm just
million.
saying,
It
like,
can
where
happen
Covenant
anywhere.
Christian is you would think that's the last place on earth that you would think that it would happen, but that just shows you it really can happen anywhere.
Well, we covered the Oxford school shooting, which happened like 20 minutes from where I grew up. And you want to talk about a small, you want to talk about a safe town? I don't even think people lock their doors in Oxford, Michigan.
Right.
Jay, I live
how
about
it was for the
17
Proud
minutes
folks.
from where West Side School shooting happened. Y'all remember West Side School? Right
Mm-mm.
there out of Jonesboro, Arkansas. Those 2 boys, 12 years old and 13 years old, shot the teachers and students as they were coming out after pulling the fire alarm. Y'all don't remember all that?
Mm-mm.
No. There's been so many. I mean, that's
Isn't
fucking
that
sad that
sad?
we can't even remember.
Right.
Yeah, it's horrible.
Yeah.
It's like,
at
oh,
the West
another,
Side
and
School
every
shooting.
every time it says, oh, another school shooting, another school shooting.
Yep. There's been another school shooting this morning. That's all you hear on the news.
You can buy a bulletproof school bag for your child, but it costs $250 and they wear out every 6 months. So you got to, I mean, it's the whole thing. It's like the fucking government profits off this shit. Don't even get me started on
I would just like to point out, though, Jay, it's just like you said. I mean, it happened in a community where people don't even lock their doors. You know what I mean? Everybody knows each other.
Well, and that's why people need to start, fucking understanding if little Timmy's a fucking problem, little Timmy needs to get help.
Well, and
it's not just brushing it off as,
And if little Timmy's a problem, you might need to lock up your gun, right? Because not all teenagers are going to take your gun. But if you have one that has issues, you might want to lock it up and be responsible. Because usually it's the ones with mental issues going through shit that get their hands on them, right? Lock up your fucking guns if your kids have issues.
Lock them up.
People are so fucking proud, man. It's just right. They're so proud. Oh, I shouldn't have to lock up my gun. Fuck that, dude. You see videos like this. Lock up your motherfucking gun.
Well, do you ever hear of any school shootings over in Europe? Do we hear of them happening in China? No, of course not. But
they're not allowed to have guns in Europe.
Right. Right.
It's fucked up, man.
And nobody at all needs a fucking AR to protect their house. Nobody.
Agreed.
Nobody. If you do, you are a bitch. But no man needs to feel manlier by having an assault rifle. It's not necessary. It's not needed. The access to the guns we have are not for protection. They're not. You don't need them. They were meant for the wars. They weren't meant for people to be like, oh, well, I'm going to protect my house. Look at my big AK, blah, blah, blah. The fuck? Yeah, I look at you like a little bitch. You think it's just like the whole Lord Lodge and the truck thing. Oh,
I was just going to say that. I was just going to say we make fun of guys with big trucks, but we don't make fun of guys with big guns.
Oh, I do, because I think, oh, you got a big gun. You must, okay.
I don't know. I think it's abso-fucking-lutely ridiculous, especially in this day and age.
Yeah, me too. No, I was just thinking.
Oh, yeah. How about that last school shooting? That kid made a 3D printed gun. Or not the school shooting, that Luigi. A 3D printed gun.
Yeah.
Nuts.
I'm just
pretty fucking amazing. I mean, it said you. Go ahead, Regina.
Greedy, I'm sitting here dying laughing at what you just said because I'm 5'2", honey, and my favorite gun of choice is a 12 gauge. So, yeah.
But the thing is, though, like, you don't. I don't like guns. I don't like guns. I'm a felon, so I'm not allowed to be around guns anyway. But I don't fucking like them. I don't like them.
I wasn't raised around them, so.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not against someone having, a little pistol for protection. I'm not against that at all.
A pistol for protection, something that sits on your side, not something that's longer than your leg, not something that can, take down 5 deers and 30. Like, you don't need that. But every time you hear of these school shootings, what are they usually carrying? A gun that a house doesn't need for protection.
Especially inside city limits. I'm just going to say.
Bottom line, minors should not have access to guns and ammunition, period. That should be something that is overlooked by a fucking parent, right? That's why Jennifer and James Crumbly are in fucking prison. That's exactly why they're in prison right now.
Mm-hmm.
Because the fucking idiots didn't lock it up. They knew their kid was a fucking problem. They knew that he was killing fucking baby birds and writing all kinds of weird shit, but they still let him have access to the gun.
They bought him his own, didn't they?
It was his Christmas present.
Yeah. Here, little psychotic boy.
Yeah.
Merry
You're
Christmas,
a little psycho. Son. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Hopefully we'll make it to the new year.
We know you wrote a thing in your journal about wanting to go over to a schoolmate, a female classmate's house, break in her house and rape her, right? We know about that, but here's a gun, Ethan. Idiots.
This will make it a little easier for you, Ethan.
Idiots.
And at first, I was against them being charged. I really was. I was like, and the more I thought about it, I'm like, you know what? Let's start making examples. If my child got arrested today, I'm paying restitution because they're minors, right? I'm held accountable.
Mm-hmm.
It should be the same thing when it comes to these shootings. If your child commits such a crime, there should be responsibility on parents. And maybe once we start doing that, we'll start seeing less of these. Mm-hmm. But until we figure out, and that's not the answer, of course. Because people are gonna be like, well, so-and-so's parents had no clue. Well, maybe that's a problem too. I don't know. I mean, I would know if my son was killing rabbits. Oh, I get so annoyed.
I do too. It's parents that don't pay attention. That's all. They couldn't be fucked. I mean, we went through that whole case. She's out getting drunk, having affairs in the Costco parking lot. He's out door dashing because he can't keep a job. I mean, it was just a fucked up household.
Hold on, bud.
Oh, it's annoying.
1:30.
It's really annoying. I just think that, like you said, if parents are responsible for restitution, parents need to be responsible for everything their minor kids do, right? Like,
right.
All it takes is just going a little bit extra to be careful, to be responsible.
I unfortunately, I really don't think there's an easy answer. You know, and I see somebody saying, "Oh, guns are allowed in Europe." Yes, but not the way they are here. They are so on top of things, and you don't. And it's not even
in the UK. You can't. No, guns are illegal in the UK. You can't buy guns. That's why they have like mass stabbings. They don't have mass shootings.
It says they are heavily regulated across most countries, meaning civilians' access to firearms is restricted and requires specific licenses and justifications for ownerships. With most European nations having strict gun control laws compared to the United States, generally, blah, blah, blah. But here's the thing, is surpasses gun control. We have an epidemic with mental health. We don't have resources for mental health. We have every fucking kid out here being diagnosed with everything under the sun. Look at the shit they're putting in.
We have kids that don't even know what fucking gender they are. Yeah. We have kids that are confused by what gender they are. That's a problem to me. Well, I don't expect you to touch it, but it's the truth.
I'm not touching it.
There are children that don't know what gender they belong to.
I will say.
So how can we expect them to make?
Oh wait, some of them are animals, Jay. They tried protesting at my kids' high school that they wanted litter boxes in the bathroom. I kid you not.
You're kidding
heard
me.
about that. I wish she was kidding, but that's actually.
I'm not kidding.
There was a principal that quit because,
Wait a minute.
Absolutely.
There was a protest that they wanted litter boxes because they wanted to be able to pee in them.
Yeah, and listen to this.
Yes.
Yeah. Listen to this, Jay, right? There's a little girl in my son's class, okay? This went last year, not this year. And the little girl was a wolf, okay? And she would literally growl. And she would scratch and she would show her teeth and she tried to bite and everything. And my son said, she keeps growling in my face and scratching me. I said, next time she does it, you tell the teacher. He said, I did. And I said, what happened? And the teacher said, ignore it. And I said, well, you tell that teacher you're not there to ignore it. You don't have to take somebody growling in your face or scratching you.
No one should be doing that shit.
Right. And I said, if she does it again, I want you to put your hands out and push her away from you. Don't shove her, but, tell her back up out of your face. He said, Mom, we do that, and she tries to bite us. I said, well, you know what? I'll be damned. If that fucking kid bites you like a little rabbit Cujo, we're going to have a fucking problem. So I called the school, and they're like, well, we're trying to figure out a way to work, and blah, blah, blah. I said, ma'am, you know the way you work it? You send her home, tell her parents to get her in an in-building fucking place until she can figure out she's not a fucking wolf. Not only is it sad for my child and all the other children, but it's sad for her, too. This little girl is now known as the weird wolf thing, and she walks around fucking growling at them. That's not okay. That kid's going to be fucking bullied.
So they're at the point now where they have to enable these weird behaviors because it's discriminating.
Is this exactly what I was getting
Fucking
to?
A. Wow. Yep. I'm so glad I don't have kids in school, but it scares me for my grandkids.
Yeah. This little girl's a Cujo. Like, her pencil falls on the ground and she goes like, oh. My son's like, I can't even learn. I'm like,
now that's a distraction, man.
It's a distraction. It's weird. It's not okay. And I'm like,
wow.
My poor kid. I'm like, I don't. Do you want me to give you pepper spray for the wolf? Like, wait, what do you do with it? Do we need a leash and a collar? Like, what do you do? But yes, this is all a true story. And they did protest that they wanted litter boxes in the bathroom.
Yeah,
a bunch of furries.
I read that and I was like, there's no way. And then I realized, yes, apparently so.
And then to top it off, I scroll through little shorts on YouTube. If you go to the vertical live streams, you're just scrolling. I can't tell you how many times I scrolled past these kids that are 12, 13, 14, and they're wearing the wolf mask and the paws and they're doing hops and stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, it's a whole thing, Jay. It's a whole perverted thing.
See, that's weird. And you know what? How are they introduced to that kind of shit?
the internet. And you know what's worse about it? They break down like, oh, I'm this kind of furry. What kind are you? And it's a real thing. And they have like different categories. Like, look, I just put one on the screen. This is one of the kids I came across before. And I'm like, and they do. And then they'll like be like, well, what kind of furry are you? Pre-K me. But this person really thinks that she's a wolf. That's her inner self. And this is what the kids come across. And this is cool to them. And, you know, look, they practice their roles and
it caters to children.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
They cater to children. It's all, listen, you don't see these people putting this stuff out to cater to college kids.
No.
And adults.
No. This started out as a fucking fetish. A fetish.
Yes.
Now we're normalizing it for children. Who was it that was just talking about someone wanting these groups normalizing map groups? I just learned about this the other night.
That's exactly what this is.
They're normalizing
normalization of sexual deviancy.
And
yes,
look,
ma'am.
see how this says hashtag Therian? That's a type of furry, a Therian. 1.2 million videos on it.
No way.
And they're all kids.
Yes.
Look, Jay, they're all fucking kids. They're kids.
Oh my God, I want to throw up. Seriously.
Yeah. And they'll like rate each other's gat like this, like she's doing here and she's doing here.
Oh
and
my
look at this one.
God.
Yeah. This is clipping my toenails. This is normal for them. And if you look, they're all young.
This TikTok or YouTube?
This is YouTube.
This is YouTube?
Mm-hmm.
They have it on TikTok too. They have
Look
it
at
on
the
every
gloves.
platform. Okay?
Look at the gloves.
Oh yeah, they do it all.
This is so disturbing.
I think I've seen it all.
Look, in public.
Oh, I don't like this. This is so
In public.
sad.
And then 57,000 thumbs up on it, Jay.
Do you know how many pedos love looking at this shit?
Yeah, why do you think
they cater to them. They cater to them.
Who is creating this stuff and oh my God, this is
I'm just
evil.
gonna accept my child thinking they're an animal. You know, that's okay.
No,
I mean,
this is evil. This is
look
evil.
at that pose.
No, this is evil.
This is the end of times. If I was at a business like this and I saw this, I want a refund and I'm leaving. I'm sorry. Actually, I went to a thing last year and there was a young girl walking with the mom and the grandmother, and she had the ears and she had the tail, and I was like, I get love in our children. If my child came to me and said anything other than he thinks he's an animal, I would accept it. But if my son came to me dead ass said, I'm a Therian, I'm a wolf, I'm this type of wolf, blah blah blah, I'm gonna say, yeah, you're also going inpatient, son. We're going to a psychologist right now.
I'm so
You're not an animal.
disturbed. I'm so
Look,
but
look.
you know what? The parents
Here's
of these
one.
kids, hold on. The parents of these kids are like the same age as Jen Soto and Stefan Stearns. And
Right
there's
here.
a lot of people from that fucking generation that are into this kind of shit too.
Look, there's the mom right there. The mom's doing it with the daughter.
Yep.
Yep.
And you know
Nothing
what?
but bonding time. Matching
There's a
tails.
confusion. There's already a
Pearl, you gotta mute, dude.
What
I
was
don't know.
that?
I have no idea.
Maybe the
There's also
Wait, hold on.
Quiet.
Let me mute mine.
What was that?
What was that? What are you
I don't like
listening to?
Eddie.
What do you got?
Okay.
A voice changer on?
there's also, if you really think about it, they feed on a connection link that's already there. I mean, we kind of teach our kids that it's okay to dress up, and I mean, every Halloween we dress them up, let them dress up as anything they want.
No, there's no comparison, Regina.
No,
I'm
but
sorry,
I mean,
there's no fucking comparison.
Really?
My parents were dressing up as fucking wolves because they did Halloween as kids.
Mm-mm.
No, there's no comparison. I get what you're saying to an extent, but I respectfully disagree that by having one day a year where we normalize costumes, we're telling our kids it's okay to
No,
be
they've been doing that
24/7.
for hundreds of years, and we've never had this. This is a sexual fetish.
This is a pandemic of weirdness that we're going through, and I'm telling you, look at the food, look at the change in our food, and it's all connected for me. But
it's actually a disgusting fetish that's been around for centuries.
I
And
believe
now
that. We're
they are
just
just finding
normalizing
a
it.
way to normalize. Yes,
Right,
Granny. That
because well
is
now
what
we
I'm
have
getting
the
at.
internet that brings everybody together.
Exactly. Now it's got a name.
Yep.
Now it's got
Right.
a name and a following.
Yep.
Right.
And a fucking hashtag with 1.2 million.
Unbelievable, man.
Advanced
I will-
accelerated communication.
I want to say hello to everybody and to tell you that
Hold on.
if
Hold on.
anybody
Hold on. Hold on. I got to adjust your mic. Hold on.
Good morning, Pearls.
Good
Okay.
morning, darling.
All right. Go ahead, Pearl Girl.
If anybody wants to buy Windows 11, don't. I bought a brand new computer and it's all messed up. There's so many glitches in this. I just went back and got me a 10.
Well, why
and,
would we want it then?
Huh?
Why would we want to buy it from you if it's all glitched out?
She's
No,
saying
I'm
don't buy it.
Oh, I thought
Don't
you said
buy
maybe
Windows.
We're not.
buy it.
I'm not in the market for a computer.
Me neither.
Well, I was because I hadn't had one in a couple of years. I used to be a whiz on it.
Oh
And
yeah, they've changed.
I'm just saying to everybody, not 11 because it's got so many glitches. It's not even funny.
Oh,
But anyway, I
thank you for
wanted to get
telling
back
us.
to back when I was a kid in school. There was not a boy, and some of the girls had their
Bitter pill to swallow because that's normal.
Jay,
I'll tell you what. If a kid showed up to my school when I was in school, looking like that, acting like that, they would have got their fucking butt kicked. Okay, and they probably wouldn't have fucking done it again. Go ahead,
Jay,
Pearl.
they showed a grown ass man the other day. He was like in his 40s, and he's still nursing off of his wife. She had a baby, and it's like 4 years old, and she's still giving him breast milk.
What?
And he lays in the crib all day long with a pacifier.
Come on.
I'm not kidding.
No.
I'm not.
No,
Dude,
no.
I'm good.
What?
I'm good. Can we get back to Seth? Because Seth seems tame compared to this conversation. I'm about to throw the fuck up.
Check that chat in case you need to still go.
I do agree that giving our children breast milk, as long as they'll drink it, is okay, but not via the breast. That's weird.
No, her husband was doing it, Granny.
Oh. Well,
She's
that's
nursing
a
her
personal
husband
thing.
now for 4 years.
But why is that like publicized, right? Like if that's some weird shit you're into, why are you coming public with it?
Well, it showed him in the crib, and it showed him with his pacifier and all of his little toys, and he don't work.
wow.
He lays there in the crib all
Well,
day.
yeah, that's an actual sexual thing. It's a dominance. It's a daddy, mommy thing. It's But why are we normalizing that coming outside of the bedroom? Is my thing. Like I don't care what they do. If he wants to lay in the crib and she wants to change his diaper, go for it. I don't give a fuck.
No, this
but
is
why are they
24
public?
This is
All right, back to
24
Seth, please.
This is 24/7.
Right, that's how that's what they do. That's how they live. There's a whole sector of them.
And they're talking about litter boxes in the schools now for these little wannabe fur babies.
Well, yeah. So back to let's go back to because this is just I feel like giving it attention almost is I don't want to like gives them views because people want to go look it up and like but
I'm not here to run anybody's chat. I was just here to say,
No, you joined in on the conversation we were having. That was us, but I'm respectfully done with it.
Hey, I came up to say one thing before we go back to Seth. When Jay was talking about that Luigi guy and the 3D printed gun that he had, I actually had somebody try to get me to print them a fully automatic thing that goes on a gun to make it automatic without me knowing, and like could have went to jail for it. He had given me an SD card. And he had worked with my husband. He's no longer alive. He ended up getting killed in a car wreck like a month later. I hate to say it, but honestly, it was a grace of God because I would have printed it because I had no idea what was on it. And
that's scary.
Yeah, and he gave it to my husband for me to print. Well, on my 3D printer, you don't have to have a computer. You just plug the SD card into it and it prints what's off of it. And he had no idea either. My husband didn't even know. So he brought it home to me, and I had waited and waited and waited because I'm a procrastinator. I don't ever do anything like I'm supposed to. And so I ended up, when I went to go print it the next day, it kept like glitching. And so I went to go put it in my computer. And when I did, I found out what it was. And my husband flipped the F out. Like he went crazy on the guy because the same exact dude had tried to get somebody else to 3D print it at his job, and they went to jail for it. And then he gave me that same SD card after he got it back from the dude, and the dude was like, I didn't know it was on it. He ended up like getting the charges dropped, but they ended up filing charges at first because of this 3D printer fully automatic gun that you connect, like you attach it to the gun and it makes it fully automatic. And he was just like trying to get people to 3D print it without even telling nobody. I was like, oh my God.
That's scary because you know that's why you should like always be cautious when people ask you you know that you don't know, especially even people that you do know these days or you think you know, as I learned the hard way with a certain case out of like people I went to college with, but you know you never know.
Yeah, my husband had worked
people you went to college with.
Yeah, I had some people that I went to college with that when I transferred schools, I didn't realize that there was a bunch of like church burnings going around in Alabama, and I'd heard about it and knew it was being like investigated, but it ended up being like some of the guys I went to Birmingham Southern with, and
they were asking you to buy lighter fluid or something.
I don't know what they were doing, like, but I thought I knew these people because it was at Birmingham Southern, small, intimate, you know, freshman class. We all knew each other, and they were the last people I would have honestly suspected. Like one of them, since they've been released, one of them is out with a family, a kid, a stable job, like several kids, stable job. You know,
I remember that.
He was just influenced by the wrong person.
I remember that, UA. I absolutely remember that. Like, I live about 45 minutes from Birmingham, and that is a really small school. I agree.
What's up, Alabama?
Hey, Jay.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you? I'm good listening to y'all laughing all day long. I love it when you and Granny flip the shit out. I love it when y'all.
Hey, sometimes I just got to step back and just let her do her thing, you know?
I know. I feel so bad for Granny. I really do. Like, I know that she's strong-willed, but she's been put through the fucking ringer in some bullshit that is just absolutely not needed. Like, it's just not. It's not wanted. It's not needed. It's not helping anybody.
I
And it's
agree.
only hurting Sebastian at the end of the day. Like, if people quit talking about this kid, he's never going to be found.
Right.
And
I mean, look at what they're doing to his legacy. I mean, if he is, God forbid, you know, not alive, look at what they're doing to his name and his legacy. It's just, you know, like Granny said the other day, like this may end up like case law in Sebastian's name, you know, like how fucking gross is that?
Yeah. Or like in Discords that I'm in, when people like, and I hate to say it, but a lot of things that Seth said, if the things that he has tried to make the public think one way is absolutely not that way, it really does paint Sebastian in a really bad picture in a lot of people's eyes. And I know because I'm seeing it in Discord all over YouTube where people are asking if he's this or if he's that, and it's all Seth's doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if this
opening
kid,
that door and then leaving it completely open to speculation and theories running wild, right?
yeah, like people, like for instance, people saying, did he hurt his sister? Did he hurt his mom? Did he do this? Did he do that? Like, why would you want to do that to your kid that's missing? Because if
I
he
know.
isn't alive, that just makes people never know. We never know, and then we come up with our own conclusion, and that's not okay. Like this, at the end of the day,
You know,
he's
you
not
just
18, he's a
you just
kid.
made something pop into my head too. And what would be the most painful thing to a mom is not only to have her child unalived, but to have his father on national TV saying that you never loved him.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I can't think of anything. I mean, talk about losing your kid, right? You're empty. And when you don't think you can lose any more, that trumps it, right? And it's like
his legacy too. Like there's with other missing children and other missing children's cases, we've never had the amount of information, be it correct or incorrect, come out about the personal lives of the children that are missing. And unless it's relevant to like where they may be. Okay, well, they engaged in, you know, we're known to hang out with certain drug whatever, you know, or like just smoke pot, whatever. that's it could be relevant because they could be at, but we've never had anything like this come out about a missing child where it was intentionally there to taint that child's memory or legacy or hurt the parent, like weaponized to hurt his parent by saying his mom allowed that to happen, like, to him, and just it's disgusting.
Right. Imagine your son is missing and the dad is spinning narratives to, thousands of people. The global, when he goes on Nancy Grace. Well, actually, YouTube's global. Anybody could find these fucking streams,
Court
right?
TV.
Court TV, Nancy Grace, News Nation, right? Spinning narratives, blaming her, saying that, telling a polygrapher that she overdosed him, right? And then,
yeah, I do.
And then you've got poor Sebastian left at the end of this. But not only that, if he's not alive, you've got his mom. I don't. It's like, what does he want her to do? Push her over the edge?
Yep, that's exactly.
I'm looking at this realistically, dude, because, like, I watched my mom and dad grieve. Like, they lost my sister. And I can't imagine, like, if it was something like this where it wasn't, an accident, it was a car accident, but, like, I don't know how much more my mom could have taken. So, these Brittney J's and all these pieces of shits of the YouTubes who keep going on and on and on with her better fucking take a step back.
Well, Jay, I agree, because you look at the people that's got children missing. That little Michael Monkey Vaughn, that mother's sick.
Actually, speaking of that, I heard a creator today speaking about the whole Michael Vaughn situation. And of course, the mother was in her chat. Brandy goes into chat and everything. And she went on this whole spiel calling out these creators that thought that Brandy and her husband were guilty and how fucked up it is. And they're already living, their worst nightmare and blah, blah, blah. And I'm thinking, you do the same motherfucking shit to the Proudfoots. I couldn't believe what I was hearing.
Right.
And how much are these people going to keep on pushing on Katie? People need to be careful with their words on here, because, it's just it could be just a minute away till they've off themselves because they can't stand it no more.
Well, that's what I'm saying. And I had this thought.
But the same could be said about Seth, though.
Well, and that's where I was going. When I used to talk to Terry Lynn, and I was, I didn't think he had done anything in the very beginning, right? And I said, when these things come out, is he by himself? I mean, that was one of the things I asked her.
Yeah.
Because I said, these things that are coming out, I mean, this could send someone over the edge.
And who's going to be responsible for it?
That's what I'm saying. And, I thought about it with Seth.
Whoever puts it out public, I suppose.
Look at what they're doing to Katie. This girl already comes from a fragile background. I mean, you people, you don't know what you're doing. You don't know these people. No. You don't know their dynamics. You don't know their headspace. You don't know what they're capable of. Period.
I want to tell you just a short story of what happened here in town. And this is just going to set just a small example of what could happen with all this drilling on Katie. And, Chris, I mean, anybody's not above it. And Seth, but you look at it. This woman came into the hardware store, and we live in a little old town, ain't big as a minute. Got 2 grocery stores. One of them's a dollar store and one's a regular store. All right, she comes in and she asks for a rope, and he asked her, says, well, I don't know how much to cut off. And she said, well, I don't either. She said, that tree, where the picnic table is at the park? That tree that's over the top of that tree, that picnic table? And he said, yeah, ma'am. He said, but I wouldn't have a clue how much to cut off. Well, she said, just cut off what you think I'll need. He cut it off, and he said, ma'am, are you okay? Because I'm concerned about you. She said, no. She said, I'm actually tired of collection agencies calling me, and I'm done. And I looked at Charlie, and I said, Charlie, you better call the cops and have them to be meeting her over there. Well, he stood around for a little bit, and by the time they got it over there, she had it already looped on the tree and was ready to hang herself.
Why would he sell her the rope?
Huh?
Why would he even cut the rope for her at that point?
Well, he didn't know after he'd done cut it and handed it to her.
I would have been like, well, sorry, ma'am.
What do you need rope for? Like, what do you need it for?
Right. Like,
Yeah.
oh, the length of the tree. I mean,
Yeah, I know,
that
but
is
he
sad.
done
That's
told it to
heartbreaking.
her, and she said, "I'm done with all this. I'm tired of these collection agencies. I don't have the money to pay them." Well, he stood around there for a minute, and I said, "Charlie, you need to call the cops." And it was simple. It was just as simple as that. She got a call, and she was done. So people that's out here running this down like they're doing needs to think about what they're pushing people into.
And that goes for Seth as well.
Yeah,
Right, that's
I
why I keep
agree.
saying that.
But I mean,
I
I specifically am speaking to the channels that go after Katie day in and day out.
That's exactly me.
Like, we don't do that
Aristocat, you
over
don't
here.
know that. You don't know that Katie won't break.
Shit, nobody
how,
knows
how
nobody
could you know
won't
that?
break.
I have
Unless
a
you're
question.
her.
I wonder how many people in chat and even on panel, how many of y'all at first suspected Katie was the person who done it? Because I will say I was guilty for Katie at the
Yeah,
very
of
beginning.
course. She was the last one to see
Absolutely.
him. She'd be the first
But
one that
I
we
am
looked
now,
at too.
but
Let
I
me
am
point
now
this out.
convinced that Seth
If
is involved.
if he had left from Seth's house, would we not be looking at him?
100%.
Yeah,
The
but,
last person to
Absolutely.
see a missing person is always the first one they look at. Period.
yeah, but the narratives is what also like pushed me over to Katie.
Oh,
Like,
not
she's
me.
not speaking, she's not doing this, she's not doing that. Like,
Oh, that didn't
what they
bother
were
me.
doing.
That
Like
didn't
what
bother
they're
me.
doing was, yeah, but if it could get me, like if it could get me as a subscriber, it could get a lot of other people too.
Sure.
That narrative is dangerous because at the end of the day, it took me to step back and be like, you know what? I don't know what these people are going through because I have my babies when I lay down at night, they're in the bed with me. Like I know where they are. I know that they're
Yeah.
safe. And I could not imagine my life without them. I just couldn't I couldn't live in my home like Katie's living in hers. I couldn't be able to be her. And that's the God honest truth. I would kill myself. And I'm not even lying. If something happened to one of my kids,
It's her
I'm done.
only
I'm
kid
out.
too, you know?
And that's exactly right. So when she's not speaking, maybe people need to realize maybe it's because she just can't. It's not because she don't want to.
When you
See,
think
Maybe
about
it's
it,
because there's
respectfully
nothing to
disagree.
say.
everything
respectfully
she's
disagree.
said or everything she's
Wait,
done,
hold on. You disagree on what, Gran?
That, maybe she can speak.
Oh, that she's being controlled? Like,
No, like saying like emotionally maybe she can. I disagree with that. I
oh.
think that's an excuse we project for her.
Well, yeah, I think
mean,
so too.
You can't say like, oh, I would unalive myself if my child went missing, but at the same time say you want to get the courage to go on fucking news and scream out for your child.
No.
Come on.
We are all parents and we know what mode we set in when it's when push comes to
push
shove.
mountains.
Yeah.
Well, I want to ask a question.
You always want to ask a question, Pearl.
Do what, darling?
I said you always ask the questions, Pearl.
Okay, thank
What you got for us?
I got for this is would you go on if you was gonna be picked to death?
Yeah, I would. Yeah. If it was the chance of me getting my child back or not, yeah, I would. I would walk through fucking fire. Absolutely, I would. You know what I would do too? I'd be adult enough not to turn on and hear what the people are saying about me, just like I do every day when it comes to YouTube. You don't think there's 5 streams right now going at me? You bet there is. You think I'm listening to them? No. You know why? Because I don't give a fuck. If it came to my child, the whole world could scream with bullhorns in my ear, and it wouldn't stop me from speaking. I'm sorry. I don't offer that excuse to Katie. I just don't.
I agree with you on that. I do agree with what you're saying. That's not saying that I'm like that. Like I would be screaming from the rooftops, and I do think that she is not screaming from the rooftops. But I also have to be like, at that moment when you're in that position, I don't really know what the hell I would do. Like my life would be crumbling.
Well, I don't either, but Alabama, we've covered so many cases where this happens that I feel like we have an example from people that have gone through it, right? And that's kind of what we base our opinion on, is what we've seen. And we've seen, unfortunately, tons of kids go missing, tons of parents pleading, it just doesn't feel right for her to be quiet.
I will also say we can, instead of saying like, well, maybe Katie can't because emotionally this or emotionally that, because I respectfully disagree. I will say maybe they don't see a purpose in it. Maybe the news won't even offer a spot for them.
Well,
I'd rather look at it that way than be like,
times
she's so broken up. I mean, she's clearly not. We've heard her on panels.
The time that she's been up there already, look what they've done.
I know, but who cares, Pearl? In the big scheme of things, who fucking cares what the internet says?
And don't go to YouTube.
True.
Go to the
You know what?
media.
I'm gonna say my kids trump anything that's said on the internet about me.
I mean, listen, they talk about us every day. Is that going to stop me? Right. If people hurting my feelings or speaking bad about me, or I mean, they've already
You're right.
that they already think she's guilty. So at this point,
if she was as strong as what people say, why isn't she fighting through it and on talking to anybody she can? Right. I get that.
Right. We can't give her like, oh, she's so, it's just one of those things. I
was trying to give the benefit out.
No, I get that, hon. I get that, hon.
Because I really do think that Katie's innocent. I don't know why. I can't tell you why. I think it's because of the emotions that she shows. And the truth is I'm not a good reader. Like I'm not confrontational. I don't really put myself out there to get myself like in that kind of situation. My husband is my voice of reason. He's the one that will flip out on anybody over me. I'm not protective over myself like I should be. So I do try to give the benefit of doubt, but I do agree it isn't normal and it isn't right. Sebastian deserves better.
This doesn't feel right, right? And I think everybody kind of got that like feeling. And then we started to come up with excuses of why she may be doing that. And you're right, there are a lot of nasty people on here, but you don't have to go to YouTube.
You don't have to listen to it.
And you
do the same thing over and you don't change anything, the results is not changed either.
Well, and it goes back to what I said in the beginning. When you have parents who are missing kids and they come on your panel to talk about the missing child, it is bring them up, talk about the circumstances, and they leave.
Right.
It's
they don't
not
become your best friends.
Right.
You know. Look at this idiot. When Sebastian was convinced, this is the genius everybody's praising up the wall.
Who?
Right, Lore Lodge. The math is that Katie had been 18.
Well,
for
let me
6
read
months
it.
when
Let me
Sebastian
read
was
it in
convinced.
order. Let's read it in order.
Yeah, sorry. I just can't believe he wrote convinced.
Oh, he did, didn't he? Instead of conceived. Has anyone, this is SF, has anyone ever seen pedophilia defended so openly? Not to mention by a channel with 600,000 subscribers. Do those subscribers share this view? This is exactly why women are afraid to report these crimes. Imagine reporting this crime to a district attorney or law enforcement only to face this kind of resistance. Imagine being a victim and not being believed even after providing proof. He's responding to the Lore Lodge that said the math is that Katie had been 18 for 6 months when Sebastian was convinced. The math is she could have been 18 for those preceding pregnancies. Okay, but but the guy's such an idiot. If he does the fucking math, she was pregnant for 6 months when she was already pregnant before 18, you dumb fuck.
Right, like
before she was convinced.
First off, does he even know the woman's anatomy? Like at the time periods that we can get pregnant, and then you add in it takes at least a week or two for the sperm to even go into the egg to impregnate it. Then you have to wait a week or two to even know if you're pregnant. So to say that she's had 2 abortions and 3 pregnancies within 6 months is asinine.
And we wonder what's wrong with the world.
But no, read it. The math is that Katie had been 18 for 6 months when Sebastian was conceived. How does he figure that? I was thinking born. Convinced threw me off.
Conceived, right? Like so. I guess he's going by her birth date is Sebastian's.
How does he know when he was conceived? He knows the date of conception now?
No, but you can do the math to break it down. If Katie turned,
how does he know? He doesn't know if Sebastian was born at 40 weeks, 36 weeks, 32 weeks. He has no fucking clue.
Right?
Exactly.
Now I know the birth date.
Right.
Hey, I bet
but we
I know
don't.
what it
How
is.
can you figure the date of? You don't know how many weeks she went along. Was she induced? She was under Robin Rogers' care doing a home birth. We don't know when the fuck how many weeks he was.
Well, he said that she was pregnant. That she was in late. I mean, he kind of. I mean, unless Seth told him everything, it's a possibility.
How would Seth know the date of conception? I don't know what day my kids were conceived, and I had them.
He's not saying the date of conception.
Yes, he is.
He's saying it was. She was at least 6 months when Sebastian was
conceived. Right.
He's not saying the date. He's not saying like April 14th.
Then how does he know she was 18 for 6 months? That's what I'm saying.
Because I guess he's probably doing the regular math of pregnancy.
Why is he doing this? Why is he doing this on Katie Proudfoot's menstrual cycle? And
to be fair, why is
Could it be that he was there with his watch off?
I mean, let's just be honest here. Why is SF speaking about it either? Let's keep it fair. Who are
He was
either of these
asked.
men to come out? I know he was asked. He was asked because Seth has mentioned it before. But at the end of the day, these two guys are having an argument over a woman's
someone
fucking
else's abortions in fucking
Right.
pregnancies. I know,
It's
dude.
kinda
It's
weird.
sick. It's weird. It is horrifying on both ends, Mimi. I agree.
Hey,
This has
Jay,
gotten way
Jay.
out of fucking control, dude.
Hey, Jay, maybe that's why he ain't wearing his watch at night, because he's there watching people get pregnant.
Look at this. So the Lore Lodge, it goes on. Oh my God. You are actually just the worst kind of person. I'd say I regret giving you a platform, but you fucked yourself so hard during that interview that it makes the damage control here all the more understandable.
So here's my question, right? Obviously, Katie told SF something that he's confident in what he's saying, that he's taking that risk of publicly saying it. So why at this point hasn't Katie done anything and or put out the actual factual proof? So it's not a debate. What is the proof that you have that this actually took place? I mean, we can all go on our guesses and everything, but he's very confident. I don't know. I just think if she's not going to come out and speak on it, nobody should.
You know, I'm with you. This has just gotten fucking out of hand, man.
If I was a creator, other than Sebastian, I would never speak of the parents ever again. I would never bring it out of my mouth again.
Well,
because all it's been is just rehashing the things that he should have kept to his damn self, but he couldn't wait to tell everybody.
Look at this meme. The fact that this was even made makes me fucking sick, dude.
Yeah, that's sick.
It's so weird.
That's an actual moment out of the show, though.
Oh, I don't know what show it is. Sorry.
Yeah.
I have no idea what the fuck it is.
It was actually brilliant. He was putting the pedo in his place. Like, you sick son
I
of a
thought
bitch.
somebody made that up.
No. But I mean, this whole thing is
Look at
sick.
this.
It is.
Aiden gave you the floor to speak, and all you did was mumble. Then you thanked him for the time and having him on. Why'd you do that? You had plenty of opportunities to speak on the subject and didn't. Don't blame others for your inability to speak coherently. These people, I mean, why? You know what I said from the fucking very beginning? I would have never let that Lore Lodge up on my panel, and I never would have done a fucking show on his channel.
That's
ever,
what I said.
Ever.
I
Said it from the
encouraged
fucking
him not to
get-go.
go on.
Yeah,
Who
what a
didn't know that
fucking
this was
joke.
going to happen from it, and for what? For what? You weren't going to change anybody's mind. They knew that going in. This was two men having a fucking pound chest. That's all it was. It didn't benefit Sebastian one bit. It didn't benefit the Proudfoots, and it didn't benefit Seth Rogers.
Nope.
It was a waste. It was nothing. It was nothing but to give vultures something to cling on to for more content. Nobody took away the special moments or the important details of it. Nobody.
No one
Nobody
even
can make-
listened, to be honest.
Right,
They were
nobody
too busy
listened.
fighting in the fucking chat.
It was despicable. It just makes the whole thing. But I'll sit over here and continue to pay out thousands so they can have Twitter wars. Hope everybody's having fun.
And Granny.
Right. I mean, they're
need to
sitting
have
there
it.
doing what Granny's being
They're doing
accused
the
of. Do you
fucking
realize
most,
that?
man. Straight up calling people pedos and murderers and all this shit, but I'm fucking paying thousands? And I
mean,
never said
that's-
this shit?
I mean, it's kind of true.
Don't get me
Can
worked up
somebody
again.
tell me what this is for?
What
No,
is
we
for?
can't, Pearl, because we have no idea ourselves, ma'am. We have no idea. It's for
Granny's
Why
us.
this is
going
even
through-
happening, you mean?
Yes, Granny's going through pure hell over stupidity.
It is stupidity. It's a bunch of people. I'll tell you what it is. And I'll be 100% honest with you right now. Not one fucking person that is standing here defending the Proudfoots full-heartedly feel they are innocent. And I dare anybody to tell me differently. But at the end of the day, it has become about sides and egos. So whoever feels whatever will never admit it because then they let their enemy fucking win. Tell me I'm wrong because I know I'm not. I know I'm not.
No.
At this point, everybody's so emotionally invested on their personal long-lasting vendettas that these parents and this child is being weaponized in it.
That's pitiful.
You think Betty
Well,
went after
it's
SF?
across the board. It's across the board.
Yeah,
The
it's
game's
absolutely
got to
across the
fucking
board.
stop
That's what
for
I'm
real.
saying.
Like
It's
I haven't even been reading X anymore. Like I don't keep up on it anymore because it's just a big fucking fuckery show over there. Like it's not helping this case. It's not gonna help. If anything, like you said, it gives the green team content every night. Let's pull up the fucking Twitter. I don't get it.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
I'm not
saying.
doing
Like, and it's because everybody is now is personal. Look how personal that just got that quickly with the SF and Lore Lodge over a
Yeah.
missing child's case. It shouldn't be on this personal of a level.
I
You had
agree.
people literally threatening SF's life. There's a hit piece on your head. You got whatever they're claiming over there to be threats. I'm receiving threats. Why? And at the end of the day, if there was a culprit in this case, they are sitting back loving the fact that everybody's going at each other so personally and defending the rights of parents we don't even fucking know. I don't know the Proudfoots.
I never said it. Listen, and you know what? This is why I don't get emotionally attached to parents of missing children. It's dangerous. It's not good for the person's psyche, number one. Number two, you don't take on someone's shit like that, man. You don't know these people. If it's your friend or your family, fine. But these complete strangers taking in complete strangers to satisfy their own need to fucking help. That's what it is. These people have this weird fucking need to help everyone when they need to help themselves.
Well, I know one thing for a
Little
fact. If I
lady,
come
shut up. And don't tell her she needs to do anything. Sick of that too. It's bullshit. Leave her the fuck alone.
Log off because I'm not selling a picture story that without a doubt the
damn.
Proudfoots are innocent. We don't know them. We don't know them. Why are we going to war every day for them? We don't know them.
You want to know something else? It's also ridiculous because even whenever we're not talking specifically about Sebastian's case, we get comments under our videos. Why is anyone talking about this? Why don't you just go back to talking about Sebastian? Look,
I don't
we
get
are
those
not
kind of
obligated
comments.
to. Yeah, I've got those. I have receipts.
Comment
of that.
away. Well, comment away. It's engagement. Who gives a fuck what they say?
Right? But it's like we're expected, and
I'm not expected to
talk
do
about
shit.
it.
I run my show how I run my show. You know what I'm saying?
Right, but there are people that are so entitled to thinking that they get to control us content creators that we get hated on for that.
Well, there's always going to be hate on
insanity.
content
There's
creators.
nuts out here.
It don't matter what you do. There's always going to be a group that don't like you just because they don't fucking like you. And it doesn't matter
Right.
how you do things or what you talk about. They just don't like you. And that's just something you have to accept, that not everybody likes you. And it's just the way it is. It's just the way it
I
is.
just come to my senses about a lot of people out on here, and I just I don't trust them. Things that they come out with, it's just a delusion. I just
Sunny
I know where I'm
Cat,
going.
Sunny Cat, you're so right. I stopped chatting and rarely do so because parents are involved in channels. I felt it wrecked it, and I know that's selfish, but it's weird, I think. And you're not weird, and you're not selfish, and you follow true crime podcasts because you want to hear about the crime.
It is weird.
It's not a place for parents of the crime. It's not.
Right.
None of these fucking channels are a place for the parents of missing kids or dead kids or anything like that. It's just not. You know, and if the channel is labeled that way, fine. But this isn't fucking therapy hour for parents of missing kids. This is where we dig into crimes that are ongoing. Period.
I think certain parents in this case, in my opinion, want digging done, and certain parents don't want it done, and they
See, I disagree. I think all parents want it done, so long as it's not done to them.
Right. That's
why there's sides.
Yeah.
That's why there's
That
sides.
is why there's sides. And let's be honest, the sides that these parents chose as quote unquote spokespeople, are you kidding?
Well, and not only that, listen to this, right? If you take it into consideration, we sit there and go, oh, the Proudfoots are not doing what Seth's doing. They're doing it behind the scenes, dude. Did you not see Truth Not Feelings? He was fucking about to lose his mind over whatever the fuck they told him.
What they're doing.
Huh?
I agree, Jay. They don't have to air what they're doing.
That's
No, that's not what I'm saying. They're both playing games. One's doing it in public, one's doing it behind the scenes.
Well, that's true.
Did you see Truth Not Feelings? Did you watch him? Did you really watch his body language? The dude was tore the fuck up.
Yeah, he was.
You gotta wonder why.
Oh,
yeah.
All behind the scenes shit. All behind the scenes shit. And that to me is a little more concerning than stuff that's in my face that I can decipher myself. If
Well,
I'm
Jay,
being honest.
The thing about this is, you don't use a DA in a meeting if it ain't a crime.
Oh, of course it's a crime. A child's been missing for 9 months. That's the other thing, too. Did we really need them to spell it out to us? Of course there's been a crime.
Right. What other kind of investigation would it be? What other kind of investigation would it be?
Right.
What is it?
Right. I think she's referring to very early on when Ken Widener was going over those maps and stuff, and Ray Whitley was standing in the background.
She's not referring to that. She's referring to the fact that they said they meet with the DA weekly.
That too, but Ray Whitley was
That's exactly what I'm referring to. They meet with the DA weekly.
Exactly.
The DA does not step in to anything that is not criminal.
Unless there's going to be potential charges.
Exactly.
And he's there to look at what they have and say if it's enough or it's not enough. Period.
Right. And and listen, they have all the time in the world. They will wait it out for years to get that moment to make sure their case is strong enough that because they only get one chance. One chance.
Brittney gave us that example last night, y'all. Did you miss it?
Yeah, because we don't fucking watch her.
Okay, well, how about I share that? How about I share that?
No, I actually seen it.
I mean, really, if you guys, if some of you didn't see it, I think it's important because
I don't think anything comes from her is important.
It's very coincidental that she brings this up.
But it's not, because it's the same thing we were talking about over on Clues. All she did was take what we already
I never even heard of that case.
Yeah.
I never heard of that, boy. And I wasn't on Queens because I don't catch every fucking stream. I can't watch YouTube 24/7. So I don't see everything, right? Or Clues. Who's ever. I don't get to see everything, unfortunately.
When she come up and she said she's sorry that she'd shut up, and it wasn't 2 days later she's back on Granny again, I was done.
She's a copycat is what I'm saying.
No, I want you guys to listen to this case. Don't follow Brittney. I put my own clips in here. Okay. She didn't have the fucking know-how to pause her video, pull up a video of the case she's bringing up, right? She doesn't have the know-how. I had to piece that in. Sorry, it pisses me off because people don't stop and listen. They're too busy with their fingers on the keyboard and their fingers on the keyboard on the phone to actually listen, and things would make more sense.
Granny, Jay, I'm on both of your channels and Granny's channel and Clue's channel, and that's the truth. That's truth for me.
It's got nothing to do with Brittney, this clip I'm playing, but I find it fucking ironic.
You play it, honey. It's your channel.
Well, let me explain. I find it ironic that Seth Rogers is in her chat and someone brings up this case. It's not her. She pinned it.
Right.
And said, oh, yeah. Right? But then I was like, I don't know who this kid is. Let me look it up. And it's a kid that was killed by his father.
Right.
So how does this prove anything of what their narrative is? I find it fucking wholly ironic. But
they have no self-awareness. She has no self-awareness that she's describing exactly who's in her chat.
Put a 1 in chat if you're familiar with the red wine case, because I've done true crime for years and I've never heard of it. I'm not going to assume everybody knows about it because I never did. And I think it's fucking wild.
I think it's wild. She's once again
it
going
took
at
them
SF, but
5 fucking years to arrest the father for the murder of his son. 5 years. Like Granny said, they got all the fucking time in the world. You watch the trial, Sin? Damn.
That's exactly what they're going to do.
But I think I think bouncing off what you said is important. Let me fast forward. I don't even give a fuck that she said it about Seth and with Seth. But listen to this part. Listen what the sheriff says. Okay?
Dylan.
With the recovery of his body, that makes it, from our perspective, a homicide.
Wait, hold on.
Investigators believe Dylan Redwine was possibly kidnapped and killed.
Okay, they thought he was kidnapped and killed in the beginning, right?
We asked Mark Redwine how he felt about
Here's
Dylan's
his
death
dad.
now becoming a homicide investigation. Mark Redwine said this.
They can have a homicide all they want to, but if they feel like I've had any involvement with it, then why am I standing on my front porch having this conversation with you?
Just the same reason Chris Watts stood on his motherfucking front porch and had a conversation, right?
Yeah.
You hear him laugh?
Yeah.
Oh,
like
it makes
I've
me
had
sick.
any involvement with it, and why am I standing on my front porch having this conversation with you?
Is there any reason to believe that Mark Redwine could be a suspect in this case?
We haven't identified anyone as a suspect at this point.
Hear that? Sound familiar?
Yeah, but most importantly, you know why they believe he took his son's life?
No.
Because he found porn on his father's computer. He found child.
Oh my God!
Is that why maybe a computer laptop missing?
And the father was dressing as a cross-dresser, and he was going through a divorce, and that the older brother knew about it too, and the 13-year-old called his older brother and
my
said,
God!
Yeah,
Wow.
he said, I found these photos of dad. I don't know what to do. Blah blah blah. It was a whole bit. I remember all of it now.
The missing laptop that was so important to Seth that he broke
Dude, that's deep. That is deep.
Just saying. Does anybody remember that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Listen to this part.
You want a lawsuit next, UA?
That means 98% of them.
Listen how he talks about his son's remains, y'all. Now we know this guy did it. Okay, so we're knowing after the fact. Listen how he talks.
Of his remains. That means 98% of them is still scattered out there in a tree somewhere.
Mark Redwine and his estranged wife, Elaine Redwine, were called into sheriff's headquarters earlier today.
They found, I think they said 2 femurs, a shoulder blade bone, or something to do with the shoulder.
Thinking about you, praying for you, always will.
Redwine disappeared in November of 2012. His remains were found much later in a wooded area not far from his father's home. 4 years later, in 2017, Mark Redwine was charged with his murder.
4 years. 4 years.
With no arrest, and the entire time, they was watching Mark.
They was watching Mark. You talk about the way I fucking talk. They was watching Mark the entire time. And guess what?
Ultimately, they ended up finding.
I thought the bitch was paused. It took her that long to complete the pause.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dylan's little body, and
it was bad last night.
His father
Brandy.
was arrested and charged for the crimes. And
meanwhile, Seth is listening to this.
Christ.
That was one of the cases where they didn't think that law enforcement was doing anything because
they were stone cold quiet.
Yeah, a hiker found Dylan's skull. It was heartbreaking.
They were
first off,
what's going on?
They
Mr.
were
Seth?
stone cold quiet.
Well, nobody didn't think the police weren't doing anything.
Well,
Nobody
Seth
thought-
is saying that they weren't doing anything. Okay.
Right, and
But
similar.
she's comparing. Mhm.
Right. Mark was also out there in the public all the time, professing his innocence.
Was
pleading for
he?
his son to come home. Oh yeah, Jay.
Wouldn't it be interesting to watch his news clips sometime?
Compare-
Yeah, and I always
Yeah.
like going back and watching people's like.
I love it.
Yeah, I do too. We could do that sometime.
Hey Jay.
Huh?
You know what that reminded me of? Him talking about his kid, like the bones and stuff. That reminds me of when Seth said, y'all know we're going in here and we're looking for a dead body."
Oh yeah.
Well, we don't. To be fair, we don't know if he said we're looking for or we're not looking for.
Well,
Somebody speaks
even if
over
he
him.
didn't, but even if he didn't, when he was with Tony doing the boat search, he said this is a recovery mission.
Right, and it was still a cold statement. I mean, you go back to any of the interviews where Seth is solely up there as a father of a missing child, and you listen to him where he shared about Sebastian's, alleged tragedy, and he then stops to make a remark about, oh, but you wear that sports team. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Have you
like-
ever thought though, and I'm asking everybody on panel if you've ever thought of this. Have you ever thought that Seth is just not like the greatest person in the world and he's just an asshole? Like, and this is just him and that Chris is just letting him do it? Have you ever thought of that? Like, like we know this guy is a fucking moron and he's going to make himself look bad because he can't fucking do anything for himself, right?
But is he though? Because does a guy of his age get by most of his life, never holding down a job, never really having bills? Like, is he as dumb as he wants us to believe he is? I mean, even Lord Lodge was like, I never said he's the smartest. Or is he similar to Brittney, where they put on a persona that they're not that smart? Because if this guy's that dumb, why is he working in a fucking jail? That's scary.
The day
I don't believe it.
They're really desperate hiring at that jail. I'm just saying.
The day
No.
that they took
No.
and went down that river, Cumberland River, he's not a professional as to sonar. So I wouldn't, he could have been laying
in the bottom of that thing, and he's gone down through there, and I didn't see nothing. Well, he's not a professional, so we're going to mark this off so we don't have to.
I don't know, man. I'm throwing devil's advocate in here, okay, for myself.
But think about
what
it,
if
Jay.
what if he's just a greedy person because he's never had money, and like I've heard a million people say, he's never had the attention. He didn't have friends. His phone wouldn't ring for weeks before. Is he just a awkward, weird 44-year-old man who, is gross? You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, then you got to think. Then is he that doting father he makes himself out to be? Because again, this guy is invited on these podcasts because he's a viewer that enjoys fucking speaking. He's only welcomed as the father of a missing child.
Mm-hmm.
No other. It's bizarre. It's bizarre. I will never think otherwise. You're up there solely to discuss the fact that your child's missing, and you got time for fucking jokes.
Well, so did Chris. So did Chris. I mean, he called in with voice changers too. That's not normal. It's not fucking normal. One time, it's not normal. It's not.
No, it's not normal. But
I would not be in a joking mood if I thought my kid was out in the wilderness fucking dead. Okay? I would not be in a joking mood.
Right, and Steph's doing it all the time. I mean, he's on all these panels all the time, or in the chat rooms with them, and they're in these private chat groups together. And again, as a father of a missing child, he's not your buddy.
I think Seth is just more in your face because I know.
Could it be that they're not really Could it be that they're not thinking about that they're going on a panel to talk about it, and they're just acting like that they're talking with friends, and they're not really understanding their actions?
They're not that naive.
I mean, what do you think? He's a 12-year-old fucking kid?
Well, he reminds me of a 12-year-old kid.
I mean,
Well, and he wanted us to think that Sebastian was like a 10-year-old too, right? So we can't really trust what he's portraying. That's why I'm saying we don't know these motherfuckers. We don't know these motherfuckers.
Chris and Katie said the same thing. He has the mentality of a 10-year-old. They said the same fucking thing.
Well, what 21-year-old wants to be with the 12-year-old? So at the end of the day, there is something wrong. Well, allegedly or not allegedly, like even who interacts with the 12-year-old when you're 21? Like I can't tell you, my 12-year-old ain't acting out like that with nobody that's over the age of 13, 14. Like she's.
All right, but what 12-year-olds? I'm not even going to touch it.
Like so, with that being said, I feel like that there is a disconnect between his age.
Touch what?
And
the ages and shit. I'm just not even going to touch it.
It's
like offering an excuse.
Yeah,
for
I don't.
Seth.
Well, I don't have the
this
proof.
man is
I only
capable-
have the proof of this. Sebastian, him saying this in a chat. I don't have a screenshot. If I had a screenshot of him saying that, I would be all over it. But I don't.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, even if it wasn't sexual or any of that, what 20-year-old wants to be friends even with the 12-year-old, or talks to them like they're friends, or has a relationship
Predators.
with them? Like that's not normal. That is absolutely predator behavior. So when I think about Seth,
right, but you're equating that to mentality.
Okay, but
you're saying like, so he must be mentally stunted if at 20, 22 years old, he wants to talk to a 12-year-old. You're like giving the excuse of him being like mentally stunted. And I see a lot of people doing that. I'm sorry, a guy of his, he's more conniving than people are giving him credit for, in my opinion. You don't skate by and make a 501c3 when your child's born and get, disability checks for them. And
well, the bottom line is, the bottom line is we had a 29-year-old, 28-year-old waiting for a girl to turn 18. Even that's bad enough. Okay. Let's just keep it at that. Okay. If it's worse than that, fine. But it's bad enough that you had an almost 30-year-old waiting for a girl to turn 18. Okay. That's fucking sick. Can we agree on that?
I agree. It's weird.
So we don't really need to go any deeper than that, right? If it was 12, fucking gross. But it's already gross enough. So
I got a question.
All I'm saying is I don't think it's fair to say that means he's mentally immature.
Oh, well, I don't think she's giving him an excuse.
No.
I think it's proven that these people that are attracted to young girls, they're fucked in the head. Okay,
all right.
I'm just gonna say it. They're fucked in the head, and it's been proven though that they can't be fixed.
But I think with Seth, I think he purposely comes off.
They progressively get worse, though. So use your imagination on that, right? They don't get better. Pedophiles and groomers don't get better.
Right now. So I'm not using it as an excuse by no means, because at the end of the day, I was not a kid. I was 24 and he was 34, and I'm the one who
Right.
that's a
It's
lot
different.
different in my opinion.
Different. Totally
It's so
different.
different.
Totally
I do
different.
think that Seth is a predator. That's in my opinion, and I have that right to say that. Like, I feel like that's predator behavior, no matter how you look at it.
If my
It's not
30-year-old
normal.
son was sitting here waiting for some 17-year-old girl to turn 18 to fucking knock her up and marry her, I'd have a fucking problem. I'm just going to
and
say
considering
it.
that they had known
Fucking
each other for
sick.
how many years?
Yeah, that's sick.
Even erasing all of that, even erasing if they known each other, any of that, what Jay's saying right on face value is good enough, and that's what we're saying is
Right.
leave it
Just
at good
keep
enough.
it at the least. You know what I'm saying?
But
Just
what is provable? Even
Right.
Lorelai said we can prove she was 6 months into being 18 when she got pregnant,
Right.
and they also got married and all that. Okay, fine, leave it at that. That's
and on a
close enough.
moral level, we can agree that a 30-year-old, almost 30-year-old waiting for someone to turn 18 so she's quote unquote legal is fucking sick.
Right.
So
But
we
why
don't
can't they
really
do
need to
that?
dig deeper than that anymore. You know what I mean? Because I think to dig deeper than that is really disrespectful to Katie, because that's
I
her
agree.
personal trauma. You know what I mean? And it's just, there's just so much disparaging shit out there. I don't think we need to spell it out anymore. I think we all kind of know it's gross, you know?
Well, I want to say this, and I want to ask all of you, if you know nothing about sonar and you was driving down a river, would you take the chance on missing your son to say you searched and he wasn't there? Now, to me, I would want a professional that knows sonar, that if they spotted something, they could, identify it. But he went down that river.
Searched it.
Huh?
Professionals still searched it.
Right. Well, he had to go back through there too, and I'm pretty sure he's not, educated on sonar. I'm not educated on sonar. But would you trust yourself to look for your son and maybe take a chance on missing it and say, oh, that place has done been looked? I wouldn't.
I need to respond to this. Sue says, I don't care about being respectful to any of the parents. I get what you're saying, and I'm not really coming from a place of respect because A, I don't conduct my show like they're watching because they shouldn't be. And B, it's just not about being respectful. It's about being just gross. Like, I'm fucking tired of hearing about Katie Proudfoot's fucking sexual history and her fucking personal shit. I'm tired of hearing about it. Like, we all know. It's been a fucking year almost. Like, we all know. The math is there, and it's gross enough to think that he waited till she turned 18, okay? And that's just where I just prefer to leave it, because we're just repeating the same gross stuff over and over. And it just makes it grosser the more it's repeated, you know? Like, we nothing against you, Susan. It's not about, like, I'm not saying it because, I respect Katie. I don't know her. I don't know her to have respect for her. I know her kid's missing, and I don't know if she knows anything. So I don't owe her anything. I don't know her. So I just think that it's just to keep repeating that, it's just kind of making me sick. Because like Granny said, like, the ex thing is kind of triggering, dude. It was kind of triggering to sit there and watch Lorelodge and his buddy asking SF about abortions. And a bunch of women approving of it. It's like, I just don't get it. Like, are our female issues, or are they men's fucking business now? I mean, where do we stand, ladies? It's like, we don't even know where the fuck we stand.
Well,
It's a
better
joke.
yet, why don't they ask
It's a joke.
Seth? Why hasn't anybody that
Asked
wants
him.
to know that asked Seth that fucking question?
Right. Hey, Seth. I saw this
say.
comment in T-Revs right here, right? That fucking comment that I just pulled up about abortion. What did you mean by that?
What does that mean?
Yeah.
Ask them. They won't.
Nope.
They won't. They all brush over it.
Hi, Seth. I'm praying for you.
No,
mean,
I don't see any red flags. No, of course,
God
because you won't
damn.
want to.
Is that when she dozes off to go to sleep, when she's praying?
Ugh. This whole thing has been built off that, though.
Dude, I'm
It's
telling
nuts.
you, I think this shit is
Gross.
built up to the point where it's just fucking gross anymore. You know, and furthermore, and I'm not, no shade at anybody. I mean, I like SF. Don't get me wrong, but I just feel like as a paid PI now, maybe these kind of conversations shouldn't be had on social media. But I mean, that's up to Katie. You know, she's the one paying them. She's the one that
Get down to the basics. It's
can
Sebastian.
say something,
it's
but
not what,
I'm not going to be following it like I was because I don't want to read that stuff. I just don't.
No.
I think
It
all
has
of
nothing
this
to
has
do
gone
with
too
the
far.
action being done.
When fucking Aiden, who covers Sasquatch, is talking about Katie Proudfoot's abortions, I've had a fucking enough.
Yeah.
It's disrespectful to women.
It's
Well,
bullshit.
the good thing is SF did have a company, an advocate with a arranged for a company that has the ground penetrating radar to contact them, and they offered their services. So
Oh, nice.
at least that's going to
Good.
get done.
Lacey Ann, I
That's
agree with you there 100%. He's right to defend his business. He has the right to defend himself. But what I'm saying is the Lore Lodge thing kind of opened my eyes. I was kind of grossed out when I saw Lore Lodge and his buddy sitting there in their cabin asking SF, who's a paid PI by the Proudfoot family, about Katie's abortions, especially when he just got done saying, oh, I'm going to have Seth and Tony on, and I'm going to ask these same questions. Then why didn't you save that, Lore Lodge, for the guy who mentions it? It's
Right.
just,
Well, Jay, I'd just like to ask, what was it got to do with Sebastian being missing?
regardless, I
Nothing.
mean, it's already been put out there, though. I mean, Seth said it in a convo, so if someone wants to ask about it, why is he asking SF and not waiting for Tony and Seth to come on? I
Right.
feel like it's done on purpose.
Yeah, to put her down again.
It's gross. It's just gross, and I'm tired of it. I'm tired of hearing about Katie's reproductive system. I don't want to hear about it anymore. I'm not going to fucking follow that shit.
I'm the same way. That has nothing to do with Sebastian, and I don't care.
That's when I
Yeah,
got
it's
timed out too, Explore Core. And then I get it timed out by the mods by saying that I'm uncomfortable seeing 3 men talk about Katie Proudfoot's abortions. I was timed out for that. So in that case, I agree with SF saying, have you ever seen someone protect that kind of behavior? But hey, who am I? Who the fuck am I? I don't have 600,000 subscribers, because if I did, maybe I'd be the fucking know-it-all. I'm sick of that too. Give a fuck how many subscriber number people have. It doesn't give them morals. It doesn't make them any better than anybody else. You can have someone who has 100 subscribers be way fucking better of a person than someone with 1 million. Look at Jared from AWP raping his cousin. I mean, when are we going to wake up and fucking open our eyes? God damn it.
I'm on the same side as y'all are. I'm sick of it.
And then Aiden wants to act like this fucking scholar while he's over there cussing on X about Katie Proudfoot. What the fuck?
I know. I watched part of it and then I was done. I thought, they ain't listening to this. I ain't.
Fucking scholar.
Oh, he's so smart. He's such a good storyteller.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so
because
is
that
Dr.
fucking
Seuss.
matters.
Dr.
Right. Give me a fucking script and I can read it too.
And I love when he's like, did you even watch the documentaries? The documentaries you made? You dumbass?
Off
Your proof is
transcripts?
your own fucking shit?
And he says, I didn't watch any of the interviews. I read transcripts.
Transcripts.
Oh, yeah,
Right.
because you can really get a lot from transcripts. That's like, oh, I can
They can't
read
even
someone's fucking mood from the text, right? How many
Right.
times do texts get misconstrued? A lot.
That's what I said. You can't fucking pick up on everything.
No.
Reading transcripts.
Mm.
Dude,
I'm just fucking sick of it.
Should we
Period.
get back to Nancy Grace so that way these people
matter
don't
of fact-
do everything? Or
As
no?
a matter of fucking fact, I don't even want to look at that fucking screen anymore. That's how sick of it I am. Why am I playing Seth Rogers' words anyway? We all know he fucking lied. We all know that he fucking said it took him this long and then he said it took him that long. What the fuck is playing it gonna do? You know what I mean? At this point. I mean, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer here, but it's just, I don't know. That shit
In
just
my
disgruntled
opinion,
me, man.
He solely wants attention. He solely wants the attention.
But
This
he
is
doesn't.
a screenplay for him.
He doesn't want the attention because he wouldn't send out cease and desist and injunctions if he wanted it.
Who, Seth?
Yeah.
Yeah, he only wants the attention
He
that
only
he
wants the positive attention.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Yep.
That's why I keep his ass on the screen, because they're trying so hard to silence everybody.
I am just
You miss
sick.
a blood pressure pill?
I need something, girl. Puff puff
None
pass
of
or
this had
something.
none of this had anything to do with Sebastian. When he's a missing child, get
It's had
down to the
nothing
basics of it.
It had nothing
I
to do
don't
with
think
Sebastian for months now. You think Betty and again, I respect SF, but he does insert himself in big cases. You think it just so happened to come down to these two that had long lasting vendettas, and all of this has been, it's a mess. It's a fucking mess. It has nothing to do with Sebastian anymore, and it hasn't for a while. It's fucking egos.
No, that's all it is. I think he's
Well-
just damn part of attention.
SF, like I said, was following the case or very early on. He put out SAR maps.
Listen, I don't mean this to come across negative on SF.
It's gonna
at
come across
all.
negative because
And-
UA's just gonna defend him no matter
No,
what. And
but
I don't
listen,
blame her, but
I'm
No,
not,
no,
I'm not. I will personally say I've had people that reach out to me asking if he's legitimate, and because they've never seen a private eye be so public.
right.
But he has explained that he does things a little differently, and he has different methods of how
He's
he conducts his
different.
investigations, which is okay with me. I'm not judging that. I don't know anything about investigations, right? So
Yeah.
I want to make it clear. I don't like the back and forth about the female shit about Katie.
Right.
I
Well,
don't like it. And it's
I can
nothing
also
against
see
him.
why.
But
I
that's
can
my
see
opinion.
why others. I can see why others don't think he's too professional. That's all.
What does it make her look like? What's it make him look like? Evidently,
Well,
he's
she
still
gave up the
standing.
info, Pearl. I mean, let's not act like Katie didn't give SF
and you're
the
exactly
information
right.
she has.
Because he said, I'm getting it directly from the source. You have to
Right.
remember
Well,
that.
yeah, that's why he's so confident in what he's like. He doesn't. put
Like
out
I
shit
said,
that
if
he can't
Katie
back up.
had a problem with it, I'm sure Katie would handle that with him. That wasn't
Right,
my
and
point. My point is I'm tired of following it. I don't personally want to read it. That's
Right.
all. I get that.
and-
That's not my decision for him and her. I got nothing to do with that. I'm just saying
Right.
personally, I've spent 10 months hearing about this sexual perversion, hearing sexual innuendos, and I'm fucking sick of it because I don't like that kind of shit. I don't talk like that. Like, I don't even make sexual jokes. Yesterday was like the most jokes I've made joking about Granny with her massager. I mean,
Right.
Yeah.
And they
that's
were
as far
harmless.
as I go, and it makes
But
me
it's
very
all over.
uncomfortable. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So
He
when
doesn't
I
even
feel
know.
uncomfortable, that's when I take a step back, and this is my channel. So I'm going to tell my viewers how I feel about what's being said. That's it.
Right.
It's
Yeah.
not personal on anybody. This is
Right.
except me. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, and
Well,
I mean,
have been. I've listened to channels that's made me feel very uncomfortable. I have.
I don't like
I mean,
it.
we're adults. Everybody knows what adults do.
Do you know that it makes me so uncomfortable to hear Betty talk about my vagina? Do you think I
Yeah,
like
I
that?
know.
I mean, really? Like, you have to make a joke out of things because it's so fucking outlandish. But do you think
Right.
that I really like that? Do you really think I enjoy that rumors are being spread? Do you think my husband likes that?
Right.
That
No.
when I go to quote unquote work, there's people saying that I'm fucking around on him?
Yep.
No.
No,
yeah,
I know.
I'm so sorry.
You know, and you
Yeah,
don't have to
no.
be sorry, but I'm just saying I'm done with it. I'm done with people talking about my vagina,
Jana,
and I'm done hearing
sorry.
about other people's. I don't want to know that.
I don't either. I don't want to know about males'
fucking
anatomy.
care.
I don't want to hear about females' anatomy.
I didn't want to
Well,
see
why-
Tony's dick, but you know what?
Well-
I got accused of putting it on there. Do you know how gross
I know.
that is?
I know.
Do you know how
Hey,
fucked up in
Dad.
the head I would have to be to
Ugh.
overlay a penis on his TikTok video?
I know.
That's mental.
especially when everyone freaking has the same screen recordings and stuff.
Well,
I mean,
you know, people are adults, women are adults, men are adults. Everybody knows what things is.
but
in-
they're
in
acting
a
like
marriage.
children. They're acting like
Yeah.
children in this case, and
No,
perverted.
the problem is it's around a missing child. All of it.
Hey Jay,
Hmm.
what I've always wondered, why does Betty say shit like that about you?
I
Like,
think I
what
just
happened?
explained it, Citizen Sleuth. That's why I have a cooter club. So come on in and close your fucking stinky legs.
I think she's just jealous of anybody that's friends with
That's what it
JR.
is. It's because I'm friends with JLR. That's why. It's as
Has she
simple
always
as
had a
that.
vendetta?
No, it's as simple as that. Like, there's really nothing more to it. I've met the guy one time in person. We had breakfast at IHOP. It's because I'm friends with JLR. It's really that simple. She's really that fucking crazy. There's no
That's
more
all
to
it
it.
is.
There's nothing more
That's
to it.
like her. I don't even think she knows Magnolia, but she's talked awful about her.
But yeah, she
You know,
doesn't.
The
you
woman
know
is
what she does?
unhinged. Period.
Yeah.
She's a lunatic. Look at her criminal
She's
record.
always with Julia too. I swear, if I don't believe they're kin.
It's really
I
just
think
that simple. That's how crazy it is.
I can only say there's certain people that need to be studied, and I think she's one of them.
Well, and I know where it all started from. I mean, back in May, we had TikTok Tony threatening to call my husband and tell him lies about shit I'm doing with other creators. This was back in May.
And May's when she got, they started talking to Betty.
Jay, you work every day. 2 channels.
From home. From home.
I know.
Not from her bed either. And
It's
probably
just
with
it's
pants
it's
on.
just crazy to me, and I'm just fucking sick of it. I'm tired of hearing about
Well,
all
that's
that
just like
shit.
her bitch over there, talking about Granny and all that stuff about her too. You know what? Don't run out something that you don't damn know about. It makes me so mad. I can name you 3 that really need some.
But for me, this is what the problem is. For me personally, I'm just speaking for me. For me, I'm invisibly tied in to this group of people. So everything SF does trickles down onto me. Everything UA does trickles down onto me. Everything Clue does trickles down onto me. Even though I'm not in the same fucking pond, even though I'm not part of it, I get the recourse of it all. Everybody gets lumped in together. And that's why some of these things piss me off to the extent they do, because they're just unnecessary. It's unnecessary to do some things.
I feel uncomfortable, like Jay, when a bunch of sexual stuff comes up on a panel. I do. I feel real funny about that.
Mm-hmm.
It's embarrassing to me. It
we just gotta
embarrasses me
exit
sitting
out.
here by myself. It embarrasses me. And another thing, and that's the only thing, is when people start talking about race. And that's the only 2 things that I have an issue with. Anybody can say what they want to. I either agree or I disagree, but I'm Cherokee, and I was been called half-breed all my life, and I'm offended by it, and I'm still offended by it. So don't throw out race to me. And I swear every time I turn around, I mean, I'll be honest with you. Granny and Jay and both of Jay's channels, I'm dedicated to. I feel comfortable there. I'm not sitting here by myself and feeling embarrassed. I feel comfortable saying, and this is where I'll stay, girls. Y'all will just have to get tired of me. But I'm not going to sit on something that somebody's talking about somebody else's anatomy and what they're going to do with it and all that. I'm just not. I can't do it.
It's too much.
I was raised in a Christian home, and I'm not the best Christian. I try every day. But I know what's right to say in public, and I know what's right
Jay.
not.
Okay, Granny.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for coming up.
Chat. Yep. Bye.
Have a good Granny. But I'm just not going to sit here and be alone and feel embarrassed.
Yeah, it's disgusting. She
I
wanted to
get some
disparage
more.
Jay, hurt her reputation. Using sexual insults against a woman is as low as you can go, and she stooped that low to hurt her. Well, she doesn't really have anything else. I mean, she's making up lies because she doesn't have anything else. But Betty is really, I mean, she doesn't really matter in my world, but I'm just
when
saying.
you start getting into somebody else's
Well,
marriage,
my marriage, right. I mean, Tony, I mean, in all fairness, Betty never mentioned my marriage or my husband until, recently.
and you deserting your kids and all this stuff. And then when you get into talking about somebody physically and stuff like that, you know, don't go after somebody's job and don't go after somebody's marriage that's good, that you could cause a divorce or something. You know, don't do that. Just because he knows you.
I mean, and that
know him.
ultimately, I mean, you gotta think. I mean, that's what they wanted to do, right? They wanted to cause turmoil in my marriage, and I don't think anybody really realizes, like, what that could really do. Like, let's say my husband didn't really, pay much attention to my YouTube. Like, that was just my thing. And,
Right.
Let's say it maybe planted a seed in his head. My
Right.
husband watches me. I wouldn't be surprised if he's watching right now. But, I mean, he knows. He doesn't chat all the time, but he watches. But if he didn't, that could really plant a seed in a husband's head and cause a lot of problems. And the fact that they want to do that blows my mind. It's wild to me.
But that's the only way. See, that's the only way that they can get back to you is through your family. And that would be the only way that they could ever touch me. Because now I'm easygoing and laid back, and I respect every single body 50% until they show me different, and it can go up or down. But the thing about it is when you step into somebody's relationship and they love one another, and that one person can cause so much turmoil in that family that it destroys it, is a piece of wasted flesh.
Well, that's what they want to do, right? I mean, this is right here. Here it is. Look it. Still have it right here. This is the 2 a.m. girls and Tony. We got Madison, Jen, Chase, Tony, Christina. And you have here Tony. Jay for Justice has been warned. I have her hubby's name.
Yeah, this is the stuff that Tony, like, Betty may be doing it, but Tony is weaponizing creators to do his dirty work. I've known this for
I'm calling Nick
since the beginning of the time. He had a list of creators he wanted to target in order to put out his information. If you refused to do that, then he came after you.
Well,
and he did whatever he could.
In my opinion, is he not worried about his own marriage with the 2 a.m. girls?
Well, that's a question for his wife. I mean,
Bing bong, Miss Robin.
Bing bong.
I mean, that don't sound really good. I mean, that's just my opinion, speculations, and allegedly. But you don't throw stones at glass houses.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've only seen his wife with him, or heard that his wife was with him like one time.
Well, we saw his wife when they were on Nancy or on
Right.
TV. She was in the background.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, but
his wife knows. His wife is on all those lawsuits, being sued right along with him when he was scamming schools, scamming churches. Dina's name is right on there. Let's call it for what it is. She knows damn well what's going on.
Well, it hurts me to see you girls having to go through all this bullshit for no reason. But the thing about it is,
poor girl.
There's nobody. I mean, if anybody's going to really hurt you, they're going to go after you and your family. And just know that that's the bone of me is my family. And when you hit that, you've had a bad nerve.
Mm. Mm-mm-mm.
And she knew. They all know that, that's just like with Granny and her oldest daughter. That's like Queen with her daughter. When you go after family, you went as far as you can go with me.
Yeah.
Kids should not be brought up in anything except for the missing.
Yeah.
And it just hurts me to see that Granny and Jay's going through so much of this because I have grown to love these
20
girls.
I got a video for you guys. I'm gonna pull up.
Well, sweetheart, I'm gonna get off here and watch
All
your
right,
video.
baby. All right.
It's good to talk to
Yeah,
all
the
of
Thank you,
doodle.
Pearl.
Looks like that's the
You know I
doodle.
love you, baby.
I love you, darling, and I hope I wasn't a nuisance.
You're never a nuisance, girl.
I love
But
y'all.
stay
Y'all
away
so
from
cute.
that Windows now.
No shit.
All right. Bye, Pearl. I hope you have a wonderful
baby.
afternoon.
I love the way she said no shit.
I know. No shit. Okay, if you've seen this, you may not have seen it. This is straight from JLR. Well, this is from me, but I clipped it. Here we
25
go.
lawsuits. 25 lawsuits. 25 lawsuits. And you could go see yourself. This
is my favorite.
It just keeps going on and on and on. Him and his wife, look, him and his wife been sued, his wife Dana, in debt. Just keeps going on. Look, him and his wife sued in debt. Banks, financial institutions, churches, default judgments. Tony Mathis. I told you I got the receipts. Tulsa County, all over Tulsa. Look, he used to have a business he called himself Game Time Sports. Game Time Sports. Failed companies. Not only that, but failed companies. Look, independent school district sued Tony Mathis. Literally, a school district for trademark infringement. They were scheming. They were using some sort of school, independent school district. We'll talk about that. Look at this. Castle Realty suing Tony Mathis and his wife. Forcible entry and detainer. Yeah, they are old. They do go back into the teens in the last 20 years. It just shows character here. Considering that this man is currently under investigation for providing money to people to harass the prophets. Look, it just keeps going. Look at this. Receipts. I got the receipts and the receipts. I got the Mott's applesauce. I got the Mott's, folks. It just keeps going on. 25 lawsuits. 25 lawsuits.
I got the
25 lawsuits. And you could go see yourself.
Why do you always have to steal my thunder?
It just keeps going on and on and on. Him and his wife, look, him and his wife been sued, his wife Dana, in debt. Just keeps going on. Look, him and his wife sued in debt. Banks, financial institutions, churches, default judgments. Tony Mathis. I told you I got the receipts. Tulsa County, all over Tulsa. Look, he used to have a business he called himself Game Time Sports. Game Time Sports. Failed companies. Not only that, but failed companies. Look, independent school district sued Tony Mathis. Literally, a school district for trademark infringement. They were scheming. They were using some sort of school, independent school district. We'll talk about that. Look at this. Castle Realty suing Tony Mathis and his wife. Forcible entry and detainer. Yeah, they are old. They do go back into the teens in the last 20 years. It just shows character here. Considering that this man is currently under investigation for providing money to people to harass the prophets. Look, it just keeps going. Look at this. Receipts. I got the receipts and the receipts. I got the Mott's applesauce.
Oh, fuck, JLR.
I pulled up his thing on a live one time and like his background check and read it off.
It is my clip, Frogsy. Yeah. I've had it on here since. When did I put this video? How do I tell on a short? I don't know how to do it.
I don't know, but
where do I see the date?
Crime.
I even tagged it as Clarksville.
Can y'all? Oh my goodness! I've been sitting here muted this whole time.
You've been a muted cooter.
You've been a muted cooter, Regina.
I have.
How do I? Oh, here it is. Yeah, August 26th. I put this up. I put Tony Mathis criminal pattern in 1 minute.
I read mine off a lot slower, I think, when I did it.
Well, I think all we needed was a minute to sum that bullshit up. I mean, Dana's on there. That was my point,
problems.
You know.
You got 99 problems, and yet you're going after everyone else. Someone gifted a membership, Jay.
Oh, yeah. 911. Thank you for gifting a cootership. Welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and close your legs.
And they got it. They gifted it and they got it. That's kind of cool.
Oh, they gifted it to themselves?
Well, they got gifted. They gifted one, and then it was gifted to themselves. Like they.
Oh, hey, Clue. Oh, Clue said Tony is the worst thing to happen to Seth. I don't know. Yeah. I think maybe Seth was the worst thing to happen to Seth, and he thought Tony was going to clean it up, and then it's backfired.
No, I think that whole birds of a feather, I think they have a lot of bonding over things.
UA on that one. I'm with UA on that one. But hey Jay, I'm gonna have to go. My husband's got a business call.
Okay.
So I appreciate you having
Thanks
me
for coming up,
and
girl.
you guys are a hoot. All right.
Thanks for coming up. Have a good
Yeah,
afternoon.
thanks for having me. You too.
All right, bye.
Whew. Oh, man.
Jay Jones says Seth and Tony are peas in a pod. I don't know. I mean, I didn't see a record on Seth like I do on Tony with scamming, to be honest.
Seth's only record was out in California.
Did he
it was
scam
dropped.
anybody?
Nope. You have it, Jay.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like, he doesn't have a record like Tony's. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Tony's is about, like, money things, and Seth's is about, possession of things related to.
But has that done any good, Clue? I'm with Mimi on that one. Has News Nation or Court TV done any good? I guess you'd have to ask the investigators that one.
Yes, Tony is from Oklahoma.
Aneth says, I think Seth was small potatoes until he hooked up with Tony. Now he's taken the game to a whole new level. Could be. Could be. Saw an opportunity and thought I'll go with it. Sure does, Mystic.
I just noticed your thing got Neek on speed dial. Jay.
I'm sorry?
I just noticed your thing underneath, like, is got Neek on speed dial.
Oh, you just now noticed that?
Yeah.
I've had that there for a while. No one's ever said anything. You're the first one.
Well, my attention to detail on some of this stuff is like, I'm so like digging down, like, ironically, the one with Down the Rabbit Hole that you played, I played it from my hill the other night because I hadn't seen that one. I have this whole joke of going on the hill, like, whenever, to talk about the case and my opinions on it and stuff when people I can't sleep and whatever. But
911, that's so funny. She said, I won. I didn't know that could happen.
Yeah, I didn't.
Mystic says not just anywhere in Oklahoma, a very, very small, tight-knit town.
Yeah, it is. It is a small, tight-knit community.
Well, there was some kind of wedding that someone stood up in that was affiliated, like, between Sean and Tony, right?
Right.
But yet TikTok Tony says Sean calls the shots.
Yeah, I have a feeling that it's a mutual. In my opinion, I think it's they're coming up with the things together.
Robin is, I think her license, I don't think she's still a licensed nurse.
Still, well, she has licenses in 2 counties. I can figure it out real fast.
Is she still practicing though? Is she retired?
Nope.
She's
No,
retired, right?
She's not, like, when I looked it up, her license in Texas had expired. But she was apparently licensed in another state, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do a little search.
Huh.
And say, like, to look up licenses.
Do you guys
too.
remember that Seth Rogers talked about his mom? Was that on Coffin? Where he said that his mom, like, it was a home birth, and his mom said it like it was like a like she had complications. Do you guys recall that on Coffin?
Not that part, but I had trouble staying awake she's not that interesting to me.
Yeah, he did though. He said that on there.
So shoot.
What's the name of her channel? Breaking the Case.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to find that that small clip just because I'm curious for myself. Oh, man. That shit got to me today.
Yeah, I could see. It does get to you after,
It really does. It really does. I think the whole War Lodge thing, I think he really triggered me, to be honest.
Right. And
I think it's him.
Whenever, like, I know too, whenever I go, if I have like an all-nighter where I'm just discussing, I could be discussing anything. I have somebody there that's watching and recording every little thing in case I do say something about this case.
Really?
Uh-huh. Yep. If they see me live on like TikTok or whatever, I'll catch them at the door coming in on accounts. And it's like,
It's weird.
It's a little strange. Like, what are you so afraid of? I mean, like,
that's one thing about TikTok though that's crazy is you can see who comes in. I'm glad I can't see that. I don't think I'd want to see that.
Well, I'll like call them out. I'll just be like, hey.
Right. I still don't want to see it. Like, I don't know if I'd like that.
You can watch from the hallway too. So that's not including like the hallway watchers, but they want to see what's commented and stuff.
So is TikTok the same as it was?
It's, Betty got me shut down for a little bit. So I haven't been able to go live in a while. So, since she got me shut down with her vile comments. But it's similar. I don't know. I haven't really been on there much. Robin's license.
Well, like Steven was saying something weird about like it's on Facebook servers now, or Meta. So his algorithm changed or something. I just didn't know.
You're
you had noticed that, huh?
You're roboting.
I'm roboting.
You were.
No. Am I still?
No, you're good. Her license is expired. Robin's is license to practice. Ironically, it expired it's no longer active as of 4/23/2024 was the license expiration date for her certified in CMP and RN.
Big T. Big T says, thank you for your super chat, Big T.
And she doesn't have a
UA could get a second job looking for deadbeat parents. She finds all the tea.
Well, that's real. What I did. Like, that's what I did for Richard is we had like Jaffe, when I worked for him, we had my first case. Like when I walked in there as a new grad, I took a gap year between law school and graduating. And so I walked in and I wanted to work for the best criminal defense attorney. So they were like, we're not hiring. I said, I'll work for free at this. And they heard work free. And they're like, okay,
you can do this.
Come in tomorrow. And I originally started working there for free, but then obviously I was a paid employee, because they started printing off this. They're like, we have this case coming up, and it started in January. It's going to trial. And I was thinking like, maybe he'll let me like work like a burglary or something. No, I got 198 count federal indictment with 13,000 wiretap phone calls, as well as over 200,000 pages of discovery. So I was the only, like, I only trusted like myself. Like I couldn't even depend on like the other attorneys, like kids, to go through it. So I had to listen to all of those wiretap phone calls, because when the government handed over the transcripts, they were all like transcribed by people that did not, English was not their first language. It would be like male 2, male 1, a lot of ... So I had to memorize the conversations, and then also memorize people's voices and attach them to the plaintiffs, and then dig on the plaintiffs that are the people that were involved, or the defendants, or rather,
put names with them and be able to undermine their credibility while we were at trial on the stand. So.
Okay, are you guys ready for this?
Yes.
This is about the birth, so we can put that baby to bed, so to speak. Ha ha ha. Oops, I guess I should unmute the motherfuckers. He came 5 days late. See that?
Around, and my son didn't want to come out. My son was, I want to say 5 days late. He literally held on so that he could be born on my dad's birthday.
Wow.
So it not only was that, but it was also Pearl Harbor Day, and it was just, I remember him coming, being in the hospital, dealing with all the complications, because it was a complicated pregnancy for her. She had a lot of difficulties. Midwife wasn't that best.
Okay, so there was a midwife, and then he's going to talk about his mom stepping in, I think.
How was the pregnancy difficult?
It was her first pregnancy that went all the way.
What does that mean? Oh God. Oh God.
Someone clip this and send this to
wow.
It was her first pregnancy that went all the way. She probably doesn't want me discussing certain things, but woman things that I
like this, like that screenshot we showed.
I do remember at one point in time she was like, I'm going to have a natural birth, and after having contractions for days on end, and the nurse going, well, you're not ready to deliver the baby. And it's like my mom having to sit there and be like, these are not Braxton Hicks. These are actual contractions, and she's been having them for days. And finally they turned around and gave her something so she would dilate, because she was not dilating. And then the epidural. So there was that, and then my son was here.
And were you in the room when?
What do you think?
Well, so it knows like normal length of pregnancy is 40 weeks, and so she went beyond that. So math it up, Aiden. And ask Seth if he ever does come on, which I don't think he will.
Can you imagine being in active labor for that long with no relief?
No.
God,
I have never gone through labor, but I've seen on rotations people going through labor, and no, I would not recommend it.
Right, that's right, Robin. That's right, Miss Robin. Bing bong. Proof that she had pregnancies while she was a minor.
And also, I thought it was
Excuse me, Clue? Can you play it again? I had to mute you. How dare you mute me? I'm just kidding. Yeah, I can play it again. Hold on. Go ahead, UA.
I was going to say, I thought it was interesting because when it came out that Robin had withheld reporting certain things that were confided into her by Sebastian, she let her license, didn't go to renew it. And her license did expire on 4/23 of 24. So, I mean, even a lot of times people that are retired will keep their license active.
Yeah, because they can always go back to work and like push paper doing some kind of job that requires nursing.
It doesn't mean they have to practice at the bedside. They can just go.
Right. Okay, here you go. This is it again. This is on Coffin Daffer's show. Let's see the date on this. May 13th.
5 days late. He literally held on so that he could be born on my dad's birthday.
Wow.
So it not only was that, but It was also Pearl Harbor Day, and it was just, I remember him coming, being in the hospital, dealing with all the complications, because it was a complicated pregnancy for her. She had a lot of difficulties. Midwife wasn't that best, so.
How was the pregnancy difficult?
It was her first pregnancy that went all the way. She probably doesn't want me discussing certain things, but woman things that it's I do remember at one point in time she was like, I'm going to have a natural birth, and after having contractions for days on end, and the nurse going, well, you're not ready to deliver the baby. And it's like my mom having to sit there and be like, these are not Braxton Hicks. These are actual contractions, and she's been having them for days. And finally they turned around and gave her something so she would dilate, because she was not dilating. And then the epidural.
Okay, so there you go. That's proof that she had pregnancies prior to Sebastian. So I'm not sending shit to Lore Lodge. Are you kidding me? He can do his own fucking homework. But here you have T-Rev's chat right here, where Mr. Seth Rogers, this was early on before he changed it to Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father. This was the original that he had. And I don't know what's funny about an epidural, because I had one epidural and I was scary as fuck. So I'm not sure what's so fucking funny about that, Seth. Because it's really scary to have someone putting a big ass fucking needle in your spine. Just saying. And when you're getting contractions and you can't move, it's really hard to not move. Fucker.
The other reason why I think that someone's like, I let my license expire, with what Robin said, as a mandated reporter in her state, that would have been a really big problem for her.
With an active license, right?
With an active license. So that's something to consider as to why she may have chose not to renew it. So. It's not just a matter of does she want to work, but it would create problems for her. And if that's true, I think that's also supported by some of the things Robin herself has said in this case. Just saying.
Mystic has a really good question. Mystic said, why does he hang on to every single detail about her, but can't tell us what makes Sebastian who he is? Because really, he's asked and he says he's unique. Can't really describe him. Gosh, I can describe all my children to a T.
Right. Mandated reporter, but a grandmother too. But also she talked about how she was doing it to protect Seth, I think. Like Seth's job. Now you can make arguments does she not want to say anything to Seth because of how he would react if he found out whatever she knew?
Well, Ludwig, in all defense of that, Chris lived with Sebastian, right? Whether he wanted to or not. Sebastian was part of the package. So he would definitely be able to describe him better, in my opinion.
Chris does describe Sebastian pretty well. She did not renew it. So, but there is some stuff about her license. Let me read about it. She just has the different focus and specialty and when those expire and stuff. But yeah. she chose not to, it doesn't give you like a reason. But I know that if she would not, it says license status expired, active no. And
yes, Lisa, that's 2022. Sorry.
Yeah, it would give you like she would have had complaints against her license made because of failing to report is what I would, yeah.
Well, someone would have to report that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, Alabama dropped. Oh, her daughter just got off the bus. Bye, Alabama. Thanks for coming up. Appreciate you.
Yeah. So I mean that's something that you have to report if you're in the profession and people are admitting things like that, because it goes to the integrity of the profession.
Lindsay says license for what? She couldn't practice in different fields that might not have much requirements. You still have to have your license current with the state.
Yeah, I'm not sure what she's.
Shelby Lynn, Seth, I still have numbness from my epidural 22 years later. Not a joke. Thank you, Shelby Lynn. And you know what? I think that it screwed my back. I get weird sensations too. And it's wild because it reminds me of when I got the epidural, like the sensations that I get. And it's not like debilitating or anything. It's just a weird sensation.
Yeah. Does anybody know if if that stream, I couldn't find it, was deleted, or like where Seth says I named him Sebastian, I named him Wayne, I named him Drake, and then alludes to how he got those names? Wasn't it on T-Rev?
Say that again.
Wasn't it on T-Rev where Seth said I named him Sebastian, I named him Wayne, I named him Drake, and went into the explanations of.
He didn't say why. He just said that's mine. That's my son. That's my last name. Rogers is my name. I don't think he went into detail because he was in a tizzy.
Right.
Thank you, Christina.
On Smiley's, okay. And then on Cheer Up, he also. So maybe like the combination of the two.
Maybe Pascal. But when he was screaming on Smiley's, I don't think he said it at that point.
He did explain it. There was one live I know where he did.
See, I've never heard that. I've always wanted to, but I don't know if someone deleted it because I've always heard he said that, but I've never actually heard it myself. Actually, Homer is his dad's name. His dad's middle name is Wayne.
Yeah. I wonder why his dad's never come out publicly.
Well, he stood there with the mom at that vigil.
Right, but never like spoken out and been like.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he's just not that tight. Maybe he thinks his son's doing a good enough job. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, they didn't seem all that tight to me. And then they didn't spend Christmas together. So it was like, I don't really know how close they really are, you know?
Right.
I mean, like I said, like we don't know, like that's the thing. We don't know like these people's dynamics. We know what they portray to people, but we truly don't know their dynamics.
If someone can find that and send that to email it to Jay with the time, like here, I'll see if I can, or which live it is.
What do you mean, Brendan? White Nerdy remembers too, but Pearl's Boys. Who's that? Who's Pearl's Boys? Oh, Pearl. Elise, I'm like, Pearl? Fuck, Pearl's Boys. Pearl necklaces.
I'm done. I'm done with pearls. All the pearls in my house are gone.
Well, UA, I'd like to invite you back for a future stream because I want to go over Duty Ron and Equisearch if you're interested.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know we talked about that and I totally forgot until someone, I think yesterday on Granny's was like talking about Duty Ron having Equisearch and it put a light bulb in my head.
I started to watch it the other night.
Did you?
Just to see if it had any, like, if it was any good.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. So maybe we can just do we can do a blind reaction or something.
All right. Sounds good to me.
Sound good? I think I'm going to wrap this shiz up. I got to go eat. I can't believe it's 5 o'clock. Wow.
It's 5 o'clock somewhere. So.
Woo! 2 long streams in 2 days.
Yeah, I know. I got to go. I have this like picture wall that I've been talking about hanging for, and I've got to dye my roots. I'm starting to look like Betty. So.
Well, you got to match your dog again.
Yeah.
She's going to get
Got to get blonde highlights or. I don't know. I got to do highlights on her or something.
No, do not do that to her. Blueberry facials are is it.
I'll hit Granny up for a blueberry. I'll ask her if she prefers blueberry or strawberry.
Okay, so Carrie Moody says Sean did explain the names on Smileys. He said the middle names were the names they would have named the other babies. So it must have been something different than when he was yelling at Trevor, because that would have come up in like more of a discussion.
Does she know which day?
Do you know which one it is, Carrie? Or?
And I'll go find it and we can play it later.
About Duty Ron. Duty Ron had Equisearch on after they searched for Sebastian. So we're just, we're curious because I've never seen it. So we can review it together and watch it all together and see if anything, sticks out to us. Oh, use the search. Yeah, we need to know the video. Okay, we'll look at that offline. I'm going to go get something to eat.
I'm going to go hang some pictures and do some housework. And
hey, you have a good rest of your evening. I'm sure I'll see you a lot around these streets.
The streets are small. The streets are getting smaller by the day.
They sure are. We meet
everybody.
again. Bye, UA. Bye. I just don't remember him yelling that. You know what I mean, Carrie? I think it might have been more like a discussion maybe when he came on Smileys. Something like that. Look, y'all, I'm sorry if I got upset. I'm not mad at anybody. I don't want anybody to think I'm upset with them. It's just sometimes that shit gets to you, man. And just seeing these creators that know things that they shouldn't know, having to carry it around, and Granny's lawsuit and stuff like that. I see there's a new fire. I'm going to look into it. I'll look into it. I guess, McKenna. We'll all find it. Oh, he was? Yeah. All right, guys, have a good evening. Thank you for all the new cooters today. I appreciate you guys. See you in the next one. Thank you, moderators. You guys are awesome. Thanks for putting up with me. Ha, feisty. I'll do that. It is a lot. It is a lot. You guys, I'll see you later. Have a good one.
I might go forever, go for eons. Front like you don't be on. Pull off in the Tesla, Elon. When I was a kid, I was a phenom. When I was a kid, I was a beast. I pull up, then I be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone. Thumbing through the blues, no BB King. Back Back to back shifts, I'm just looking for the ring. I wake up, I brush my teeth. I wake up, I ball 2-3. I wake up like, ooh, that's me. Brand new car, like, ooh, that's clean. Tracksuit pants, don't wear no jeans. I'm athletic, count up 100 like calisthenics. Talking about a bag, you got bad credit. New MX, we don't use debit. Calling, brand new deals, keep calling. Tell them bring them through, need all them. 4 whole kids still ballin'. I just get up and I zoom. I don't need proof on the proof. I be way up in the moon. I'm looking down on you. Hey, nigga, I'm proud of you. Stack money a mile or two. I might go forever, go for eons. Friend like you don't be on. Pull up in the Tesla, Elon. When I was a kid, I was a phenom. When I was a kid, I was a beast. I pull up, then I be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone. I'm on a run and you better know. I'm in the know and you better know. I'm here to stay and you better know. I'm at the table, I never fold. I'm at the table, I'm up again. I'm at the table, I'm here to win. Don't cook a record, don't come again. Please, I just need what I need. I collect for my seeds. Would've thought my name Tree. I pick up then I leave. In my pocket I be. I don't like to be seen. I just get up and I zoom. I don't need proof on the proof. I be way up with the moon. I'm looking down on you. Hey, nigga, I'm proud of you. Stack money a mile or two. I might go forever, go for eons. Friend like you don't be on. Pull up in the Tesla, Elon. When I was a kid, I was a phenom. When I was a kid, I was a beast. I pull up, then I be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone. See ya. See ya. See ya. Be gone.
Jennifer loves horses. Hi, Jennifer.